We're live.
Hey, everybody, my name is Craig, and I help veterans go from feeling stuck and unseen after service to living with confidence, connection, and purpose so that they can live royally and live well. And today is the day. Today is the day where we have our live Veterans Unity Summit Roundtable, and we are so happy to have all of you here. I have my esteemed guests, which I'll introduce in just a moment, but I want to do a little, just a little, housekeeping before we get started. I want to let you all know a little bit about why we started, why we came up with this. We came up with this because there has been so much dissension in the VA claims content space. There's a lot of talk about accredited versus unaccredited and all of these types of things, and CMP exams and DBQs and all of those things. And so what we wanted to do is we wanted to do an event that brought everybody together from all corners, all sides, because at the end of the day, family, it is about the veteran and them getting the information and the resources and the education that they need. And so that is our aim. That's our goal. We don't want to be about competition or anything like that. We appreciate and are thankful for everybody who is in the VA claims content space, who is doing things for veterans and trying to get them the benefits and the compensation that they deserve. And even beyond the benefits and compensation they deserve, we are so grateful that there are people in the content creation space who are trying to make sure veterans are well, make sure that they're medically taken care of, make sure you get jobs and education and all of those other resources that you need as well. Because if you've listened to any of our channels, you understand that it's much more about compensation. It really is more about how you live your life, living the best life that you possibly can. So that's why we're here. That's what we're doing. We're going to get started in just a moment. If you want, just drop in the chat. Tell us where you're joining from, all over the country, whether you're in the Midwest or the South or the North or what have you. Tell us where you're joining from. We are welcoming every veteran. Tell a friend, tell a neighbor, tell another veteran who you think might need this information. Make sure they log on so that they can get all of these wonderful resources, because it's going to be an exciting day. Let me introduce you to the first person that we have on our panel. He's no stranger to any of you. He is your nugget man. His name is Dewayne Kimble. He's from KMD 89 Consulting. He's been in the game for so long. He has been a big brother and mentor to most of us who are in this space. And I'm happy to call him a friend, and I'm happy to see him, dwell to the smaller content creators, and kind of give us what we need to thrive. And he has been a phenomenal resource for us. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Dewayne Kimble, and he will take it from there and introduce our next esteemed panelist and co-host.
Thank you, sir. As Craig said, my name is Dewayne. I got a video for that. Kimble, United States Army veteran and retired VA rating specialist, and your VA claim nugget man. Been on YouTube a little bit over 6 years. And when I came into this space, there wasn't that many channels, but I've seen other channels come on and sort of grow and give, different, provide a different perspective to the VA's claims process. And I just started, having a little bit more time, and I started looking at other channels, and I reached out to Craig and Tasha, and we could kind of collaborated on some things. And we came up with this idea, and I say it's great because veterans need to hear a different perspective. And like Craig said earlier, it's a lot of back and forth, credited, non-accredited, and it's time for all of us to come together for one common goal, and that is to give the veteran and their family members what they need to move that needle and go to the next step in the VA claims process. We're putting all, whatever difference is, check that at the door. It's about giving you the right information. And one thing that I want people to take away from this is there is no one company, organization, or individual that knows the entire VA claims process. We all bring something different. And just, think about together we stand, divided we fall. So we have to start standing with one another, making sure all veterans are getting the correct information to help them move forward through this frustrating process. And that's what we're doing today. So I am going to introduce the next guest. I wish I had a panelist, co-panel. I wish I had a drum roll for her.
She needs a drum roll.
Yeah, she's an Army veteran, and I came across her channel watching another YouTube video, and it was crazy because I would always tune in either when I was going to Publix to the grocery store or coming back. And she does a lot. She's given a voice to women veterans out there on her channel. And one thing that really stood out to me about her channel, what she was doing, she was covering something that I never talked about, and that was these hearings. And she does an awesome job. And I am so glad to be here today with not only Craig, but the next co-guest is Her Vet's Voice. Her YouTube channel is Her Vet's Voice. And her name is Tasha. Welcome.
Hey, everybody, and thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this panel. This is going to be an exciting day for us. I am Tasha. I am the founder of Her Vet Voice, and I want to personally thank every single one of you for joining us today. So I am excited about this. I am here with two phenomenal people. Of course, you know, the Nugget Man, and of course, Craig has the touch of making sure that you are mentally and physically able to adapt to anything. So I am so excited today about what is happening. When I met Dewayne and we brainstormed this together, I did not know exactly what I was getting myself into, but here we are. And guys, this took a lot of planning behind the scenes. So I want to encourage everybody to keep an open mind. Every veteran situation is unique, right? And there is really one size fit all approach when it comes to navigating anything VA claim process, any of that. So our hope today is that by hearing multiple perspectives from experienced professionals, because we do have them here, you will leave this discussion better informed and more confident about what steps you are going to take next. So I want to remind everybody that this is an educational and informal panel, okay? Nothing here is legal advice or anything of such. We're just having a dialogue. We just want you to know that you can get your questions answered without having to go through the hassle and the bustle. I'm excited about this, and without any further ado, let's get this party started and let's get going. So I hope you guys have an amazing time on this panel today. Thank you for joining.
Okay, so that'll move us into, we want to go right into our first segment, and you have the questions, Tasha. So I'm going to bring up our first two panelists, and we will let them introduce themselves. So first, I will bring up Mr. Baker. Okay. Here we go. Good morning, Mr. Baker, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Hey, we're doing pretty good. If you could go ahead and introduce yourself, tell us what you do, military background, and most importantly, why you do what you do.
Well, it's a long story. I'll keep it brief. So I served in the Marines for 11 years.
Hoorah!
Thank you.
Don't get started, Craig.
Served in Somalia, Panama, Gulf War, Desert Shield, Desert Storm, all of that from 87 to 98. Was initially medically retired and pretty much immediately went into the veteran advocacy world. Initially as a VSO for a number of years. I've worked at various national service officers at this organization's headquarters. Practiced in the Veterans Court as a non-attorney practitioner. Became their assistant national legislative director. From there, I joined the VA. So I went to the what they would call the dark side at that point, as VA's legislative and policy chief in compensation service. So I pretty much ran most of VA's policy world for a while. I did some really good things in that role, learned a tremendous amount. And then after that, I joined the private sector, worked for a law firm up in the Northeast Seaboard for a while. And now I work for the law firm of Hill and Ponton. Been here for about 6 years or so. And so in total, been doing this about 28 years.
Wow.
I've done it at every level that you could do it at, from the private sector to the organization to the VA side. I know where all the bodies are buried. And I spend most of my days digging them up and spend my days in the books and in cases and, winning one case at a time, which is what I like to do the most. Every once in a while, I get to reinforce some policy that I created when VA violates it, which is daily.
Don't tell too much, Kerry. Don't tell too much.
Okay, all right. Don't step on any toes. So, and that's me in a nutshell. So, there you go.
Awesome.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. And we'll bring up our next panelist. And we have Natural. Natural, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself, tell us if you can. Tell us, tell us what you can. I'll leave it.
Tell us what you can tell us. Hey, listen, everybody. Before Natural goes, we wanna say that Natural, because of the duties that she has, we try to maintain her anonymity as much as possible to protect her in her career. But she has been a valuable resource to all of our channels. So go ahead, Natural, and introduce yourself.
Good morning. Thank you guys for including me in this panel. I really appreciate that. And my goal is, like you guys, is to help the veterans. And I came across her vet's channel on TikTok, just scrolling. And I was in the comments just answering questions, and she brought me up, and the rest is history. I am a Army vet. I served 10 years. I got tired of deploying, and so I was like, enough of this. And so I went back to school, I obtained my master's, and then I went on to get my PhD. And then I was a director of a hospital for a while, and I got tired of babysitting. And so I decided to, I was like, okay, let me go over here. And one of my good close friends said, I think you would be a good fit over on the VHA side. And boy, was she wrong. But needless to say, I was there for years. And then an opportunity came up for the VBA side, and they loaned me out to the VBA, and I kind of got close with one of the directors at a certain VA, and they were like, "Can I see your resume? Can I see all your credentials?" And I was like, "Why?" And they were like, "Well, we would like to bring you on." And I was like, "Really?" And so I was like, "I don't know if I could do this." And they were like, "Yeah, you can do it." And I said, they was like, "We want to bring you on as an RVSR." And I was like, "I don't know nothing about this." And so it was kind of like I got through in the fire. It was kind of like learn as you go type of situation. And many days I cried. I was like, "Oh no, I can't do this. I can't do this.
Yeah.
I can't do this." And then I just I got with some people, and they kind of mentored me. And when you come from the military, it's kind of it's kind of hard to turn off that like, hey, you mentality. Like, I need you to do this now. It's kind of like you have to turn on that nice stuff. And for years, I didn't really, I was nice, but I didn't have to be all the way nice, like I could just like get down there and do this. So it was kind of hard transitioning from military to the civilian sector, and your whole mindset has to kind of change. And so I kind of got stuck doing, I ain't gonna say stuck, I kind of got nominated to do some outreach within the community. And so that's where my passion kind of blossomed, when I went out into the community and I would listen to the veterans tell the stories on how they struggled to get their benefits, and they didn't know what they were eligible for, and just being educated on the benefits process. So
Right.
a lot of them didn't even know that the VBA even existed. So it was really like, it was kind of an aha moment for me, where I'm like, okay, maybe this is where I can kind of, put my talents a little bit over there. I was already teaching at a college at that time. And so teaching for me was kind of like it's like a second nature type of thing.
Yeah.
And so when I started to educate the veterans and started doing some outreaches at my church and stuff like that, it kind of led me to the path. And I guess that's kind of how me and her vets met. And we kind of,
Wonderful.
And so that's why I'm very appreciative to, come on these channels and talk and try to help the veterans, because when I got out, there was none of these programs, to help the veterans to understand the benefits. I was so ready to get out, I didn't even care. So, but again, thank you guys. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming on. Know we have a lot of questions for you. And now we have a medical examiner that we will introduce and bring on. Good morning. And we have Dr. Nurse Practitioner Brianna Coates. Welcome, Ms. Coates. If you could tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do, and most importantly, why you do it.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nurse Practitioner Dr. Brianna Coates. I am the owner of Coates Cares for Veterans. What was your question? What?
Just tell us a little bit about what you do and why you do it.
We want you to rap that song that's on your YouTube channel. That's what we want.
Yeah, about
apnea.
that. so I do CMP exams, which is the DBQs. A lot of veterans know as DBQs. Why do I do what I do? My mission stemmed from losing my 30-year-old brother to veteran suicide in 2022. He battled with mental health, and I think one of his biggest challenges was getting his VA disability benefits. I felt that he did not feel heard. So that is my mission to why I do what I do.
Well, thank you for
Awesome.
coming on today. I know we'll have, anyway, I know we're going to have a lot of questions. And people, this is a time to ask questions, because we have a lot of people here. We have a former Raider, we got a nurse practitioner, we got a current Raider, someone from a law firm, and someone in the space of mental health. And then, we got her vet's voice. So if you want to know anything about those hearings, she got you covered. All right. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Tasha, and we're going to go ahead and get into some Q&A. And Craig and I we will be monitoring the chat. Make sure you go ahead and post your questions there. We got 103 people. So everybody, make sure you go ahead and like. Also, Mr. Barry, if you have a YouTube channel, go ahead, or anybody on here that has a YouTube channel, on the panelists, go ahead, before we get into the Q&A, go ahead and let everyone know what your YouTube channel is, so if they can go over and subscribe if they already have it.
Absolutely. Go ahead,
You
Brianna.
go first. Yeah. Ms. Coates, you can go first. Yep.
So I have Brianna Coates VA Beats. So basically it's me in correlation with AI, because I'm not a rapper, but I pretty much take the DBQ and I break them down into songs, because I think about different learning paths, right? And to me, I have little nieces and nephews, and they love Gracie Corner. I see myself singing Gracie Corner. So with that being said, I'm just trying to find other avenues to jog the memory of our veterans, so that when they're in front of the CMP examiner and they're nervous, they can just sing a little song. So you're already prepared for the questions they're going to ask you. and you already have the answers. I think a lot of times when we go on these exams, we get nervous and we forget. But if we just jog our memories with little songs, oh, I remember. Yep, I have this. So it's Brianna Coates VA Beats.
All right. And
Wonderful.
how about Mr. Baker?
I don't have my own YouTube channel. I just don't have the bandwidth for that. But the Hill and Ponton, the firm I work for, does
Oh, yes.
have its own. I participate in that. We do it once a week. I'm on a lot of the time. Other people are on as well. So if you want to see any of us, we do it on Tuesdays. And I know I saw Gracie on here, and I see her on our channel.
Oh, yeah. All the family is here, Carrie.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll go ahead and I'll turn over to Tasha with her best voice, so we can go ahead and get into some Q&A.
So when I was given the task of picking out these questions, I went digging for the most hardest, complicated questions you could ever. Okay, that's just don't worry, Brianna. I got you.
Okay.
See, Kerry was ready because he has his hat on and he's like, I fight daily battles with the VA all day.
He's ready to go.
There's no reason why I can't fight these questions today. Okay. So my first question is, and which is always a common question, what is the most common mistakes that veterans make before filing their VA claims? Brianna, for you, before coming to get the DBQs and doing the medical examination, for you, Kerry, before getting to your firm, what is the most common mistakes that you guys see in your aspect of the area where you work that veterans make before going forward?
You want me to go first, or does it matter?
Oh, you can go
Does it
first.
matter? Okay.
Well, look, coming from a law firm, my answer has to be it depends.
It depends.
Every case is different. Every veteran is different. Every veteran service is different. Every disability is different. So what are you claiming? Is it an injury that occurred in service 30 years ago and you're filing now for the first time and it's a joint disability? Because that's completely different than if you were a Vietnam vet and filing for a herbicide related disability. Each have their own individual mistakes. I would say the majority of claims in general are probably filed, a few years to a few decades after service. And have to do with an injury in service of some form or an alleged injury of some form. And in those cases where you're not dealing with a presumption, you're not dealing with an exposure, because those have its own set of answers. Can you establish the event that occurred in service? If it's clear in your service records, which you should have a copy of if you can, you don't have to. VA is going to obtain one for you. But if you are sure that's in your service records, you don't have a problem showing the disability that you have. Usually it's going to come down to a nexus, which is a medical link between the two. Can you get one before you file your claim? If you can from your own doctor, that would be good. If there's a lot of people can't, and VA has a duty to try to help you with that. So that's important. If there's a long time spanning that event in service and that disability that you're claiming, in those types of cases, I would say the biggest mistake is not filling that void between the two. You're going to get an exam. Most of the time you're going to get an exam from VA. They should be getting a medical opinion. And again, I don't want to harp on anyone's profession. I look at opinions that are horrendous, that just make no sense. So, and a lot of them are due to the fact that there's some misunderstanding from the people doing them, and there's some gaps in the record, and both of those combine to end up with sometimes the opinions that we see. So if you can, a lay statement goes a long way. If you can explain hey, I had this injury, I have this disability. It's been 20 years. What's occurred between those 20 years? Fill those gaps in with continuity of symptoms, not continuity of treatment. That's what a lot of opinions say. That's not required. What the requirement is continuity of symptoms. And that's something that a layman, most claimants, can explain in a letter. So if you can show everything else, then take an extra step and show that those events and those symptoms as they went through. What that at least does is set you up for, if it doesn't go your way, you become somebody like me, I'm probably going to have you go back and fill that in. And then we're going to have to start from a different process. But if somebody comes to me and that's already there, well, that statement alone could give me the legal avenue I need to shoot down that medical opinion from a legal perspective if it's negative, because if that opinion doesn't address those symptoms throughout that time and that statement, those continuity of symptoms, that opinion is inadequate right on its face. So, and a number of other things. Sorry, my dog. So if you can fill that gap, that's a big help, because it provides a good legal weight for future efforts if you end up having to appeal. And if the examiner actually reads it and listens to it and then formulates an opinion in part based on it, you could end up not having to appeal in the first place. So I'd limit my answer to that. If it's an exposure, that's a different story. If it's a presumption, that's a different, there could be 1,000 answers.
Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah.
So for me, I would say the answer to that question is the lack of medical evidence. So for example, as a CMP examiner, one of the things we look for is diagnosis, symptoms, treatment records. A lot of your veterans have none, right? So I've had veterans personally come and say, my back hurts, I want to file a claim. But in the same sentence, you'll tell me you were just in a car accident 2 months ago. So no treatment records, no sick call. And you want me to medical opinion that your back is related to service. I can't do that. You have no diagnosis, you ain't seen PT. So for me, it just would be the gap in evidence. So even with a lay statement, and I've seen it where we will say, I want to connect my back to service. It's worse because I got in my car accident last month, but there's nothing in between. So that would be for me.
All right, Natural. I have a specific question for you.
Hold on. I got to answer this one. I'm sorry.
No, listen, you know, Natural is going to have to give
I
her
knew it. That's why I
opinion
said
on
that.
that. You can't move on.
No, don't skip
ahead,
it.
Natural.
Don't skip it.
I knew how to ruffle her feathers. I knew it.
Okay, so in my experience, what I find is the stories that veterans tell, they change often. So when we talk about, like, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. The nurse practitioner, I'm sorry.
It's Brianna.
Because I'm
Brianna.
Miss Brianna. Okay. So like Brianna said, they'll say, my back hurts. Well, you never were seen in service. You don't have a current diagnosis. One, they shouldn't even have went to see her because they didn't meet the elements. But sometimes it happens. You get the VSR trying to get their points, and they send. Now there are caveats to that. So if a veteran had an MOS like a parachutist, an airborneist, something like that, we can use that as a reason to order examinations and medical opinions due to their MOS. But sometimes veterans have post jobs that can aggravate disability, right? But they still lack chronicity of care. And sometimes I've seen examiners link the disability to their post service, right? Even if they had a, single incident in service. But I also have seen when it comes to mental, what I've seen is a veteran will fill out 0781 for PTSD and tell a story, but they have no credible evidence to back it up. Because if we don't link PTSD to combat, we have to be able to corroborate the stressor. If we can't corroborate that stressor, regardless if we have a positive medical opinion, it's a denial, because we have no way of corroborating the stressor. If they say, oh, I witnessed, soldier, I don't want to say the word, but, hurt themselves, harm themselves, and you can't give us any details, the name of the soldier, the day it happened, the unit, none of that. Something that traumatic, it would seem to me, I remember a lot of stuff that happened. I remember the names, I remember the date, but I know sometimes people that go through traumatic experiences, they sometimes kind of block it. But you're going to remember something. You're going to remember someone else that was there to be able to write you a lay statement or something like that. And what I've seen is they'll tell one story to the VBA. They go to the examiner, they'll tell a whole complete different story that doesn't even go with what they told the VBA. So what story is it a combination? You don't even mention what you wrote to the VBA. So then now we have to decide, well, is this person telling the truth or not? I've had instances where veterans said they set in on a group for mental health and they told another person's story. I'm like, that's third part. I guess it could be traumatic. You're hearing it, but that's the problem I see, is the stories do not stay consistent, and people keep filing the same stuff that is denied, and they do not send new evidence and relevant evidence to be able to substantiate a claim. And that's the major problem when I see people filing supplementals or higher level. Sometimes the higher level reviews get turned in their favor, but for the main part, it's the lack of evidence, the lack of in-service events, and just credibility sometimes.
And Tasha, if you wouldn't mind, I would like to take a quick. I promise I'll be quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
As a when I rated, as a former rater, I'm retired now, so I don't rate anymore. So I'm not under a tremendous amount of stress, so I can grow some hair.
Yeah,
now.
you lost all your hair when you were
Go to
rating.
public
Yeah.
7 o'clock.
One of the things I've seen when I actually rate it, and I even see today in talking with veterans, responding to YouTube comments, they don't understand the different ways or the different paths of service connection. You, in my opinion, you have to know if you're claiming it back, how are you claiming it? Is it pre-service aggravation? Is it direct? Is it secondary? Are you claiming something presumptive? If it falls under presumptive, is it 1 year, 3 years, 7 year, Agent Orange, Camp Lejeune, contaminated water, Gulf War undiagnosed illness? Are you doing an 1151 claim? I think that is so important that veterans need to understand, okay, this is what not only what I'm claiming when I have a diagnosis, but where does it fall under the different ways of service connection? What is the criteria for those different ways of service connection? And then build that evidence and support it, submit it to the VA. And one thing that Natural brought up that I'm pretty sure a lot of people didn't catch, VA employees are on production quotas. I would not want a VA employee to try to figure out what, how, they know what you're claiming, but where or how you're claiming it under the different ways.
Yeah.
I'll give it back to you, Tasha. Thank you.
All right, Dwayne, do you want to go to chat, or you want me to keep going with another question? Before
Let's take a couple from the chat.
And we do have some questions from the chat.
Yeah,
for sure.
And I'll read them out and we'll go from there. Funny says, question, how do I fight against a misdiagnosis from a third party VA examiner of scoliosis? So I would give that to you, Ms. Coates.
Ms. Coates, yes. You're on mute, Brianna.
You're on mute, yeah.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we got you.
All right, so how do I fight against a misdiagnosed third-party examiner of scoliosis? I would need more information. So I guess I would want to say what led to the misdiagnosis. I'm not there to know what the examiner saw to know if it's a misdiagnosis, right? I would recommend a second opinion because you can also go to your private doctors or the doctors that you actually see and get your evidence to back that up. So I don't have an answer to that, because then it also goes down to what medical credentials does this individual have to say it's a misdiagnosis. So that's a little gray line there for me.
And understand, everyone, you know, we try to answer the questions, but I even noticed this, well, when I do lives, there's not a lot of information. So I would say when you post your question, try to, I'm not saying give us, you know, don't just give us your story, your whole story, but give us enough information that we can provide some feedback. And we're going to, can we take two more before
Yeah,
we get
go
to
ahead. We have quite a few.
Let's take two more.
Yeah.
All right. So 10 count says, I'm going to file a claim for spinal stenosis, primary, and radiculopathy, secondary. Do I file for hips as secondary or wait until my approval, then come back and do a new claim for hips?
I'd like to shift that one to Carrie if possible.
All right, I appreciate that. So everyone probably has different opinions on this. Mine is, if you know that you have a disability that you need to claim, and you're going to file a claim, get everything on that claim. You can. There's no reason not to file for the hips. If you know you have a hip problem and you think it's related to the spine, go ahead and get it filed. In the AMA world that VA operates under now, as opposed to the legacy world prior to 2019, issues in claims get bifurcated all the time, and you'll have a decision over here, a decision over there, an appeal over here, and it gets complicated even for experienced raters and even experienced representatives to go through all of those and keep them on track. And if you end up in an appeal, it's far better to have everything under one appeal if you can keep it that way. And sometimes you can't. Sometimes it's going to get bifurcated regardless. VA may decide one issue and defer another one. So you'll have a rating decision here that's got one decision in it, and 6 months later you've got another rating decision, and you didn't try to do that on two separate claims. But when then you do two separate claims, that can go even worse into more directions. So my advice is to get everything on one claim when you file initially. Yeah, things are going to come up down the road that you might not have been diagnosed with, that you want to file a claim for later. Obviously, that's out of your control. But when you sit down to do one application, get everything that you think you're going to file for on that application. Plus, you've got to think about your effective date. Let's say you lose the hips. And because you get a bad nexus opinion, well, you've still protected your effective date on those hips while following it with the other claims. You can appeal those, and you might end up fighting it for 6 months or 6 years. But at least you've got your effective date the same as your other claims. And so that would be my advice on that.
Okay. Awesome. I know, Natural, I know you have something to say, so I'd love to let you go, and then Dr. Coates, if you'd like to add on as well.
Okay. So in my opinion, I agree with him. But here's the thing: when you guys are considering secondaries, you have to think about if one condition existed prior to the one you're trying to get service connected. So if you had a hip diagnosis prior to a back diagnosis, then the hips can't be secondary to your back, because the condition, we can't service connect the secondary to the back if the hip condition existed prior to your diagnosis of your spinal stenosis. But in my opinion, with this new secondary law that passed with this baseline, I've seen more denials, just in my opinion, from what I've been rating. I've seen more denials on the baseline than I have seen approvals.
Wow.
So
And what you're referring to natural is the Spicer case with where that
with the
in the
Spicer
M21 it has the
versus
baseline.
Allen.
Spicer versus Allen. Okay.
So we'll have a positive secondary, but then we'll have a negative baseline for the non-service connected disability that aggravated that. So what that essentially is a denial with a favorable finding, because the examiner said they couldn't determine the baseline of the primary service connected disability aggravating the secondary condition. You know, sometimes as a rater and as a veteran, it's hard to just deny stuff like that. As a rater, I look for every avenue on trying to service connect a vet. Raters have bad raps because people automatically think we go in and we deny. You have good raters and you have bad raters, because I look at some narratives and I'll be like, what the? And so I do understand the examiners and I do understand the lawyers' perspectives, because I look at some narratives and rating decisions and I'll be like, what was this rater thinking? But of course, we're not in that rater's head, so we can't basically go off of, but what we could go off of is the evidence, because I've overturned a lot of rating decisions based off of the evidence, and I've called multiple CUEs. Actually, they call me the CUE guru because I'm always finding them. So I think that when it comes to the secondaries, you gotta have a strategy, like the gentleman said. You gotta have everything in order, and like Ms. Brianna said, have your evidence, because that's mainly what we're looking at. We're looking at the event of service, your diagnosis, and your chronicity of care, and how you're saying it's affecting your daily life. That's all I got.
Hey, Tasha, we're coming up on about 10 minutes before the next segment, so we probably only got time for 1 or 2 questions from the agenda.
Okay, so I have a specific question for you, Brianna. What information are examiners looking for that veterans fail to discuss during an examination?
Okay, so for me, I would say personally, I'm looking for your symptoms. I find this, and I'm not being biased or gender-wise, a lot of men will come and tell you the least amount of symptoms. I can't do nothing with that. This is not the time for you to be strong. Okay, I can't do nothing with that. So then I may dig and say, okay, so you mean to tell me, because I'm human and I've never been in the military and I have these issues, and you mean to tell me based off your job and what I see in your records, you've never had this? Never? Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, I have. Okay, that's not helping. So I would definitely say, we need to know your symptoms. Like, we need to know what's actually happening. I need to know how is this affecting your daily life, your social life. What are you having to change because of these disabilities? So I would think that's pretty big for me.
Carrie, you want to pitch in for a little bit and answer that, if you can?
Well, so I think it depends in a lot of scenarios. And I have a lot more problems with the nexus opinions than I do how an examiner fills out a DBQ. But one of the bigger problems I do run into in a number of our cases, and again, it depends on the type of case you're talking about, is if there's something that's contained in the DBQ that generally a layman isn't going to know anything about. Does the examiner go a little extra and explain what something means? And I'll give you an example. Headaches. The difference between a 30% and a 50% is whether there's a couple, but the main one is the headaches prostrating? How many times a month is a factor there? Are the headaches a little bit more per month, completely prostrating? I have a problem with how that's written in the first place, because prostrating and completely prostrating is like being dead or more dead. So there's issue there. But my point to this is, I'll ask my client, you know what prostrating means? And he or she would be like, well, no, I've never heard of that. So the examiner didn't explain that to you. No, we didn't even mention that. So, and I'll see in the exam that the examiner put, no, the veteran has no prostrating headaches. Well, how does he know or she know if it was not explained what prostrating even means? And so you need to understand those terminologies. That's why I think Brianna said, look at the DBQ beforehand. It's good to know those. Another good example are heart exams. We're talking about METs. And we'll see the examiner says the veteran has no symptoms, meaning shortness of breath, pain, dizziness at any level of exertion. And I'll ask my client, did the examiner talk to you or ask you questions about, what you can do physically before you start getting symptoms? No, we didn't talk about anything like that. Well, that's weird. So how did they answer this question then? Those are very important elements to those types of claims. Whether that's information that the examiner should be pulling out, I think it is, but at the same time, you going into that exam, knowing what that stuff means, knowing it's a requirement for that DBQ template, it's good to arm yourself with it. That way, if the exam comes to an end and you haven't heard questions on that, well, I would bring it up. Obviously that doesn't apply to every single DBQ, but those are good examples, I think.
So I would like to add something on that, and this is not super formal, but I'm just a realist. So I like to tell every veteran, and like I would tell any patient of regular care, you have to take responsibility for your own claim, right? Educate yourself. You have CMP examiners that are in this for the right reason, and you have CMP examiners that are in here to pay a bill, right? So at the same token, educate yourself. When I do it, I have no problem explaining to an 89-year-old that we know they're not going to know what pulsating means. Everyone else may not take that time, right? They're trying to make sure they make it to the next appointment. That's probably 30 minutes right after yours. So at the same token, educate yourself. There's way too many free education and YouTube videos and everything else for you not to be able to go in the exam and be familiar with something. Right, especially for the veterans, and I've because I do CMP exam, I have a lot of associates that do them also. So when you go and you throw spaghetti at the wall and you come to an examiner and there's 15 claims and they're trying to rush doing that 30-minute or hour time frame, things will be missed, right? Because we're also talking about people that are human, so they're going to just read off those questions and think that you know what you're claiming. So I want to put that out there.
Thank you.
Natural, you wanted to join in this, or we'll go on to the next question?
So what I would say when it comes to the vet, Brianna, I agree with Brianna, and I agree.
Carrie.
It is on the veteran to educate themselves on it. But however, when that case comes back from the examiner, it falls in that RVSR's queue. They have to, or I'm saying we should do our due diligence to be able to understand what that DBQ is saying and what the evidence is saying, because we don't always have to go back to the examiner for clarification, because if we have the evidence of record to support, like I'm sorry, sir, I cannot, I'm so bad with names, guys. I'm
Carrie.
so sorry.
Carrie.
Carrie. Okay. I'm apologize now because I'm probably gonna ask y'all 50 times. But like he said, with the prostrating migraines, a lot of people don't A lot of veterans don't know that. So when I see the 526 come in and they be like, oh, I have prostrating migraines, I was like, okay, this veteran did some homework, because veterans don't use that terminology, right? So if a veteran is, and we can't use age all the time, but if I'm looking at a 89-year-old and I'm looking at their overall, you know, some 89-year-olds are still working, right? So for us, when we look at prostrating, we have to look at everything and to include their ability, their economical and adaptability, right? So for that, we have to see that it's severely impacting their work. It's forcing them to miss shifts. It's they have to leave work early, declining their work performance. And a lot of veterans don't know that is a piece of evidence that they should send. If there's a question on there that says, regardless of, I'm paraphrasing, regardless of the veteran's employment or occupation, how does this disability impact their function or whatever, right? And so I'll see the examiner says, oh, veteran missed 1 to 2 days in a 12-month period. That's not, to me, that's not impacting their ability to work. So normally, if I see that they have a migraine once per month, I'm going to give them the 30%, and then I'm going to explain why I don't give them the 50%. I don't have the evidence to show that it impacts your employment. Now, when it comes to a veteran that's, up in age, I look at the overall picture, right, and how they have explained it. If I don't have the evidence to give them the 50%, I will explain why I didn't give the 50%. Not every rater does that. They do that can-text stuff, and I hate it because it doesn't explain to the vet why we didn't grant a certain percentage. Hence, that's why we have a lot of supplemental claims coming back, because it wasn't explained to the veteran in a way where they can understand why we did not grant the 50%. When it comes to METs and stuff like that, typically if the veteran has a lot of cardiac problems, there's going to be documentation either in their VBA or in their private. If you take the time to read that, you can deduce that the veteran has fainting, dizziness, because they're going to say that in, not the examiner, the medical professionals that's taking care of him, him or her, they will say veteran has had dizzy spells, they have had fainting spells, they can't walk up steps. So it's like a 3-part thing. It's like the veteran, the examiner, and the rater in conjunction, and the evidence to be able to support what the percentage is that is given.
Look, if you're saying that you read past the DBQ, I would like to send more of my cases to you. If that's okay.
We get that all the time. We get that all the time, Carrie. We get that all the time.
I do read past the DBQ, and I have more deferrals than a little bit, because if I have evidence, if an examiner, and I have no dog in the fight. My dog in the fight is to help our fellow veterans. So if I get an exam and I'm like, what? And then sometimes the examiner, in their defense, they do not get all the evidence. And so that's where a rework or clarification, well, it won't be a rework because we didn't submit the evidence. It'll be a whole new exam, or, we can do an ACE exam for them just to review, the evidence that they didn't have. Sometimes that changes the outcome of the decision that examiner has made. So you have some good raters out there, and you have some that,
Bad raters? Is there such a thing?
I don't know. I don't know.
We are. I know we're having a lot of fun, but
we're
over this segment. We can certainly come back to some of these questions, because I think Carrie and Dr. Brianna are giving some phenomenal answers. So, Tasha, why don't you move us along to our next segment?
All right. So we are on to segment 2. Oh my goodness, Dwayne, do we have somebody waiting for segment 2, or we're just gonna go into segment
No, we keep rolling.
we can keep
Because segment 2 is attorney VSO. We didn't have the VSO. There's a case with consultant veteran advocate. So yeah, we're good.
So we're gonna keep going into segment 2, and I know that we are getting plenty of questions in the comments, and I know that we are going to get around to you guys' question. There is a particular question, Dwayne, that I see that was just pointed out to Brianna that I wanted to pay a little bit of attention to. It is from Nathan LeBrew. Can we pull up that question, Dwayne? Nathan, right? For Miss Brianna? No.
Establish.
No, it's not this
Is that
one.
this one?
No, it
Okay,
is
we-
9:56 a.m.
Well, we want to come back to
Okay, because the question was, how as a veteran do we keep the examiner from using age, gender, and genetics and general population out of their biased opinion? Great question. Great question.
There it is.
Thank you.
Brianna,
Yeah.
how as a veteran do we keep the examiner from using age, gender, genetics, and general population of their biased opinions? Well, that's very interesting. I may not have the proper answer for that,
Mhm.
but age, not necessarily age in general, does play a role, right? You can't always just say, and I don't really have the proper thing for that, but basically that has to be taken into account. That's for certain things, and I don't really have a specific case to be able to say yes or no to. But you have to look at, when you talk about health, and we're not just talking about a veteran, we're just talking about overall health. You're taught to look at, and we'll use patient. We'll talk patient. You're taught to look at the patient as a whole, right? Because everybody's not textbook. So you have to look at someone as a whole when you're talking about making diagnosis and creating a differential diagnosis. So I don't have the answer to how you keep the examiner from using those things. I would tell you, when I examine someone, I look at them as a whole. I'm not just looking at you in pieces. So I guess that would just be my answer to that.
All right. All right. So in segment 2, that was one of my questions that I had jotted down. But this question is one that veterans ask all the time. And I'm going to get into this with you, Carrie. What claims are most appropriate for self-representation?
Easy one.
Thank you.
I mean, look, that's
the easy one.
you know.
So since you answered that way, Carrie, what are some low-hanging fruit claims that veterans can kind of submit, just sort of as an initial sort of to kind of get in the VA claims system? You know, perhaps we run into a lot of veterans who are like, man, what should I claim on my first initial claim, right? What are secondary conditions? What are some of these things, right? So in what you've seen, and Natural and Brianna, you guys can jump in as well. From what you've seen, what are some really good initial claims? I know everybody talks about tinnitus, but some of those rules might be changing. So what are some initial claims that veterans can kind of hop on initially?
So pause for a moment. And before you answer, Carrie, here is the ground base for this question, right? We get a lot of, you don't need an agent, you don't need a VSO, you don't need an examiner, you don't need an attorney,
right?
You don't need anybody. You just need to dive deep into your claim and represent yourself, because what you're doing is you're giving away your money to these people. So that's of this question.
That's what we run into for sure.
Yes, okay.
And I've heard that for years. And there are circumstances. I you know, as somebody that charges a fee for our services, I'm somebody that agrees with that. You know, I haven't always done that. I started in the VSO world. I realized what VA thinks about it. You know, I take cases that without my help, or they're getting denied. But I have cases that fit these questions that I shouldn't have to take.
That's good.
Should not be getting denied.
That's good.
You know, like in our segments that we do on YouTube, I want veterans out there to be educated so that they can do this themselves. There's absolutely nothing wrong with doing this yourself. The more you know, the more equipped you are for success, whether you have help or not. VSOs, they don't charge. They play an important role, but at the same time, things get complicated. They might not be able to handle really complicated things, and I'm not knocking VSOs. I since I started with those guys, I feel like I can beat up on them if I want. It's like, it's my brother. I can hit him if I feel like it. But so what kind of case is it? Are you, how long did you serve in the service? When did you get out? If you're filing something, if you got out of the service here recently or you're about to get out, some of your easy ones are ones you get in right now without waiting 2 or 3 or 10 years to file. It stuff's right there in your service records. Don't wait. Okay. Get the claim filed. Is it presumptive? Where did you serve? If you're an Iraq or Afghanistan veteran, there's a long list of presumptives now. Do you have any of those? If so, those are easy claims. You shouldn't need someone's help to file those claims. Did you serve in Vietnam or Thailand?
It's an Agent Orange. Yeah, that's kind of
right. There's a whole list of those disabilities that, again, you shouldn't need someone's help to file for those. Now I say, I handle some claims I shouldn't. You would be amazed, all right, at how many, especially in the past 2 years, and it seems to be getting worse, not better. How many Agent Orange presumptive claims I've had to take. And look, you come to me and you've been denied this, I'm going to take your case. It's not going to take me long to win it. But heart disease, lung cancer, diabetes, here's the diagnosis. Here's my service record showing I was in Vietnam. And what happens? Why am I looking at a denial on this? Well, somebody thought you had to go out and get a nexus opinion, which you don't. And that examiner apparently didn't know that this condition is presumptive, and they're just answering the question as they know it and say, no, there's no link between lung cancer and Agent Orange, when yes, there is, and you don't need a nexus opinion in the first place. So why are you asking? And you end up with a denial on something like that. I've had several of those kinds of cases recently. So when I say the easy ones, unfortunately, sometimes the easy ones here lately aren't coming out to be that easy. But you should not need somebody in those situations. And if you are denied in those situations, it's presumptive, you can probably handle your own appeal on that. Ask for an HLR, get on the phone with them, say, look, I served in Vietnam. Here's my records. I've got a diagnosis of lung cancer or whatever it may be. Why is this denied? And that DRO is probably going to go, yeah, you're right. This should not have been denied. I'll take care of this. And now you've got your claim completed and you didn't need somebody like us. So there are plenty of times if you can. Now, at the same time, some people have busy lives and just don't want to fool with it. Or you've been fooling with it for 5 years, 10 years, and you're about to worn out and you feel like quitting. One big piece of advice I have there is don't quit. If you've been fighting a claim for a long time, do not quit until, at the very least, until you've got some very good expert telling you there's no use in you continuing, or let me try to help you with this.
Excellent.
So is this okay if I gotta piggyback on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we were going to come to you anyway, Dr. Brianna.
Like off the question, but I do want to say this, and I'm probably getting in trouble for this. Veterans, please educate yourself. So because I do the private DBQs and the private Nexus letters, I also know a lot of associates they work for your big companies that the third party VA companies that the VA hires to do your exam. A lot of these CMP examiners, I've had one that didn't even know what the PACAP was. So I hate to say this, but it's literally the truth. Please, if you can educate yourself, and when you do get these decision letters, read them. read them, because the mistakes do happen. And I'm just going to say that. And what he's saying about Agent Orange and things like that shouldn't be. Yes, it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
But they are being denied because sometimes of the lack of knowledge on all ends. So I'm just going to say that.
Okay. So my next question is, back again, Carrie, I'm back again. Which claims typically benefit from your representation?
So,
Going
I'm sorry.
from
Let's say that
hardest,
again.
which claims benefit typically from representation?
Okay.
Yeah, listen. We're not trying to put you in a corner, Carrie, because I know. But we are trying to give nuggets. Listen,
right?
we're on the Nugget
Hard
News
one.
channel. We're trying to give nuggets.
And part of the reason why I'm asking this is because we get veterans that say, I did my own appeal. My appeal got denied with this.
Right.
My appeal, so let's go from the appeal process all the way down, Carrie, as to why do you think appeals really benefit from representation? Why do you think HLRs and supplementals benefit when it comes to representation? I'm not really interested in the initial process, because we know sometimes initially you don't have all your ducks in a row and you gradually get there. Let's talk about appeals, HLR, and supplementals. Why do they benefit when it comes to representation in most cases?
Good.
So first, I do agree that you don't always need that. If you're going to prepare yourself and you can handle it yourself, that's fine. But it does, I hate to say this, it does depend on the representation. There's lots of representatives out there. I cannot say there's a whole lot of really good ones. There's a lot, but not, are we talking, fill out a form, appeal it to the board, or be able to write an appellate brief in federal court if you need to.
The ring light missing over.
There's a bunch of levels there. Where somebody would benefit with my representation, obviously, the difficult claims. Now, and I can only really speak for myself. I handle a number of claims that probably are simply never going to get granted in most circumstances without my work. I handle a few very mission specific types of claims where we're trying to establish some form of precedent for others to follow. For example, I handle a lot of Fort McClellan exposure type claims. VA does not understand Fort McClellan. I've been working on them for 15 years. I don't think they're gonna, because I'm not letting up on them. But those are very complicated cases. And you're probably not going to get anywhere most of the time on your own. There's always exceptions. We handle a lot of very devastating diseases that you wouldn't think could be related to military service. We have a disease we're working on now, inclusion body myositis. It is a devastating disease. It is not the diagnosis you want. You'll end up with loss of use of all four extremities, eventually on a feeding tube. It's ALS in slow motion, sort of. And we're working on that because we think whatever is causing ALS at a higher clip in veterans is causing IBM at a higher clip in veterans. And I'll just leave it at that. It gets rather complicated. There are tons of nuances in the law that, we mentioned the Spicer case earlier. Most people are not going to understand the nuances between secondary service connection and service connection based on aggravation, and why in the hell, excuse my French, are veterans getting denied when a nexus opinion says, yes, there's aggravation, but I can establish a baseline. So, I'll take that case. I don't care if they say we can't establish the baseline or not. because you can almost always establish some baseline.
Hmm.
And there's an argument there that, if you end up in federal court and force VA general counsel to go, yes, Your Honor, we acknowledge that this service-connected disability aggravated this non-service connected disability, but no, we're not going to award service connection. I mean, you better have some of your ducks in a row if you're going to stand there and say that. And I realize what the Spicer case says, what it says, but there are avenues to at least make a very compelling argument as to why those kind of benefits should be granted. And remember, most of the time we only have to shift the burden to the benefit of the doubt. And I realize that's not something VA seems to apply very well these days, and it's not. But when it gets down to the letter of the law, and you've got a judge looking at it, if you can shift it that far, sometimes you've turned an unwinnable case into a winnable case just by doing that much. I don't know if I'm answering your question.
That really does. That does help when it comes to why you need representation when it comes to certain cases, because like you said, there are some that are really more complex than, and sometimes the veteran can't see the complexity of it. For looking from the outside, it seems to be simple, but then like you say, when you have certain diseases now, when we talk about that, it goes back to the committee hearings where the VA has not updated the body system since 1945, right? They are now working on updated
some of them.
the body system.
Some of them, yeah, about 11 of them.
Some of them has been, 11 of them has been updated now. That's because why? There has been a push to get it done. Now, this is part of the reason why I created the Her Vets Voice, because women, the body structure for women has definitely, evolved over time, especially as a Black woman. There are a lot of things that Brianna can go like we experience, especially in childbirth and, growing and menopause and all the different things now that's out there with the VA, but they haven't adapted to the body structure of, women. Okay. And I can only speak for women because, I'm a woman. Now, men with breast cancer, those are things that the VA need to adapt to, undergoing. So when it comes to representation, Carrie, and those aspects of those cases, I fully agree with you when it comes very complex. Now, when you're dealing with a veteran, they're hard-headed. They think that they can conquer the world in every type of situation. And, I don't want to do it because people have manipulated my mind to think that you were taking my money and you're doing this and whatever. But nobody happens to see behind the scenes how hard you are working, especially on the weekends. And, they don't see that. They only see the outside part of you being successful, but nobody really sees the work that we as consultants and agents and whatever do behind the scenes to get them where they need to go.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a break. Go ahead, Carrie.
Well, that's a good point. So again, not going to VSOs, but I don't know how many cases I've seen where I'm looking at a prior case, a prior appeal, and it was a great issue that could definitely be one would have gotten the vet tremendous amount of retroactive benefits. And there's a legacy case and a supplemental statement of the case, or a statement of the case comes out and no Form 9 ever got submitted. And therefore that appeal died and the case never got substantiated to the Board of Veterans Appeals. And nothing anyone can do about it now. All right, if you've got somebody like us representing you, we cannot let that appeal expire. Not to say it never ever happens. Mistakes happen, especially when you got a large workload. But that's that should never happen with somebody that's accredited, and you're compensating hopefully only if they win the case. If you're compensating them before that, there's a problem. Your appeal should not expire because your representative should better not let it expire. But other people will and end up really causing damage to a case. So there are things like that to consider. Where it should be handled for you. Now, that doesn't mean you're never going to need to participate. If I need a lay statement from my client, I'm going to call them and tell them I need one, and they need to start putting pen to paper. But I'm going to help them with it too. So lots of things to consider like that.
Thank you for that. Dwayne, you want to get into a few questions for Carrie Natural and Dr. Brianna so we can get some questions answered if you would like?
Yeah, let me scroll. I've been
We have tons of questions, guys.
scraping the comment list. I've been scraping it. Give me 1 second.
I would like to, if that's okay,
Brianna.
like connect to what Mr. Carey just said. That he was saying that, you know, he needs late statements and he helped him with them. I can't tell you how important that is. I have seen someone come to me for a DBQ. I always ask for a late statement because I like to know a little bit of everything. But then they'll come to me with a DBQ and a nexus, and then they'll go submit these different lay statements and buddy statements that like literally say the opposite of what they're filing. Then you get this whole decision letter that says denied, but you said you were claiming migraines and you're missing 54 days of work, but yet your buddy statement says that you're missing work because you're back pain. So it's what he said about like helping with lay statements and things like that. It helps.
Right. And a good representative, if they're paying attention to your case, hopefully won't let that happen. Not saying it never will. We get a lot of cases where something like that has already occurred in the record. And, you know, and it was, did the veteran just not understand? Are we talking about two different things, or is there a credibility issue? It could be any number of them. Yeah.
Okay. We got a question. I would agree with excuse me, got tongue tag there. Get this a natural. A lot of us miss timelines or don't know. Can you explain the timeline from once you receive the decision letter, like 30 to respond for 365 days, the avenues for HLR? And I think this is where a lot of veterans get misconstrued because they don't know which timeline. Is it from the notification letter or from the decision letter? Go ahead, Natural.
Ooh, y'all would ask me when I'm on this treadmill. Hold on.
I can take it for you if you want to. You want to use a lifeline while you.
Okay, so you have a year from the date of your notification letter. When you receive
real quick, Natural.
Okay.
Can you give a description, an explanation in the difference between the notification letter and the decision letter? And who can
Yeah, I think that's important. Yeah.
So
I think that's hugely important.
let me just say, when you get the notification letter, you should receive the decision letter with it, but that don't always happen. So the decision letter it tells you, it explains your benefits and what we decided, if we granted or denied. The notification letter is basically, it's kind of, to me, because it's the same, but it's not the same. The notification letter tells you what your entitlements, like if you want to do a hearing, if you disagree, what your entitlements are, things of that nature. So when you receive your decision letter, you have decision. I say them together. Let me just say, I'm gonna say them together. Decision letter, notification letter. You have 1 year from the date that you receive that to make a claim, to do a supplemental on the things that you feel that was either underrated or denied. The 30-day thing is what I would say the 30 days are. If you have evidence that you feel that can sway our decision or whatever, you have 30 days to submit that evidence before we make the decision, not after, before, right? The 30 is typically once you receive the decision, if you come right back, which I recommend people so that you don't lose, like Perry was saying about the effective dates, you want to keep your effective date because that makes a difference in continuously pursued or not continuously pursued, right? So I tell a lot of people, before you jump to HLRs, sometimes you can do what we call a lower level review before you jump to doing a supplemental. If you disagree, you can do a notice of disagreement within 30 days of receiving that decision letter. In which a lower level review is to, if you feel like the VA did not have a lot, didn't look at some evidence. If you look at your evidence list and you know that you submitted PMR, private treatment records from another facility to support a grant, and you don't see it on the list, that's something that you could argue. If you see that you had an x-ray and it shows you have degenerative changes and there was a denial because you didn't have degenerative, you can, you know, argue that at that point, and submit that evidence at a local hearing. You can ask for that within 30 days. But that's the major difference between them.
Now, when you say the lower level, which form would they be submitting? Which VA prescribed claim form would they be submitting for that?
For the notice of disagreement?
No, when you said when they're doing the lower level.
You said the local hearing, I think.
They can submit a 4138. I always say the last numbers. They can do the 4138. They can do that, or they can submit it on a, what is that form?
0995.
Well, that's a supplemental. I want to say it's a lay statement or witness. I don't know. It's one of those 10 forms.
I know what you're talking about. I did a video on it. I can't think of the form name either.
Yeah, it's like 102 something.
Oh, yeah, 10210. You're talking about that statement for isn't that the buddy statement? Is that the buddy statement form?
It's like a lay statement of evidence or something like that. You can do either one of those forms, as long or if you have a VSO or a like Mr. Perry, they can submit all that and ask for a local hearing, and they can point out the evidence that was missed. Right? That's not a lot of. Go ahead.
Well, you're talking about before a decision, right?
No. I'm talking about like after they receive the decision letter, right? And they have a denial, and you look at the evidence list, right? And say that there is some evidence that was submitted that is not listed. Now, the RVSR could have just missed the evidence and not put it on there, but in reality, because that is a binding legal document, you have no, unless they say, hey, in the narrative, like we review treatment records from, I don't know, one of these hospitals or your private physician, you don't know if they actually reviewed it, right? So you can come back and say, hey, you didn't, I'm reviewing my decision letter. I had private treatment records. I had a nexus. I had this.
I see.
That was, you know, connected to service. It was not used in the evidence to make my decision. I want a hearing to discuss this.
Right, Carrie, I think Natural's talking about, you know, in that part of the decision letter up top where it says all of the evidence you submitted, right? Like, so it'll have your personal information up top. And then I think what Natural is saying is in that evidence list portion, if there's something missing from what you submitted initially for your claim and you were denied based on that missing evidence, I think what she's saying is you can submit something saying we need to talk about the fact that that evidence wasn't included.
Right, that evidence was.
No, go ahead.
And so typically what'll happen is it'll get assigned to an RVSR, they'll review the case, and then we'll either talk to the VSO or the veteran. Typically what happens is we'll ask the veteran, do you want to go to another exam? Typically they say yes, and then we send it off. But if we have the evidence to overturn what was decided, we'll go ahead and do it. Sometimes we'll go back and ask for a medical opinion based off of the evidence that wasn't submitted with the first decision. That's why it's important that people read their decision letters and notification letters to get an understanding of what their rights are before they jump to a HLR or a BVA case, because sometimes it can be handled at the lowest level and it cuts out time.
See, I don't know of a scenario that wouldn't require a supplemental 0995.
0995.
Because we, in our experience at least, that would get us a reject letter.
What you mean? If you do a hearing?
No, no.
Are you
So-
talking about a hearing for adverse action, or because that's what I'm thinking when you say 30 days? Request a hearing.
Right. So there's a few different times now under AMA, not
Okay.
legacy, but different, that you can have a hearing. Obviously, if VA's taken adverse action, like a reduction or a severance, and you
Yeah.
ask for a hearing within 30 days,
Right.
they can't take the action until until they give you the hearing. You can still ask for a hearing after 30 days, but they could take the action first if they so chose to. Under AMA, there's a specific regulation that allows you to ask for a predetermination hearing before VA makes a decision on the case. It's
Okay.
rarely ever
That's
used.
where we get mixed up.
Yeah, that's rare. That's because
Yeah.
typically they'll say, basically, like they'll say you're jumping the gun. That's what they'll
But
say.
you can do
Like
it. The law.
we haven't made a decision yet, but
Yeah.
some VSOs will do that because they've seen the evidence and they know it's going to be a denial. So they'll go ahead and jump the gun and ask for a hearing, but we can't do it before we've made a decision.
Oh, you can do a hearing. It's just a predetermination hearing.
Right.
I've done one or two, in a complicated cases. I mean, that's not something I generally do.
Yeah, that's an interesting. So Carrie, you're saying a predetermination hearing before you would file something like an HLR or anything. So you're saying on the 0995?
Before you even get a decision, so you file the claim, all right, either a supplemental or a 526.
Yep.
And before you get a decision, you can ask for a pre-adjudication hearing, essentially.
Interesting. Yep.
Now, you might get the deer in the headlights look from VA.
Okay.
Because it's so rarely.
Yeah, that's very rare. Yeah,
Those
so rarely
bad
done.
readers.
that's a nugget for me, for sure.
That it exists. But it does exist. You can ask for that. What I'm not familiar with is after that rating decision, using that 4138 and to get them to relook at it. In my experience, that something like that gets us a reject letter saying you filed on the wrong form, which if you can do that, if you can do the 4138 or 10182, that would be great, because that might save us a supplemental appeal or an HLR appeal. But that's always gotten us a reject letter from, because and most, my opinion here, VA does a few things wrong. They allow the intake teams to look at the forms and decide if the form is adequate to do a certain thing. And if the intake team, who are not raters, who are not DROs, decide that form is not proper, they're going to send you a reject letter, and they're going to they're going to cancel out that end product in the system, and you don't have a claim until you respond to that reject letter. That's a really big problem in VA right now.
It does do that. It does go to a claim intake person first. But what I would say, I guess, in that aspect, I guess go ahead and do the 4138 with the 0995 so that it'll get past them, and so the end product will get established, and let the rater do. You know.
Well, those reject letters, obviously sometimes they're correct, but a lot of times they're not. A lot of times they're not. And if a veteran out there doesn't otherwise know, that claim's gone. It's never going to get adjudicated again until like me sees it 5 years later and go, no, that was illegal. You've still got a claim pending.
Tasha, we are past segment 2. We are in the window for segment 3. But before we get that, I get beat up a lot of times for using acronyms on my channel by veterans. Like, you use these acronyms. We never worked for the VA. We don't know what it means. And Natural just said EP. Natural, can you explain what the acronym EP means for our veterans, please?
Oh, it's an end product. It is what we establish to assess the claim. Basically, if a brand new claim can either be a 010 or 110, a claim for increase or new is a 020, supplemental could be a 040, 04 HLR, 040 DTA. I know I'm talking about stuff people don't know, but that's more what an EP is. It's called an end product. It's in the manual. Y'all look up everything else in the 38 CFR. Look up end product.
All right. Go ahead and bump that up from 10 to 12 on that treadmill. You got our permission.
So before we
Yeah.
go forward, Raider was talking about a car, and a car is the claim accuracy review. And he mentioned that a car can be done within 30 days of the rating. It's mostly done with the HLR decisions. So that's also an option. If you haven't done a claim accuracy review, we can discuss that a little bit later, but thank you for that, Raider.
Yes, he made the comment on my channel as well, and
okay.
there are some questions stacking up. So if you want to move into segment 3, or Dewayne, if you want to kind of pop up some of the questions that we've got from the chat, this is not going to stop throughout our 6 hours. But we want to make sure we capture. Let me say a quick note about that. For those of you who are asking questions, we are going to do our most due diligence to answer everyone's questions.
Yes.
I am collecting all of the questions, and in our post-production products, we will either answer your questions on another live, or we will produce documents that have your questions answered from what we talked about in the live, or from what we can get from the experts. So you are not going to be left out. So continue to ask your questions. I appreciate it. I appreciate where everybody's joining from. We got people from Nevada, Las Vegas. We got people from Texas. We got people from all over. So thank you guys so much for joining us. Dewayne, did you want to hit a couple of questions before we move to the next segment?
I think we probably got time for one, because it's 10:34
Okay.
and 10:35. We're going to segment
Sounds good.
3. I don't think this is a question, maybe a question/comment. My VA doctor won't even do a letter stating that my conditions are static, even though my code sheet says that. I guess where I'm confused is it
Why do
doesn't
you
make
do
sense for your doctor to even state that the condition is static. If it's on the code sheet,
Exactly.
you're good to go. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't worry about that.
Well, can I?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Technically, a disability doesn't come static until 5 years, right? So it's in the system, that is like a default type of thing that we can't change. We can't like go past that without choosing something. But it tells us it's a static disability. You need a routine future, or no exam, or something like that. So that's just like a default thing. It doesn't mean, because if it was static, we wouldn't have proposal to reduce and all that type of stuff. So a lot of veterans are getting so caught up in wording, and that's what gets them tripped up, because for the life of me, I don't know why people keep coming back once they've hit this 100% mark and they all static. No. The disability becomes static after 5 years. The percentage after 5 years, we have to do that 2 examination thing, and then we can reduce it. But anything before 5 years is up for grabs to get reduced.
So
And then
Brianna, go ahead.
The car. I wanted to comment on the car.
Sure.
I think you said Raider did that. That's typically filed for like incorrect effective dates, errors, like if they remove a dependent or something like that, missed issues, the calculations in their rating, overall percentages and stuff. Yeah, that can be filed within 30 calendar days of your VA notification letter. So I just wanted to add that part.
Excellent. Brianna, real quickly before we move to the next segment, when you think about ratings that might wind up, upon review to be, say, permanent and total or static, is there anything that goes through your mind from the CMP examiner side where you say, oh, it looks like this veteran's condition might fall under that category of not being able to improve? I just wanted to kind of hear your perspective when it comes to this particular question.
So if there's a condition that might not improve, I will write that in my remarks section. But as
Okay,
far
interesting.
as like when I do the exam, am I like looking for, oh, this is going to get you 50, this is going to get you this? I don't, that's kind of like not what I focus on. I just focus on what evidence I have and my examination.
Excellent. I think that's a good thing for veterans to hear because, you know, what we're talking about in this live is everybody's role in the process. And kind of like what Natural said before, veterans get caught up in all this wording. What you really need to understand is what your conditions are. What is your condition list? What have you experienced? What's your medical record looking like, right? Because I think a lot of veterans try to, in the Navy, we call it sea lawyering. You know, they try to say, hey, listen, this regulation said I'm supposed to have this or I'm supposed to have that. Take your time, calm down. There are experts and there are officials who can help walk you through these things, no matter what direction you decide to go, whether you decide to go the accredited route or get an educational consultant to kind of walk you through some of these things. There are people who can assist and can help you work through some of these acronyms that Dewayne was talking about and kind of get you the help that you need. All right, let's roll to segment 3 if we're ready.
Segment 3, and we are moving just good along. But before I say this, Brianna, I am going to have you on my channel because there's so much that we should talk about and we should discuss. So please look out at some of these questions we are going to be answering. But I have a little spin to it when it comes to, you know, our women body structure and how it can correlate. So I'm just going to let you know that now. We're going to talk. But anyway, we are in segment 3. And this is going to be a DBQ segment. Yes, Carrie is going to be the DBQ segment.
Yes, Carrie, DBQs.
And Brianna, we are going to talk about the DBQs, why, what the VA thinks, the bias, the discussions, how can a DBQ be persuasive? Let's get into the DBQ questions. So I want to ask this question straight off the bat to you, Brianna and Carrie. Do you think that the VA have a bias against private DBQs? And if you think so, why?
Okay. Well, I think I would be wrong to say that they don't, right? Like, who doesn't have bias with anything? That is so tricky, right? Because when you go private, you are looking for someone to pay like attention, right? You want somebody that's finding all the needles in the haystack that no one's looking for. So, I mean, you could be the VA's best friend or the worst enemy. So, yeah, why not be biased, right?
I'm waiting for Dewayne to answer this.
Yeah, you know, I'm like, what is that? The NPHR, the drag strip racers. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Dewayne's pretty occupied with some of these questions.
And let me say this: a DBQ is a disability benefits questionnaire. Okay, that is the questionnaire that examiners use to complete before it goes to the rater. That's the questionnaire. So let me just say that. But go ahead, Brianna. It's all yours.
So that's kind of my answer on that one. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if
hey, can a rater be included in this question?
Do you know what? Go back. Yes. You put that incline to 15. And
I am, but I got to answer this question. But I'm gonna let Carrie go on.
Not yet. It's not your turn yet. But yes.
I want to hear that.
Listen, and natural. We may invite Raider HQ to balance this thing out a little bit and come up and help you out.
I want to hear
let
that.
Me know if you want us to drop the link so you can answer this as well.
Yeah, Raider HQ, you can pop in, brother, if you like.
Yeah.
So Perry said I got the mic. Okay, listen.
Yeah. No, you don't have the mic yet, Natural. No, you do not.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Let me go back to working.
I want Carrie to answer, Dewayne to answer, and then you have the mic. And if Raider wants to come up to talk about this as well, then you have the mic.
Okay.
Raider, you're not going to be a distraction, so you can come on if you would like. If I'm Dewayne, if that's okay, you can say Raider.
Only if Raider, if you don't do this when you come on, I will remove you from the panel.
He's not going to show his face, Dewayne. So no.
He know what I'm about to say.
Okay.
Get to the chopper. I'm gonna leave it right there.
Oh yeah, we love the Schwarzenegger impression.
If you don't start with that, we're gonna have a problem. We're gonna have to get to the chopper. Go ahead.
We'll send you the link. We'll send you the link, Raider. We'd love to have you join us.
Awesome. Go ahead,
I think I
Carrie.
still got his email.
So, all right. Yes, yes, in general,
Okay.
VA has a bias.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't mean everybody in VA has a bias. So if you're in VA, don't think I'm saying you have a bias. But many people in VA do have biases. There's a regulation and a statute that says if I think my TV just turned on.
Oh yeah, it did behind you. Yeah.
Behind you, yeah.
Somebody did say that dog sounded like a
It's on the
dog.
timer, maybe.
Let me. I don't know how that happened. Let me go turn that off real fast.
Okay.
Listen, this is what we want. This is what
And
we
the
want in
reason
this
why
live.
I
You gotta
want to
have
leave
those
natural for the last is because I want her to hear everything first before she makes her, her spill on this. So natural, I got you. Okay.
My dog was on the remote. Okay.
Okay.
So there's a regulation and statute in VA that says essentially when VA receives a private examination, if that examination is adequate for rating, then it is not necessary to obtain a VA examination to confirm it. Now, the problem with that regulation is it is discretionary. For years, there have been a push to make it mandatory. In fact, as a policy chief, I wrote up a legislative proposal to do just that. As long as the private examination was adequate for rating. Now, a lot of people from the top would push back. Well, private exams just say what what people want them to say, and the answer there is, well, so do VA exams. Well, the private exams charge money. Well, you telling me VA contractors don't? So there's always a yin for that yang. But the push was, as long as the exam is adequate, use it. Why expend VA resources when you don't have to? If you question the credibility and can say why, then you can say it's not adequate and go get one from the VA. So there's a very easy answer to this. Somebody from central office called me about 3 weeks ago asking where that proposal was, because it's come back and they want to revisit it. And I still had the proposal, and I'm sure it's still in central office. They just didn't know how to find it. And so that idea has been kicked around for a good 15, 20 years. And it's always the people, and I'm talking everybody wanted it, but yet nobody would do it. And it was always that little hinge of bias that stopped it. Now, and that trickles down to the lower level. I've seen a ton of rating decisions and sometimes even board decisions straight out try to assert that a certain exam is not adequate because it was done by not done by VA or done through over the phone. That's a good one when VA does telehealth exams themselves, or ACE exams themselves. So yes, it's biased. The question I would say, is it adequate for rating? If you're going to question the credibility of it, you better have good reason to do so. Do we use private exams? Yeah, when we need them. But we also use very reputable examiners that tell us no all the time. And we don't want someone who's going to tell us yes all the time. If it's a yes man out there, and there are plenty, we don't use and our examiners review the complete file and formulate a good rationale. Or if we can't make the link between A and B, we don't make it. All right, we're not. In other words, I'm saying VA wants to, take a look at our stuff. Come on, take a look. And that's fine with us. I'm going to look at your stuff, and I can find bias the other direction a whole lot more. And so there, that's my 2 cents.
I think that's a perfect time to bring Raider HQ up.
Raider, you got Dwayne, I think. Do you see Raider, Dwayne?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay.
Raider. Remember the disclaimer. I'm about to add you to the stage. Here we go. Raider HQ.
Sitting here with you has been amazing. I've been listening to each and every one of you. You are each trendsetters in this, and it is truly amazing. I am taken back. Sorry.
Wow. Is that Raider or is that Schwarzenegger?
You know what? When we did a live and he was doing that, I'm like, man, wait a minute. I can't find that in my stream deck. He was like, no, I'm impersonating. I'm like,
you could probably start a whole nother channel, Raider, on that impersonation.
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
not going to do it. Luna gets mad. She's like, who's in my house?
This is absolutely amazing. Amazing. Raider, I'm sorry to bring you up on this. I've seen you in the chat. Welcome, guys. Raider is an ex-VA Raider as well, recently retired. Great.
He needs no introduction.
He has board accredited claims. That is that is where he works as an accredited agent, helping with Blake as well as helping many veterans. Always awesome, always well, has his rants, truly respect them. Let's get on it, Raider. How are you? Thank you for joining.
Thanks for joining us, Raider.
Yep, thank you, sir.
Doing pretty good.
And thank you for the Arnold Schwarzenegger. You did it more than expected. Thank you.
So let's get into the question, Raider. Do you think that the VA have a bias against private DBQs? Because I want Dwayne to answer, and then I want Natural to answer. So let's get into it.
I think that there is a systemic procedural bias. The way the M21 is written, it has layer upon layer against private DBQs. If you go into the authenticity, credibility, and sufficiency section of the M21, even the signature requirements are drastically different. Like what a VA provider has to put in their signature versus what a private DBQ individual has to put in there. So it's an inherent bias that's built upon. So psychologically, because I'm a mental health provider, psychologically, if you start telling people that this person is not the same as that person over there from a fundamental standpoint, they have to prove more to me than, say, this VA provider. You can trust them. Then it builds, like, that's what you do day in and day out. It starts building neural pathways to instantly trust the VA provider versus having apprehension towards the private DBQ provider. And I'll say that a lot of the times in 2026, in my opinion, it's gotten much worse for private medical providers because there's a lot of things that are being used wrong. Like if you go into the authenticity, like the 100-mile rule, which is being quoted out of context every single time because there's 2 bullet points underneath of it that say, and the provider says that they have constant treatment with the veteran. That, like, what happens is staff members typically only read that. You pulled it up. Okay, cool.
Had it ready. I was bringing receipts.
We got you prepared, Raider.
Okay. And that the examiner was completed in person. So now, oftentimes this has to do with a lack of training, a lack of accountability, because QMS reviews, quality management system reviews for Raiders, 3 a month. So it's like when the cat's away, the mice will play type situation. There's nobody really holding the rules and regulations, like the Raiders, accountable for it. So they can do 100 claims a month and only 3 of them are reviewed. 97 of them are just the Wild West of whatever that person's own internal bias is. So yeah, I think that there is a inherent bias against them. But on the flip side, I also believe that if you're going to be persuasive to me as a Raider, then the things that are said in the private medical opinion and the private DBQ have to match the evidence. You have to be able to show more than tell. You have to show. So, and that's where a lot of the times I would disqualify private medical opinions. If you have a 6-page private medical opinion and you do not once cite the medical evidence that was used to come to your determination from the veteran's records, not from science, right? The problem is when private providers provide a book report to raters, it's not persuasive because raters grant and deny every day. Do not tell me it's medically possible that sleep apnea can be due to PTSD. I've granted it. I've also denied it. I mean, and that's the failure that I see in a lot of private medical opinions and private DBQs is that they don't take into account, like, it's like they're trying to prove it for the first time. This veteran, abnormal gait can cause the back to go out of, and they go off on that. Cool. That's not what I care about. I care about, in this veteran's case, is that true?
I think, Raider, I think that's a good sort of thought process and corrective. I think if we're speaking from the veteran's perspective, I think and Dr. Coates, I'd love for you to hop in on this. I think when we're speaking from the veteran's perspective, it's difficult for their record to tell that story, to lean all the way into their VA claim. And so a lot of times what veterans will go out and do is they'll try to get the nexus letters so that they can prove that level of service connection. Naturally, you can jump in on this as well. And so I think a lot of veterans Raider feel like, man, like they just don't believe me. I know I've experienced this, right? And for some procedural element, they're going to deny me because they think I'm trying to pull one over. Right. And so, yes, I agree with you that, like, you can't layer studies and scholarly articles on top of things if it doesn't apply to you. But at the same time, I think veterans start to think, well, how do I become credible when I don't really have the evidence I need from the record to kind of buttress that? I'd like to hear your response on that, Raider, and then Dr. Coates, and naturally you guys can jump in.
I think that's the current disconnect, or the current, we have a transitional type issue between what treatment looks like and what VA disability looks like. They don't line up exactly. Okay. So in a perfect world, your VA provider should be able to tailor your evidence in such a way that it complements a particular claim.
Sure.
Oftentimes you have to be your own advocate. You have to do secure messaging. You have to reiterate. You have to do this. But evidence is the foundation for this. You might not win with the rater initially, but you want a higher statistical probability of winning with a DRO. That having evidence that chronologically and logically supports the outcome that the private medical opinion and DBQ came to. That's it. I mean, it all comes down to the evidence. I always say evidence willing. If the evidence is willing, it will get you there. It's not a persuasive argument, and I know that I don't want to even begin to know what Carrie's side of the fence is, but making a legal argument to a person that's not a lawyer, that doesn't have a medical background, is not a persuasive argument, unfortunately. So you just have to show them things. Half the time the VSRs, and Natural can support this, the VSRs are literally looking for anything that says the words diagnosis on there to get, or it shows that the things in it match up. So I don't know. Makes
sense. Yeah, great point. Dr. Coates, did you have something to add on there from the?
So I would just say, I just want to first point out that I've done both. I've done private and I've done third party through the VA. And the videos you watch just to be qualified is not enough. So I do want to say yes on the diagnosis part, but I also want to say privately, I feel that makes a big difference. And I can't, I'm not biased either way. I mean, I've done both. But even with records, when we talk about looking for a diagnosis, I can't tell you how many VA records that I go through where your doctors or your nurse practitioner are writing symptoms, giving meds, but still not giving the diagnosis. Now, let's just talk about medicine as a whole. When you go through, rather it's MD school, nurse practitioner school, when you give a medication, when you write a prescription for a medication, you have to give the reason, which is the diagnosis for that medication. I can't tell you how many veterans come because they've been giving migraine medication, but there is no diagnosis and their claim is denied. So a lot of veterans are like, I've been taking medication and it's been upped and changed, and but I'm still being denied. So I think when we talk about why people go privately, it's because because a lot of raters have, and it's nothing towards anybody, no medical background. You'll say you don't have a diagnosis, but this person has been taking medication because someone did not, and it's like arrows in everyone's part because someone did not write the migraines diagnosis. But however, you can't really prescribe that medication without giving the reason. So it's a migraine medication I had to write. I gave it for migraines. But then the raters will come and deny you don't have a diagnosis. So when we talk about why people go privately, that I would say that is one of the big reasons.
Excellent. Natural. I know you got something to say.
Wait, well, Dewayne.
No, let her go.
Dewayne,
Okay, go ahead.
I'm still warming up my tire.
Okay, go ahead, Natural.
You know I'm ready. Go ahead, Natural.
We off the credit now.
I'm not, but I got off of this. Okay. So I don't really per se have a bias on the private DBQs. This is where I have the problem. Some of the private DBQs are outlandish. When I say outlandish, I'm saying like the ranges of motions are out the window. Like some of these ranges of motions, you can't move. You know, and if I look on there and it says veteran walked into the office, properly groomed, and all that, and I'm like, how's your limitation and your flexion like this? But you said they walked in, they're pleasant, this is it. Same thing with mental health. You're telling me this person is total and social occupational impaired, and they have delusions, hallucinations, and all this, but they can handle their finances. They don't groom themselves properly. They need people to help with their ADLs and stuff like that. That's where I have an issue. When the evidence of record does not support what that private DBQ is saying. Also, a chiropractor can't diagnose a mental health condition. The veterans be going to chiropractors. They go to, now if a social worker is under a psychiatrist and the psychiatrist sign off on it, I go with it, right? But the evidence of record has to support the symptomology of that DBQ. I'm not going to give someone 100% for a mental health when I look in their VBA or they private treatment records and they say, oh, this medication I'm taking, I feel wonderful. I'm not depressed anymore. And I know, you know, as a veteran, mental health waxes and wanes. It waxes and wanes. I get it. But if you're telling me on this day you seen this person one time, and this is your deduction after reviewing what I'm looking at, there's no way you could review what I'm looking at because you wouldn't come up with the conclusion that this person is total and social occupation impaired, right? And then when the medical opinion is based off of what the veteran has said, not what the evidence has said. They give a rationale based off of veteran said, blah, 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 blah. There is no, I can go in there and say all of that. Where is the medical literature? Where is the medical evidence to back up me giving this person this particular percentage? That's when I do. That's when I send for a VA exam. And I cite why. I cite why I am not accepting that private DBQ in my deferral and in my examination. Do I attach it? Yes, I attach it as evidence, but I also, attach the supporting evidence in that with that DBQ. That's my caveat to it. I do think there is bias because some raters they just like a deer in the headlight. Oh, it's a private DBQ. Now some people they just grin off of it. They don't care. They just grin. And that's fine. But then you have a rater like me that comes behind them and be like, what? If and this is where the veterans sometimes get themselves in trouble when they come in for an increase. If you are 100% for mental health, why are you coming in for an increase for mental health? Now you force me to look at everything. And I'm going to say, okay, this wasn't even warranted. Now, then that's when the proposal to reduce come in, and this is where a lot of people shoot themselves in the foot. Like Raider said, we get three QRs a month. Now you may be one of those that slipped through the crack that you shouldn't have gotten it. We're not going to catch it sometimes until you come back. That's when I say sometimes you should just leave well enough alone. And this is what gets a lot of people in trouble, because some of them don't even read the DBQs that they pick up from these private providers. Some providers, they didn't even provide a signature bar or MPI. They don't know that we check the MPI numbers. I had one time where I don't know what the examiner was doing, but he gave an address of a laundromat. I'm not taking that because we check MPIs. Well, let me say we're supposed to.
Not the laundromat.
It was a laundromat.
Wow.
Or the examiner was retired. They're no longer practicing. Or one of them had their stuff suspended or revoked or whatever it's called when the doctors no longer have their credentials. How are you still practicing? So there's a lot of things that go into when a good rater gets it versus when someone's just trying to get production.
Excellent. I feel like we got a batting lineup of heavy hitters that are ramping to go. So Dewayne, give us what you got.
Waiting for his turn.
Do it.
I'm just waiting. All right. I and Carrie may remember this. I rated, when I started rating, it was no VBMS. It was RBA 2000. I don't know if you remember that, Carrie.
Oh, I do.
Rating, yep. So VA has come a long way. And
I
sometimes,
remember when it was still DOS.
yeah.
Oh wow.
And so people say, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about, Dewayne, because the things have changed." A lot of these regulations that pertains to private DBQs are the same when I rated, because I was rating before VA introduced these DBQs and even after. And I've never received a quality error from RQRS, and Raider knows what RQRS is, when I used a private DBQ and when I used it over a VA third-party DBQ. Now, I am a huge component of private DBQs as long as they are completed the way that Carrie said they needed to be completed, the way that Natural said they need to be completed, and the way that Raider said they need to be completed. I am not wasting VA resources to send a veteran to an unnecessary exam when that private evidence falls under 38 CFR 3.326 subpart B, and that's what Carrie stated earlier, when the evidence is adequate for rating purposes. And that's where veterans get it wrong, because they say, well, they shouldn't have done it per this regulation. It says may not. So then it becomes the discretion of the VA rater. Now we talk about, is the VA rater biased? The VA is nothing more than two letters on a building. So when I look at it, I say, are VA raters biased? Yes, there's a lot of them out there, because guess what? I worked with some of them, and I've heard what they said, and I've called CUEs on them like Natural did, because they did it the wrong way. A lot of times we'll get emails from my coach, hey, the front office wants this rated really, really quick. Can you just make a decision? If the veteran if the veteran disagrees, then they can just file an appeal. You need to take it out of my queue.
Yeah.
Because I'm not doing that. I am not doing it. If I need to request a CMP exam, I'm going to do it. If not, I'm not going to do it. But it's based off what a little bit of what Natural said, what Raider said, and what Carrie said. And at the end of the day, two things, it's up to the Raider. And if they look at and how they interpret that VA regulation. And I brought a gift for Carrie. I don't know if he saw in my background, Carrie, just to give you a little bit of anxiety.
I know what you're about to do.
Right there. You remember those days. You remember those days, right?
Listen, we don't want anybody to get triggered in the chat.
You got your thumb glue next to you?
Yeah. So even that thing is tabbed. I got my old VA rating scheduler back over there when I used to put on my desk. All of that. So
good old days.
Yeah. I used private, and even and I know I'm gonna get some flack from some people on this. Even if I was going through this claims process again, I'm not going to a CMP exam. Now, I'm not telling any veteran not to go. It's totally up to you. I know I was trained by the VA and I understand what needs to go in that DBQ. Like Natural said, if that DBQ from that private doctor have you looking like Rambo and the first Rambo, the second Rambo, the third Rambo, your claim is a hot mess, okay? And you were just basically, maybe, I don't know, a dental hygienist and you never deployed anywhere. That's a serious problem.
Raider, now you got to come up with a Stallone impression since he mentioned Rambo.
Be honest, and if you get that from that private examiner and it looks that way, you need to go back and say, "Hey, Houston, we got a problem. This is it doesn't cover whatever." Now, Natural did bring up something that I look at a little bit different. When I saw claims with veterans, mental health, total and social, and they showed up naturally groomed. And I had to learn this from a military sexual trauma claim. And a veteran's in the examiner said, "Oh, she came in with her makeup on. Well done." And in that, when I saw the appeal, the veteran says, "I was sexually assaulted. It was very traumatic. And I look this way to mask how I'm feeling."
Mm-hmm.
So, as Raiders, we are looking at a lot of information. And then I just showed you the M21-1. I'm constantly in there, pulled it up. And I think that's where things get crossed, because I've been in situations where another Raider and I went back and forth. Another Raider said, "Hey, I think you should deny." I'm like, "Hey, let's grant." We go to someone in our quality team, and they were like, "Neither one of you are wrong. You can actually deny it and be right, and grant it and be right."
Mm-hmm.
So, the regulations are there, but sometimes there is some gray areas. And then the human factor, we may look at the same regulation and interpret it different, just like the M21 that I showed. And Raider called it out. And he said, let me pull it back up real quick.
100-mile rule.
Yeah, I'm trying to go as fast as I can. So that's why I'm talking fast, okay?
Yes, it's the inauthenticity,
right? So
in 21,
right? So some veterans have told me, "Well, Dewayne, the VA told me my examiner has to be within 100 miles." Where does it say that in here? It says is located in a reasonable distance, generally more than 100 miles from the veteran's place of residence. Yet the provider report, and Raider called this out. Yet, so you have to look at that. And I don't think some VA Raiders are looking at that. And I guess one time somebody said, "Hey, you popped up in some VA training." And I'm like, "How did I pop up in some VA training?" Right?
I've seen that. Actually, I have it. I do have it.
If you want me to sign it for you, just
yes, I do.
Give your autograph.
I'll sign it for you. But the thing of it is, how is that being portrayed in that training? Is she just saying 100 miles, and then the VA employee saying, "Oh, they have to be within 100 miles," but not giving these other two bullet comments, regularly seeing the veteran as a patient. I heard Kerry say this earlier. You could do telehealth and telemental.
Yeah.
Right? That counts, So I wouldn't say VA bias per se. I'm looking at more those VA Raiders. And I still know, I don't mind pulling a Band-Aid. I'm not going to call them out, but I know some of them, they still work there and they shouldn't be a Raider, because I never felt that they were doing it the right way when I was there, and they're still doing it that way. So, man, that's my 2 cents.
You had a lot to get off your chest, Dewayne.
Yeah.
Okay,
you had a lot to get off your chest.
We talked a little bit about DBQs. What about Nexus opinions, Raider?
Those are the most scrutinized, because it's the most subjective information that's put together in a very specific way. I will say this is just my own personal opinion, but oftentimes I will see medical opinions that are written as if they want it to fail, so that way it can go to the board. Wow. It's made on legal precedent. It's not made on medical precedent. The only thing that you had to ever do with me is convince me that you have used the information to come to an informed decision. Mm-hmm. And it comes down to the authenticity, credibility, and sufficiency reviews that staff members have to do on these. If it looks like the provider is biased and that they want the outcome, not that they're reporting the outcome, then that always raised red flags with me I will look harder at it, rather than if you just tell me, look, this is what they've got going on. I'm going to account for all the multi-factors involved. So age is not a factor for this because they're only this old. Their genetics do not predispose them to have this condition. As long as you have mentally thought it out more than me, right? That's what I'm looking for. Is I'm looking for a medical professional to flex their medical muscles more than me. If I could have done the exact same thing that you did in your medical opinion, then you didn't win me over. Now I can only speak to me, right? But I did train a lot of Raiders, and that's what I would say is, if they're just providing their medical expertise and that's the conclusion they came to, and it made sense, right? There's no conflicting evidence in there, then grant when you can, deny when you must. And that's the philosophy that should be upheld.
Can you say that again, Raider? Because a lot of people think out there that we are trained, we go through training just to deny the claim. I've heard that. And I tell people we go through training.
I think that's a misnomer.
Unfortunately, we do have to deny sometimes, and we have to know how to do it when we deny, and we also have to know how to grant. So if you could say that again, Raider, so it will stick with people.
The VA's philosophy at every single team meeting was grant when you can, deny when you must. It was reinforced time and time again. And the problem is that if the veteran could see behind the scenes, then they might know why they were denied. In the absence of understanding, the imagination will well, I had all the evidence. Did you? I mean, if I could wave a magic wand, and if I had Doug Collins' ear, I would make long form narratives a mandatory requirement across the board, so that way everybody could understand what evidence weighed in their favor, what evidence weighed against them. And then that way, maybe the veteran community could put their frustration in the right box, I guess. Sure. If it's a lack of evidence, then we need to, if you want to fix this, gather more evidence. Don't just be mad at the people.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say real quick, Tasha, before you go with that statement, I want to be respectful of Kerry's time. I think he has a cutoff of 11 his time. So whenever you get ready to move, let's move to segment 6 about appeals, higher level reviews, and board appeals, and then we'll switch back to our earlier.
Before we do that, Kerry, I want you to look at that folder again, because I just want to make that my early Christmas present to you, to take you back in time, because I know you, and people don't believe me. People think that's a lot. That's 2 volumes. I've read 20 volumes. Exactly. Thank you. Say it again, Kerry, because people say, that's a lot.
That's about 30 minutes.
And I seen those things pushed around on carts because they were 15.
Oh my gosh.
So that's my early Christmas present to you, Kerry. So you can just reminisce if you need me to.
Listen, Kerry, that looks like discovery in a legal office.
You're a guy after my own heart, I'm telling you.
What say you, Brianna, about the nexus? And then we're going to get into appeals, because I got a couple questions for Kerry as well. Go ahead.
All right. I think I can extend my time a little bit here.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Kerry.
But I'm just saying
you're cut off time. Okay, wonderful.
I would like to weigh in on the medical opinions once.
Okay, sure, absolutely. Go ahead, Brianna.
No, I'll wait.
Okay.
Come on. I do agree with, what is it, Raider HQ. I do agree with him.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's who it is, Doctor.
Okay,
Coates.
that works too. So outside of what I do privately, I'm very invested in the veteran community, as I told my story at the beginning. So I go to different events, talk to a lot of people, but long story short, there are providers out here writing nexus letters for toenails. We're just at this point making up stuff. Nothing's in the records. We're talking about things that if you take Tylenol tomorrow, it's done. It's acute. It probably happened because I don't know, you walk through the forest. I don't know, but so I do agree with the whole nexus letter thing. You do have providers out here writing things. For one, sometimes they don't even need nexus letters, and then 2, I don't understand, you pay what for what. So I would just say, pretty much everything he said. The nexus letter really needs to support the medical opinion. needs to talk about what evidence, where you got it from. Like you just can't just make up stuff out of dust. So I mean, that would be my opinion on that.
Excellent, excellent.
Carrie, did you want to chime in? I know you said you had.
Yeah, I would like to add on just the whole exam medical opinion process as a whole. I mean, if somebody's looking for a lack of credibility, they're probably going to find it.
True.
That's their goal. And I don't think most veterans as a whole have a lack of credibility, maybe a lack of understanding all the time. But yeah, there's some ones out there that with dubious credibility, but as a whole, veterans are credible.
I agree.
On the medical opinion issue, I agree 100% with what Raider HQ said. I'm glad you pointed to the M21 there, because it's amazing to me how a small nuance can be interpreted, from, we'll say, headquarters, can be interpreted as marching orders for something very specific when they may not have meant that. Yeah, are they going to scrutinize private opinions? Yeah, and they should. And I agree with what everybody said. You need to have your ducks in a row. If you're going to make an opinion, it should be based on the record. It can be based on things outside the record, credible testimony. What about combat veteran testimony? There are a number of things that come into play there, including the evidence of record, and it should not be diametrically opposed, the evidence of record. But there are, so the medical opinion portion, it almost always is diametrically opposed, because if you're getting a private opinion, you probably got a negative VA opinion. And it's the negative VA opinions that I have to harp on. And I do this not from a down at the weeds level. I'm harder on VA leadership because that's where a lot of this stuff comes from. It's just by the time it gets down to the individual level, it can be magnified. I did the 2010 NEMR. I was in charge of all the policy on that. And I was at it was the Seattle DROC at the time, and all the NEMR folks were there, and we got into a similar discussion. And I asked, you have a private, whether you're talking medical opinion or exam, private one, and you have a VA one. Which one do you have to follow? Almost every person in the room said you had to follow the VA one. Not the one that's most adequate. No, you had to follow the VA one. That's not an individual down in the weeds problem. That's a leadership problem. Whether that leadership are your RQRS guys, don't get me started on RQRS, or the National STAR team. My last position in VA was the senior reviewer on the STAR team, and I reviewed their error calls, not the fields. They didn't like that very much.
Well, real quick, Carrie, I received a couple of errors from STAR team out of Nashville, and I rebuttal in one. Can you explain what that STAR team does, just real quick, if you can?
So they take what is supposed to be a statistically valid sample from each regional office. If you're talking about raters versus authorizers versus medical opinions, or not medical opinions, VA exams, and they're supposed to follow policy, follow the law, and is there an error? What kind of error is it? And those error calls, one, they have to get corrected by the regional office if it stands up, and those error calls go to the national accuracy rate of VA. So they're very important. Now, I know they say the national accuracy rate is about 90-some%. That's hogwash. That's a big story.
I second that.
But that's what the National STAR is, and that's been around. It's a program that's rooted in statute. A lot of government programs have to have a national quality assurance of some form. The RQRS program got started around 2013, 2014 as an offshoot of that. I took part in part of its development. I was actually opposed to it, but we all had orders to follow, because one, the field was scared enough from a STAR. You don't need a bunch of super DROs telling other raters, RO, that they made errors, and there's been plenty of instances where those local RQRS guys are driving bad policy. And a lot of it comes to medical opinions too, which is the topic. So I don't know, hopefully that answers your question. But the medical opinion world, apart from like Rater headquarters said, you're going to scrutinize it down at the weeds level, but at the higher level, VA opinions are not under any quality review. DBQs are, all right. Medical opinions are not. And the low-hanging fruit in this area of the claims process is abundant. How many VA opinions, meaning contractor, QTC, that type stuff, opinions out there will be negative based on no treatment for something in the service. Well, if that's your whole basis for a negative medical opinion, that's inadequate every single time. If that's all it's based on. Not passing a cause and effect test. A cause and effect test exceeds the benefit of the doubt standard. That's inadequate every single time. No continuity of treatment. That's not the rule. It's continuity of symptoms. That's inadequate every time. I can go on, but there is a huge limited list of low-hanging fruit that VA leadership could tackle. All right. And just getting the VA examiners to apply the right standard across the board would end up eliminating the need for a lot of private medical opinions. All right. If they just applied the standard that's in the law, but they're not held to account on any of those bad opinions, and they're only getting worse. They're now using stock language in medical opinions across contractors. One vendor will use the exact same stock language that another vendor will use. An intervening event is more likely the cause. Or there's stock language out there that pulls something out of thin air that doesn't exist in the record, some hypothetical that's non-existent that says this hypothetical is more likely the cause of this disability, and everybody's using that same language. That will not pass the smell test on appeal, but you can probably find it in 30, 40, 50% of opinions out there. So if you're up against that, what real choice do you have if you want in your claim but to go with a private opinion, at least to the extent that someone's going to look at the record, listen to your testimony, put it all together, and come to a good conclusion? Is it as likely as not that A led to B? If VA was doing a better job of that, and I'm talking about taking all work off my plate too. So, it's me to have VA keep doing what they're doing. But I would much rather see VA improve in that aspect. So I fought VA leadership for not doing better quality reviews on VA opinions, since they have a unified voice, all those contractors at once. They could fix those problems. And they just don't.
Real quick, before you get in there, Craig, I wanted to address something. I've been looking at the comments. And I just want to say, everyone, you're hearing people from different backgrounds giving their different opinions as it pertains to the VA claims process. Thank you again, Rader, for coming on. He wasn't one of the panelists, but he decided to come on to provide some really awesome
He's always welcome.
This is, and you may hear us disagree or have a different opinion. That's okay.
That's why we're having
because exactly. Exactly. And it's not to beat veterans down. You've all heard us say education. educate. Somebody told me you can't educate veterans. I'm like, what are you talking about? They drove tanks, flew hell. They can be educated on this, right? You know, so understand that, and I want everybody to understand we're coming, you know, we're giving different opinions on certain topics. We know DBQs, nexus statements is a hot topic right now, and I just did a video. Stop blaming the VA. We just went through that. Stop blaming the VA. Okay, so we upgrade our technology, but do upgrade ourselves when it comes to understanding this process. So at the end of the day, make sure you get educated. Somebody say, hey, you got the Justice League here today. You got the A-team
I saw that comment
here today. So, you know, just absorb this and, you know, think about, you know, hopefully it makes you think about your claim. Hey, do you need to go back a few steps, 2 steps to take 10 steps forward, right? Did you do something wrong? All right. So I just want to cover that. But go ahead, Greg. I'm sorry.
I think it was an appropriate. Yeah, it was an appropriate comment as well. Yeah, you wanted to give Natural an opportunity.
Yeah, I wanted to give her an opinion when we talked about nexus letters. Natural, did you have anything? Or did you want to say something? If you can chime in. Natural, go ahead.
See, the problem I don't have a problem with nexus letters, but the problem becomes this. It's a back and forth thing. If the VA has sent a veteran to an exam and we have a negative opinion, and then they come and they file a supplemental and they submit a private DBQ and a nexus letter with a positive opinion. Now the VA has to do a reconciliation of medical evidence, which shows that now because we have 2 examiners disagreeing, right? So we end up right back sending the veteran or sending the case to a VA examiner to then make a tiebreaker, right? So now
I call that a training issue.
Well, hey, that's what we have to do by our 38 CFR. Right. So we have to send those back to do a reconciliation of medical evidence. And then it's typically we go with the third person. Not always, but typically that's what some do. But a lot of people have to go off of the evidence in its entirety, not what happened last week. I call it following the yellow brick road. You have to go all the way back to when that claim was established. And a lot of raters don't like to do that because it takes time, right? It takes time to go review these cases because you got some people who's been filing claims since the 70s, right? So there is a lot of things that you have to look through. You have to look through those rating decisions. You have to look through the evidence. You have to look at it in its entirety. Sometimes you find a lot of evidence, sometimes that is in favor of the vet. I'm always going to go in favor of the vet. And my narrative, like Raider said, is going to always be in the long form because that way I can explain to that veteran or that VSO or that attorney on why my decisions are what I've made. And I'm showing the evidence that I've used to make whatever decision it is. Now, nexus letters, sometimes the nexus letters is not based on the evidence of record. It's based on what that veteran took to that private examiner for that examiner to review that don't even jive with what's the evidence of record. That's the only caveat I have to that when the veteran, if you're going to go get a private DBQ and a private nexus, make sure you take the evidence that you have to support that DBQ and that nexus that examiner is going to write, because the examiner can only go off of what they have. So once that private DBQ comes to whatever RO, then it jives with what the evidence and what your lay statements and stuff of that nature goes. Because a lot of veterans be like, oh, I'm just going to say this. They don't know. They got raiders like me that go look and be all up in your business. I go look at everything. And sometimes it's not favorable for the vet. So it always goes to, no matter how bad the truth may be, tell the truth across the board. That way it comes out better for you. If you tell one lie, that you lose a little bit of credibility, but I'm always going to come with the evidence. I don't I know veterans have memory problems, and I know, their truths are their truths, but the evidence never changes.
I think that's excellent, Natural. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Dwayne. Did you
somebody posed a question? Do anyone know if Secretary Collins is listening to the stream? I would pose this to Kerry because he has all that pull on the VBA side. Do you think you can get Mr. Collins on speed dial, Kerry?
No, I don't.
We'd love to have him
think
join.
Secretary Collins is listening. But that does not mean somebody that answers to him isn't listening.
That's actually a really good point. Raider, I want you to chime in on what Natural just said. And I think if you could, while you chime in, can you talk a little bit about what your thoughts are on the inauthenticity of nexus letters? We talked about the inauthenticity of DBQs, but what about the inauthenticity of nexus letters? And then any other way you want to respond to that question.
I mean, I think Dwayne said it the best in that, if you have like disagreements, we can all have disagreements. Like everybody has their own internalization as to how they rate. I know that mine's pretty much the same as Natural's. Like I utilize the evidence. Like I checked my feelings at the door, and then I would review. And then if you met the threshold per the M21, then you got it. That's it. Like I am a simple creature. Okay. It did not require, like, there's no mysticism here, like if you met the specific requirements. But I will say that there was something that was said earlier about if the veterans say something negative, or they say that they don't have this condition, there's a lot of leeway that veteran statements get because they're not medical providers. Okay. Right. Just because a veteran says, well, my knee doesn't hurt, that's not going to negate all of your medical evidence. Okay. Yeah. What we're talking about here is raters have to contrast evidence. That's how the brain has to be wired. Like, is that we're looking for differences. What are the discrepancies? What is different here? Because that's how sometimes with like private DBQs and medical opinions versus VA ones still get called to the carpet. If you have conflicting medical evidence, you sure as heck know I'm deferring that back. Like I would always defer it back instantly, because it's a system that's based upon fear of getting a quality error. You want to make sure that you check all the boxes. So at the end of the day, the RQRS didn't give you a quality error in the future, 10 days from now, because that's typically what would happen is the claim would get reviewed 10 days following that. And then you wanted my opinion on private nexuses, like just
nexus letters. I mean, M21-1 talks about the inauthenticity of DBQs. We've talked about that, but like when a rater actually looks at a nexus letter that is to contain that is to purport itself as evidence for a veteran's claim, what is your thought when you actually see that nexus letter? And it's a nexus letter because you can you can pretty much tell.
I'm looking, so there are certain things. So I go with authenticity first, okay, which is we're looking at the NPI number. We're making sure all the evidence was reviewed, matches up, that everything is dress right dress. Then I go to the authenticity section in the manual, and I go down and I look, okay, were they 100 miles away? Is there an explanation? Right? Because the VA doesn't care that the veteran is 100 miles away. The VA cares, how would you ever know that human being that did your medical opinion even exists?
Yeah.
Are they a specialist in your field? And that's why you went to them? That makes sense. That is authentic, right? Are you a long haul truck driver and you sometimes seek care at the end of your route? Fair enough. That makes sense. That's why typically veterans should submit a 4138 with their medical opinion saying,
statement in support of claim, you guys. 4138.
He's got my back. But something that actually reports why you're going with that person. How would you have known about them? My friend told me how to get in touch with them. Because authenticity means a different thing to different people. It's a very fluid concept. Some people weigh into authenticity more than they do credibility or sufficiency. The majority of the time, sufficiency is what disqualifies private medical opinions and well, I call them medical opinions because nexus is a term that is not used internally like that. But for medical opinions, the sufficiency of it is oftentimes if the examiner doesn't ever speak or relate or tie in any medical evidence to their opinion. Like you could literally take that veteran's name out of there, put a different veteran's name in there, and it would be just as true as the first one.
Mm-hmm.
You lose me, right? That's a credibility issue right there with the because there's different assessments. There's
Makes sense.
credibility, authenticity, and sufficiency of the examiner, and then there's the veteran, right? If you're reporting symptoms of, my leg fell off, and the examiner reports that you walked in on both of your legs and you don't have a prosthetic, that's an issue, right? Like there are things here which veterans tell the truth, right? But there's a difference between truth in a treatment capacity and truth in a legal capacity. If you're at a claims adjuster, right? If you get into a car accident, what's happening is I am looking at this like you need to prove to me that this caused this accident, that the statements match up, because we're dealing with money. It's a legal adjudication that's happening. Mm-hmm. So oftentimes it comes down to sufficiency. Some people disqualify based upon their own internal bias against private DBQs. There's a spectrum of ranges of why people do it, but there's a process to disqualifying it. And if they don't do it, then you can use that against them.
Awesome.
Real quick, Craig. We do have some people that donated super chats that have questions.
Yeah, let's acknowledge those folks.
I would like to get to those, but before we do it, I want to make sure, because these people, they obviously gave super chats. I want to be respectful of Mr. Baker and Raider, because I know they're from the credit side. If you all can answer some of these questions, fine, but I don't want to put you all in a position where it could be a conflict there. So just let us know.
Natural as well. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I got a question for Natural and Raider, just to get their take on this. When I rate it, because I get a lot of questions of people saying they just get a nexus statement, and I'm very confused by that, because I know what goes into a nexus statement. So let me give you this example. One veteran calls me and says, Dewayne, the VA rejected my nexus statement and they're requesting a CMP exam. And so there's like 5 or 6 questions I had. 2 minutes in the conversation, the veteran was claiming an increase. So I'm like, you don't need and wouldn't pay the $1,800 for a nexus statement. And I'm like, that company didn't like ask you questions. But when veterans in this example, they're claiming, let's say, a back condition secondary to a knee condition, a lot of veterans think, oh, I only need the nexus. Where when I rate it, you're getting a CMP exam because the range of motion is not in the nexus, it's in the DBQ. The diagnostic code criteria for diagnostic code 5237, the general rating criteria for the thoracolumbar spine and cervical spine, is range of motion. In the nexus, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to see the nexus. So when I rate it, if the nexus was good enough that I could use, but I needed the residuals, I will request a CMP exam without the nexus. So I'm just curious, Natural and Raider, how did you all handle that? And then we'll get into some of these super chats.
Excellent.
Go ahead, Raider.
Okay.
Okay. So I think one thing that needs to be pointed out is I think that whenever you were rating, you did both the examinations and the rating together, combined, right, Dewayne?
Yep.
Okay. Unfortunately, the VSRs primarily, now a rater can order an exam, but primarily the VSRs are the ones who review for whether or not an exam needs to happen. So this is a policy issue and it's a process issue where a lot of the times the veteran submits a medical nexus. And then what happens is a VSR, who is, once again, not a medically trained person, they don't even understand typically how ratings work because it's an assembly line. They're the first person in the assembly line. They will sometimes, on their face, just disqualify a medical opinion without any cause and then send you for an exam. think I
Thank you.
might have lost the point, but yeah.
All right. Natural.
So when a private DBQ is submitted, it's supposed to go to a rater as a complex exam review before any examination or any action is taken on the case. So once the rater, if the rater reviews the exam and nexus letter or medical opinion, however you want to word it, if they deem that as sufficient, then rating activity go ahead and go. You don't need a VA examination. But that's where the disconnect sometimes comes in. They don't send it, like Raider said, they don't send it to the RVSR for them to review it before making that examination appointment. And sometimes when I get it, I'll be like, well, this private DBQ was sufficient for rating purposes. Why did we go and get a VA exam, right? Especially when there's an increase. If I have the evidence and the DBQ, the private DBQ is sufficient, I'll go ahead and use the private DBQ because it was of record in the VA exam. It didn't persuade me neither way, you know, but the evidence of record was sufficient enough for rating purposes. Why did we go get it? That's where I feel like the disconnect is.
So Natural, would you say that the private nexus letter would only have that evidentiary weight if there's no conflicts with the other line of evidence? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Raider,
So but sometimes, I'm sorry, sometimes what happens is like Dwayne was saying, sometimes we'll get a nexus but no ranges of motions or anything like that. Okay. And then that's when we will have to go ahead and order a VA examination. Just to be able to, you know, because of the way that we rate, you know, we need those ranges of motions to you know, determine the percentages and stuff like that.
Excellent. Go ahead, Raider. You had to chime in on that.
Yeah, so I agree. What if the process works correctly, then the veteran has the highest likelihood of success. What happens is when you have these breakdowns where the VSR will order an exam, or let's say that it does go to the rater and the rater says, yes, this medical opinion is good. VSR order an examination, but the VSR orders an examination and a medical opinion. Staff members cannot ignore evidence that is created. So anytime evidence is erroneously created that becomes conflicting, then the chances of the veteran's success of being successfully granted based upon that objective private medical opinion go down drastically. And it's a process issue. It literally is a process issue that if they could resolve this one process in the VA to get it to where a competent person can review it, and then whatever they dictate is directed development, and the VSR has to do exactly what the rater says. If the rater didn't say to order a medical opinion, do not order a medical opinion because it is detrimental to the veteran community. This is the catch-22 that a lot of people get denied over.
Awesome. I think that's a quick fix. Put it on the AQRS checklist and make it a quality error. And I guarantee they won't do anymore. That'll change overnight. So let's go ahead and get into these chat again. Carrie and Raider.
Yes.
You know the questions we're pulling up for people that have donated. So if there's a conflict on the
at your discretion, both of you
let us know. Okay. Just want to make sure that's out there. Okay. So here's the first one. I'm going back. This was been up for a while here. Anybody know why I can't find my records from basic AIT? And for those of you that that never served in the best branch, that stands for Advanced Initial Training. United States Army. Okay. So
I told you this was coming, Carrie. We are surrounded by soldiers.
I wanted to put that out there. Okay.
I'm sorry. The good news is that they're not too old yet. The Marines might still let them in.
We might still let them in. That's correct, Carrie. Just maybe. Look, the E4 mafia is all over the place in this.
Okay. I got out in 2007. My diagnosis is in those records. Anybody want to take a shot at that?
Britta, you want to go? Natural, you want to go? Carrie, you want to go? Where you want to go with this?
unless somebody else wants to go, that's
Go
fine.
ahead, Gary. Go ahead. Jump in there.
I mean, that's hard to answer for the most part. I would, if you filed a claim, it sounds like you may have, then I would first look in the actual claims file itself to see if VA has your service treatment records. And I only say that because I don't know how many vets I've run into, thousands over the years, that think their records are lost somewhere and not to be found when they're right in the claims file. Now, if you've gotten a copy of your claims file and they're not in there, then you've got a kind of a bigger question mark. You can always do, I think it's an SF-180.
SF-180. Yeah.
And if you haven't done that, I would certainly do that. We do that, not all the time, but anytime we think there might be something missing from the records. Sometimes we'll get back exactly what VA has. Sometimes we'll get back records that for whatever reason VA didn't obtain, and we have what we're looking for. So those are the two avenues that as far as the low-hanging fruit that I would try.
Yeah, the SF-180, that is the records request form that you'd fill out if you have records. There are also forms you can fill out if you feel like your records were lost. Of course, we know about the 1973 fire, those kinds of things. That SF-180 can be done electronically. It could be done manually as well. So, radar or natural, anything on that particular element of this question?
I'll go. So I would go to somebody with VBMS access and see what repository that they tried to get the records from. It could be operator error. There's also in VBMS under the Veterans tab, there's a file folder location. Sometimes there are physical folders. I mean, 2007 shouldn't have that, but sometimes documents are waiting in a box somewhere that haven't been scanned yet to Lee Summit. So if my two suggestions are check to see what repository they did, because you could have gotten a trainee, let's just be honest, you could have got the trainee, somebody has to be trained, and they could have tried to get a PIES request for what they shouldn't have. And they might have considered that trying to get your records. And then go have the staff member that has VBMS go to the file folder location and just check the status DCSC2 or to see whether or not it's scanned. Sorry, I know those are all acronyms, but those are my two things.
Awesome. All right, well,
I think I
ahead,
would say
Natural.
one last thing too. It depends on too if you are reservist, National Guard. Also, sometimes you have to go file, check with those entities to make sure we've requested. Not sure if that's the case in this, but there's typically like Raider said, but sometimes it's reserves and National Guard records too that need to be requested. But I just got a caveat with basic and AIT because a lot of people are under the impression that basic and AIT is active duty, and it's not. It's active duty for training. Now we can we can turn those periods into active duty, but the evidence has to support why we're turning it into that. So I just wanted to drop that little bit of information.
Natural, is it 90 days? Is that the restrictive time period? Like you have to actually have been in basic or IT for 90 days? Is that right?
Well, I don't know anymore because let me tell you something. I done seen cases where people done did
17 days
and got depending on what the disability is. I've seen people, so in theory, yes, but in actuality, I've seen less time and people granted with 100%. People had an asthma attack after the gas chamber, and now there's 100%, chopped it out. Did 4 days, and so it's just like I said, it just varies.
Yeah.
Carrie, for the record, only soldiers get an asthma attack after the gas chamber.
And they don't even get real bullets on the rifle range.
That's exactly right.
So move right along. This is the next question. We get into it's 11:52. We have our next segment at 12:05. So we have a few. Oh, Miss
Brianna just dropped. Yeah.
Okay. She coming back. Okay. So we want to get through the rest of these. So here's one. I have audiology, ENT, eye doc, and 2 physical therapists saying I have TBI symptoms based on their profession. How hard is it to get TBI connected? Before this goes out to anyone, again, under the different ways of service connection, how are you claiming it? If you're claiming a direct service connection, you're going to need a current diagnosis. Seem like you already have that. A link in service and a nexus. So a link, what I look for, treatment, diagnosis, treatment, complaint, diagnosis, injury, or event while in service. So I'll leave that there and let the rest of the panel go ahead and chime in.
Well, before the panel goes, Dewayne, I'm having a hard time trying to figure out, is this person saying they're trying to get TBI secondarily connected? Or because it said, how hard is it to get TBI connected? Do you have a primary service connection already?
So again, Craig, like I said, how they claiming on the different ways of service connection?
Got it. Okay.
So that you're correct. That there has to be clarification. I would just assume, let's just say they're trying to do it as direct service connection.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Understood.
But good point. Thank you. Anybody want to take that? I see Carrie's like, oh man, wait a minute.
I agree with you. I would, one, can you show that you had some form of TBI in the service? That's a big one. I'd rather see a neurologist or something, but if you got that many people saying you've got TBI symptoms, then odds are, the diagnosis is probably okay.
Yeah.
As the Raider put something in the chat, which is that's the direction that I was going to go into. I think he quoted the specific. I think that's an M21-1 reference, Raider, that you put in there, and then TBI qualifying clinicians. Yeah, go ahead.
Psychiatrists, physiatrists, psychiatrists,
physiologists, psychiatrists. Yeah.
Yeah, and then neurologists are the only ones that can technically diagnose TBI.
Right. I think that's for VA purposes, though, right? I mean, you would still. Right.
Well, no, we wouldn't. No.
For the person who asked the question.
No, I'm not
there. There's always in the 38 CFR for neurological conditions. There's always the criteria there for TBI symptoms. I think it's right in there with migraines as well. So if you wanted to just a little bit more reference, go ahead, Carrie. What were you gonna?
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to insinuate you would have to accept their diagnosis, but for a duty to assist issue in getting a VA exam with a neurologist or a psychiatrist, or that other word, that would be sufficient to trigger that development.
Element 1 would be satisfied. So anytime that you have a situation like PTSD or TBI, the veterans report, it's one of the few exceptions where if the veteran reports that they had a TBI or they report that they had PTSD, typically they'll get an exam because it's a specialty specialist type exam. So people tend to just get them the exam.
Yeah.
Excellent. Brianna, Dr. Coates, did you want to chime in on that question?
No, actually.
Okay, wonderful. Dewayne, how many more chat questions do we have?
I think we have one more. Dewayne.
Okay.
Let's see. I think I already put one up. Let me just make sure.
Magnetar.
Yep, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
I saw him somewhere. Okay, here we go. My lawyer is still trying to drag my case by waiting till 363 days to file something. Whew. Did you read that fee agreement?
Carrie, this is all right down your. You too, Raider. Accredited claims.
Yeah, that's for Carrie.
Fee agreements. They have to sign some release for me to get rid of them. Carrie.
So the good thing here is representation is your choice. you can technically change your representation simply by, let's say if you just wanted to change it rather than just fire them, signing a new power of attorney form 21-22A would immediately revoke their representation. That is not the end of the story. Let's just say you wanted to fire them and do it on your own. You could send VA a letter saying, I hereby revoke the representation of my attorney, whoever it may be. But what kind of fee agreement do they have? All right, this is, most people aren't aware of this. A 20% withholding fee agreement stays attached to that attorney's work, even if you fire them or you change representation. They have to withdraw that fee agreement. And so that means if they've done work on the case, and it sounds like here maybe they haven't, but if they've done work on the case that VA can tie back to that attorney, and there's a 20% withholding fee agreement, they may still be on the hook to receive a fee because if you get benefits from their work, they can withdraw that fee agreement. Okay, if they're willing to do so. Most reputable folks will. If it's not a withholding fee agreement, a lot of people in VA thinks it's 20% or only 20%. No, we don't have to use a withholding fee agreement. If we want our client to pay us directly, we don't have to use a withholding fee agreement. So if there's a non-withholding fee agreement, whether it's 20%, 25%, 30%, that ends with their representation. So you don't even have to worry about that. So only if it's a 20% withholding fee agreement. VA won't do a withholding fee agreement for anything more, but their regs do allow up to 1/3. But if you're going to do withholding, it has to be restricted to 20. So I would also ask, all right, did they have the case from day one? Because they did, and they're waiting 363 days. That's I see that. All right, I see various reasons for it. Sometimes it's workload, and if it's true workload, okay, it's at best questionable. How are they managing their work now? In this, because VA takes so long, and because VA seems to nickel and dime a lot of things lately compared to a number of years ago, we have to have a lot of cases to even stay in business sometimes, because we might not get paid on a case because we're not, reputable folks aren't going to take a fee unless they win a case. It may take a year, 2, 5, 10 before you get paid on a case. So you can have a pretty drastic workload, as any of the raters on here can attest to. They have drastic workloads too, but it should not be taking 363 days to file a form.
Right.
What I think is a good practice is, let's say that form's going to the Board of Veterans Appeals. I mean, it takes you 10 minutes to fill that form out and get it on appeal to the board. The board's going to take a number of months to close to a year, as long as you don't ask for a hearing. So you've got all that time there if you're going to submit an argument in support of the case, but then you're still waiting on VA's clock instead of your clock. You can do your own appeal even with your attorney still on the case. And it sounds like you need to, if they're going to, you've got about 2 days left there. So I would, at this point, I would just do my own and then maybe get rid of the attorney.
Yeah, and I just dropped the link of the form that Kerry was talking about. It's the appointment of veteran service organizations as claimants representative. It's the VA form 21-22 alpha. Raider, did you want to jump in on that one with regard to some of the work you've done on born accredited claims? Or
I'm actually working right now, but no.
They got you working on the weekend?
I didn't mean presently, but I mean perhaps.
No, I just it's one of those where 3 days is kind of weird. Are you still there? Okay.
Yeah.
I lost you.
Right.
So what's the holdup? Like, I would want to know what exactly that particular person is doing. What's the holdup? I want to, like, same as like a treatment plan for your medicals. I want to know the treatment plan for my legal. Like, what are you doing? What are we waiting for? Because sometimes the representative might be waiting for the veteran to gather evidence, right? Like, if you don't have a diagnosis, and in order for me to appeal, you have to get a diagnosis, I can't do anything with that. Right? Like, I'm not making excuses or anything, but if it is legitimately something that the veteran needs to do, it might have been a communication breakdown issue to where maybe the person that is representing didn't articulate that appropriately. But trying to figure out what the actual holdup is, because if that person's waiting, for the board, I know nothing about the board. I will not speak about the board because I don't speak about things I don't know about. But if they're waiting at the board and they've misunderstood and they're just waiting for the docket or whatever to come through, I'd want to know exactly what's going on before I, fire people or whatever, because it might be legitimate that they should be fired, and it might just be, hey, look, we just didn't communicate right. Let's get on this.
So he said they aren't waiting on anything. They just don't even respond. So that's a communications issue. Very much so. Right, Carrie? I would say communication.
Yeah. I mean, you need to have communication. There's always going to be times when communication is not as good as you prefer it to be. All of us struggle in that arena. If you've got a few hundred clients and they all happen to want to call in the same week, that's tough. Okay. That is tough to handle. At the same time, if you tried for a month to reach somebody and nobody will return your call, that's a little different. And two, I would add, how Raider makes a lot of excellent points. And how long have they had the case? That it's like, for example, if we take on a case, there's a number of things we have to get back and forth. All right, to kind of establish our footing. We have to get a copy of the claims file. We download that from VBMS. We have to wait on VA to give us that access. Before we even, usually, unless it's an emergency, before we do anything, we map out that file. That means we go over it page by page. And if it's a 20,000 page file, that's not getting done in a couple of days. We don't want to miss the 2 pages that are from 12 years ago that are the important thing. That, oh, look, there's a pending appeal sitting there that no one caught. At the same time, we try to identify any ratings that need appeal right away, and we would try to identify that. But no, if they're just not, the communication needs to be. Sounds like it needs to be improved there. Honestly, I don't know who your rep is. Hopefully, it's not me. I'm saying that kidding. I'm sure it's not me, but I would take into consideration what Raider said, and at the same time, if they're just not calling you back.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. We're at 12:05.
Can I say? I'm sorry, Dewayne. Can I say one thing about this?
Go ahead.
I would definitely read your fee agreement, because just because you get rid of someone doesn't mean the VA won't pay them. You can if you have an attorney and they sign on and you get rid of them, if they were on at the time and you get another attorney, sometimes the VA will still pay that first attorney based on your fee, whatever the legal things that y'all sign with the attorney. So just be mindful of that when you get rid of this attorney.
Thank you, Natural. We're at 12:06. Real quick, I just want to give out some shout outs. People did give donations. They didn't have questions. HBV, thank you.
Thank you, Brina.
All that you do. Yes, thank you.
Brina's a faithful one. That's right.
Brina has been faithful. Yeah. She's faithful over there on Raiders HQ chat as well.
And I'm assuming Ray is from
UK,
Europe somewhere, because that is Euro.
Man, we got people joining from all over the world.
Wow.
Excellent.
We want to make sure. Okay, Donald, thank you, Donald, for all the support.
Thanks,
Definitely
Donald.
appreciate it. We did have somebody sneak a quick question in here. This is the last one. And then we'll bring in our Social Security expert for the group. Corner weighed in, claim voiding dysfunction in her frequency secondary to Service connection, obstructive sleep apnea, only stronger etiology. But also add an alternative theory secondary to my service connected diabetes. Okay. I'm kind of confused on where this question went. Claiming voiding dysfunction, urinary frequency secondary
to sleep apnea.
No. Service connection for obstructive sleep apnea, only stronger etiology.
I think what
theory
they're
secondary to-
asking is it stronger to claim it to OSA
Or say,
or
Yes.
or
as
to-
Or an
secondary
alternative theory
to
secondary to diabetes.
diabetes?
Okay.
I
All right.
would say diabetes because OSA ain't my. The sleep apnea claim sends me, guys. I do not.
Yeah.
I don't know what the obsession is trying to get sleep apnea service connected. I don't know, but I would say probably. I mean, I guess you could do either way, but I think the stronger one would be the diabetes, but because OSA, I guess you would say the urinary frequency is no. I don't know how you could claim OSA causing you to go to the bathroom so much. I mean, that's when you have to strategize. You have to, in my opinion, and you guys can chime in, when people claim things, you have to look at what you're claiming. How does OSA cause you to go to the bathroom all the time? You know, that in my opinion, not even as a rate, I'm just saying, like, how does your OSA, your sleep apnea, cause you to have urinary problems? That's one thing. Versus diabetes, you know, that's a more likely etiology. And no, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a doctor. I mean, I am, but I ain't an MD.
So,
I would throw that to the nurse practitioner on this one. But
yeah,
So
let's
I
go.
would like to
chime in.
Yeah,
I
before
would like
we
to
get to
chime
our
in on
next
that.
guest, go ahead, Ms. Coates. Go ahead before we bring.
Yeah,
our
so
next
it's
guest.
gonna be diabetes.
All right.
Just hands down.
Okay.
Wonderful. Okay, Dwayne, we wanted to give because I think Carrie, you're getting close to the time that you've got to roll. Is that correct?
Yeah, you guys wanted to hit the
Yeah,
deal
but before we bring on our guest, Dwayne, let's do a quick hot 10 maybe on HLR and appeals. Tasha's got some questions. HLRs, BVAs, and I think supplemental claims is what we have in there. We want to
Okay.
give.
Yep, Liz, if you could just give us about 5 minutes, if that's okay.
Yeah,
to cover a
we
quick
only need
topic
about
before we
5 or
bring her
10.
on. Yeah. Okay.
And then we'll bring her on. Go ahead, Tasha, with just a couple of questions for you're on mute. Go ahead with a couple of questions for Carrie.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was on mute. So I wanted to get on the reasons why denials don't necessarily mean that there's the end of the road, right? Because a lot of veterans, they don't read the denial letter and they feel like, oh, I'm gonna throw this in the garbage. I'm not fixing to fool with that. And they stay up the road. So my question was, when it comes to appeals, which we're focusing on, what mistakes lose appeals? And what evidence win appeals? That's one of the biggest questions that I want to focus on before we get to the next segment.
Very good. Yep.
So again, very case specific, but from a 10,000 foot perspective, I would say that the thing that loses appeals the most is not continuing to keep the appeal alive or not filing the appeal. A lot of people will do part of the appeal, and if they get denied on appeal, then they give up, or they might take one further step and then they might give up. Or if it's denied at the Board of Veterans Appeals, if they go that far, then they might give up. None of those are reasons to obviously, depending on the facts and the circumstances of the case, none of those are reasons to give up. You've got multiple routes in which to appeal. I can get into that if you want. And what was the other part of the question?
What evidence wins
What
appeals?
evidence really wins appeals?
Well, again, very case specific, but if you're talking cases that need the event and service, the diagnosis, and the nexus, all three of those have to be there. If you've got conflicting evidence, kind of like everyone's talked about in the already, if you've got a conflicting VA opinions, private opinions, a lot of the time it comes down to nexus. I'd say more than the other two. at least from a sheer numbers perspective. And so securing that nexus from your disability to service, whatever the event and service may be, whether it's exposure, traumatic events, injuries, you need that nexus. If your appeal is going to the Board of Veterans Appeals and all you have is VA's negative opinion, you're most assuredly going to lose that appeal unless the board happens to remand it. So you've got to secure that link more than anything else, I would say. Again, case specific. If your case is exposure related, it may be about proving the type of exposure. That's a whole subject in and of itself. But exposure cases are there's a lot of them these days, and sometimes getting the exposure conceded is 80% of the claim. Just to make sure that exposure is.
Thank you for that.
Awesome.
My last thing for you, Carrie, is what trends do you see are emerging right now in the appeals process? Because we know that the VA, the caseload has went down. The amount of cases, according to, Doug Collins, the caseload is down. The amount of, back process.
I think Natra might argue differently on that.
So what are you seeing right now that's emerging more when it comes to appeals before the ladies come on? And if I put you on the spot and you want to come, we can address this later. But I hate to put you on the spot.
Well, it's not an easy
question to answer.
I think we have very talented folks on here. I have no doubt about that. I don't think they're doing a lot of the work that I see. And I mean that with all due respect.
Yes.
We see just so much fundamental mistakes that should not be occurring, and they are driving a lot of the appellate world right now. Exposures are driving a lot of the appellate world right now. And I don't remember Raider HQ said he was a DRO or not.
He's an accredited claiming agent.
When he rated,
Raider,
he was a DRO.
No, just a Raider, just a recently retired Raider.
Okay. And what else did you do, Raider? Come on now, don't sell yourself short. What you do?
So
you're a senior Raider. You were a
senior Raider, yeah.
You're a journeyman Raider, right?
GS12, yeah.
And you were RQRS, right?
No, I never. I was a QRT liaison.
QRT,
so,
okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't say security guard at the local regional office. No.
Darn right, I was a janitor. Let's get it straight. I just read a lot.
So what I'm getting at is so I do a lot of work with DROs, and in that light, that's one step in the appellate process. You can do a supplemental claim. A lot of times we ask for an HLR review. I'm asking for them less these days. I'm going straight to the Board of Veterans Appeals more these days. And that is because there are so many cases where I know there's a duty to assist error there. 9 times out of 10, the HLR, the DRO is going to send it back. And we're going to end up right back where we are because the first line team, man, the medical, I know they're going to get another medical opinion. I know it's going to get us right back where we were. And here we are 11, 12 months later, and I'm deciding, do I do another HLR or do I go onto the board? Well, what if I just went onto the board? And if I'm either going to get a grant or a remand, I'm not going to get a denial. If I get a denial, I'll kill them in court. And if I get a remand, that instructions are coming from the board, maybe, and it's going to be centralized to the DROC. Is that a better strategy? And I'm finding, and I'm testing out that strategy. I'm thinking that's, it's going to cut me out a year in the process. I'm going back and forth, and I get instructions from the board, and I get the case centralized to the DROC. Maybe that's a better strategy. But why aren't I having more success with the DROs? Well, a lot, and again, I harp on VA leadership here to a little bit, and all of the raters on here may be able to attest for this, depending when you stop rating. But for example, a good one is the blue water cases.
Blue Water Navy.
Yeah, we got the ship's locator tool. All right,
Still
we
Navy.
got the ship's locator tool goes every 4 hours if everything lines off the ship. RVSRs are told you can't deviate from the ship's locator tool, no matter what happens within those 4 hours. Usually you don't know, but I've had a number of cases where you're right on the border. Ship's going in the direction that it's going toward Vietnam for an hour, because it says it in the deck logs, which you can do a little bit of math and put that ship about 2 miles offshore. The ship turned around, and by the time the next set of coordinates were read, it was outside the 12-mile limit. Well, the DRO, this happened in a case. The DRO said, "Well, I can't deviate from that," and I knew why he couldn't. I was kind of hoping they would, because VA put out a policy letter saying only certain people are allowed to decide whether the ship was in blue water, and they use the ship's locator tool, and no one can go against that. Now, I'm sure some DROs might decide, screw that, I'm going to go against it. But I know policy is they can't. There's a big problem with that. The statute and regulation give that DRO de novo review authority. The person filling out that ship's locator tool does not have de novo review authority. So you're basically given the law saying you get to decide this anew, fresh look, without giving any deference to anything that's been decided. Oh, wait, your boss has said you can't change this one thing over here. But your bosses can't override the statute and the regulation. But yet here we are with a policy letter saying you can't do this. I'm very much in support of the DRO's authority to have the de novo review authority the statute gives them. I see too much little things like that where leadership is cutting into their de novo review authority and slicing them off at the knees. And they're doing it illegally. I'm challenging every one of those policies. Now, the problem is getting a policy like that in court. It's almost impossible because the court will focus on the issue and they're not going to address that policy. But at the end of the day, it robs me and my client of a de novo review at the local level. Well, the board's not bound by those things. So therefore, it might behoove me just to appeal right onto the board and make an alternative argument in the process that, by the way, my client was deprived of his due process rights, and which may never see the light of day. But in case it does, the court will get that policy down. I guarantee it, if it ever gets before them where they can address it. So that drives my decision on how to appeal certain things. Now, is that a trend in the appellate world? It certainly is for DROs who no longer have that authority. Other things are second, third signatures. I don't know this to be 100% true. I haven't seen it in writing, but I was told by a DRO just within the last few weeks that they now have to have second or third, maybe both, signatures to do any rating over $40,000, or maybe even, I want to say that even aid in attendance. Is that true?
Said yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was true for aid in attendance, especially. Yeah.
Okay. So I guarantee the person, unless it's another DRO, signing that second and third signature does not have that de novo review authority given to them by statute and regulation. All right. So yet again, you've got a policy violating the law and DRO's authority being cut out from under them. So, and this is all a leadership issue. If the people making these policies knew what the law said and applied it correctly, they would know they can't do this stuff. Yet it's still being done, and it's driving denials. And so I really do hope they're listening, because somebody's watching what they're doing that knows a little bit about their process. And I would love to restore the DRO's authority and Raiders' authority with that respect. So anyway, that kind of drives my outlook on appeals, and all of those things together sort of forced me to think maybe the board is the better way to go in a lot of appeals, especially now that they're down to about a year, sometimes less, on direct and evidence-based appeals. Never would I request a hearing with the board, that is, not ever. It's going to be 5-6 years before you get a decision. Anything you can say in testimony in a hearing, you can say in writing. And so I would that would just be my advice to anybody. Don't request a hearing. VSOs out there request hearings all the time, almost in every case, and I think it's a tactical move on their part. They don't have to look at it for a while, yet that vet is sitting there for 5 years waiting on a decision. And your hearing docket is obviously through the roof.
Outstanding.
Thank you, Carrie. Tasha and Craig, we have Liz on, and she does have a hard stop.
Yeah, she's got to cut off.
Let's bring Liz on. Carrie, Carrie, has definitely been amazing.
Thank you so much,
for you
Carrie,
to be here with us. And I'm sorry that you have to go. You're always welcome. And I'm sure that as we continue on doing this, that you would definitely be welcome here in our presence to answer questions. It's definitely been a pleasure, Carrie. Thank you so very much.
Always welcome. And you guys go over to Hill and Pond's YouTube channel. It's phenomenal. So much good information. You'll get Carrie at least twice a week or so. I think he's on there. So Carrie, thank you so much for joining us. You'll definitely be a permanent fixture in all of these live and Unity Summits that we do. So thank you so much for and Simplify, Do or Die.
Simplify, and for all the soldiers on here, our decisions when we're young, we all make mistakes.
Yeah, we all make mistakes.
Hey, I'll make sure I'm gonna send a picture of this claims folder over to you, and I'm gonna get that 120 count box of crayons and send them over to you.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Carrie.
I give the
Wouldn't that be an overdose?
The Army would have better food than
I heard you right
out in the field. But look, I appreciate the invite. I've had a good time. I'd love to come back. Just let me know.
You are always welcome, Carrie.
Hope you guys have a good rest of the day.
You too, Carrie. Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
All right. Okay, so now we're going to bring on our next expert. If we can, Tasha and Craig, if you don't mind, I want to make sure people get their questions answered as it pertains to Social Security, because you guys have a hard stop and want to be respectful of that.
Okay.
Because, she can have this whole segment unless Dr. Coates has something to chime in on.
Okay.
She can have this whole segment.
All right. Okay, so now we're going to bring on Liz Montefiore with Sage Disability. Thank you for joining us, Liz. Sorry for delay. We just having an awesome conversation today. So if you can go ahead and let everybody know who you are, what it is you do, and why you do it.
Absolutely. Yeah. So my name is Liz. I'm with Sage Disability. We are a disability advocacy firm specializing in helping adults and children who are pursuing Social Security disability or SSI benefits. And we help them through the initial application process, if necessary, all the way through the hearing level and beyond. So I have been in the field for a lot longer than I want to admit, since the early to mid 90s. But I do it because just helping individuals, one individual and really one family at a time, to make a difference, to get the benefits that they're entitled to. Especially in the last few years, we've noticed so many more clients dealing with homelessness and couch surfing and not having any stable housing. Or other things like that. There's so much more dire need than there has been in the past. The system has changed and become more adversarial than it used to be toward the individual. So all those things make it really rewarding to be able to help those that come to us.
Awesome.
Yep. And one thing about Liz and I, we met years ago back when I first started my business, and we did a few free events here in Tampa for veterans. And she came and she talked about Social Security a few times. So definitely thank you for that, Liz, because I know you got a passion for what you do, and veterans as well. And again, thank you for doing those events for me, because it's hard trying to find experts like yourself to come on platforms like this and discuss what you do. So I'll turn it over to Tasha. Tasha, I know has some Social Security questions.
I sure do. Hey, Liz, and welcome.
Hey, thank you for having me.
I am going to go in strong and hard and tough and just have all the more complicated questions for you. No, that's just
Okay.
So I want to start off with, can veterans receive SSDI and VA benefits simultaneously? That's often a question that a lot of people have when it comes to SSDI.
That's a great question. And there is a lot of confusion around that. A lot of that stems because of all the acronyms, as you know, in the government world, not just Social Security. SSI and SSDI are two very different things. So yes, a veteran can receive their veterans benefits and SSDI, which is Social Security Disability Insurance, at the same time. There is no offset that applies there. There's no financial eligibility that needs to be met from an income or asset standpoint to receive SSDI. The SSI, which is supplemental security income, that's where you have the financial criteria that have to be met. That program is for folks who have never worked or maybe have not worked enough credits to qualify for Social Security disability. So they have to meet the financial criteria, limited income and assets, in order to also proceed to the next step of medical determination. So the medical determination is the same for both programs, but there is that difference in financial eligibility.
All right, so getting into that, why do some veterans receive VA benefits but get denied SSDI?
The process that each of the agencies uses to determine disability is very different. So on the Social Security side, there's a lot more emphasis on functional capacity. So for example, if your doctor writes a report and just says, all right, this patient has all these diagnoses, and based upon that finding, they are disabled and I feel like they cannot work. That's not going to be a statement strong enough for Social Security to make a decision, because under the regulations, that is a finding reserved for the commissioner. In other words, the judge or the adjudicator is going to make that decision. So our job is to show functional capacity has been diminished because of those diagnoses. So we help to develop evidence to document those types of things, because that's what you're going to be looking for under Social Security.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Now, let's get into the evidence when it comes to the SSDI claim. What evidence is most important when it comes to filing for SSDI?
So with regard to the medical evidence, you definitely need to have current medically determinable impairments, is how Social Security words it. That just means that a qualified provider, they have their list of acceptable medical sources, has to make a determination that you have that diagnosis based on objective evidence and exam findings. So there has to be that kind of medical evidence. In addition to that, if you have any work activity that you've been performing, maybe part-time or more than part-time, we're going to have to document that work activity and determine if it's going to be something that will preclude you from actually pursuing the claim or not. Because Social Security, that's one of the misconceptions about Social Security. You are able to do some work activity while you're receiving benefits or even filing, but it's a very limited amount. So if someone's working part-time, maybe they're driving for Uber or DoorDash just to get some cash in their pocket to pay some bills, we still have to verify what those wages are. So we'd have to get evidence of that type of thing as well.
I do have a follow-on question to that one, Tasha, before we move to our next one, which will really segue into our next question. Liz, with regard to the evidence piece, a lot of veterans, and we have a question about 100% P&T and TDIU as well, but a lot of veterans put together a lot of evidence for their VA claim. How much of that evidence can carry over to their SSDI claim, or should it be considered two different levels? Because I know you talked about functional impairment.
No, the VA records are definitely vital to documenting the Social Security claim and the evidence of those impairments being medically determinable and severe according to the agency definitions.
Got it.
So, yes, we definitely pull that. We pull records from the VA. What we don't find when we do that is that the DBQs are often not included. That's a really vital piece of evidence if that's able to be obtained. I just recently learned from talking with Dewayne that that's more difficult to be obtained now than it used to be. But that particular form is awesome because that's where the doctor outlines the basis for the findings of disability under VA, And that's a good piece of evidence for us to include with the VA records that we're getting just from the general pool of records.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because Dewayne always talks about being able to get your rating code sheet and to get a copy of your DBQ and all of your CMP exams. So it's good to know that that will be something that you can use for your SSDI and relevant evidence as well. So yeah, go ahead, Tasha.
All right,
Yes.
so we have a couple of questions in the chat before we get any further, Dwayne. I want her to go ahead and get those. There's one before that, which is Clyde Gilbert.
Okay, can she answer this one?
Yes.
I'll get back. I'll find that one. I'll get.
Okay. So Liz, how does being on workers' compensation work against your credit, or does it at an age 65 and the person is not getting SSDI?
All right. So if you're on workers' comp, you're disabled because of a work injury that happened. So you're not receiving wages from your carrier. You're receiving income from a workers' comp carrier. You're not getting wages. So there is an offset that used to apply. There has been a change in the law with regard to that, the windfall elimination that occurred that makes that not apply like it used to. But as far as working against your credits, if you're still employed with that employer, that's going to show up as still earnings on your earnings history. Because what happens is the IRS reports everything to Social Security as far as what you're paid. So if your employer's paying your workers' comp, you're still employed, it shows up on your earnings history, that's going to go toward credits. But then we have to discuss with the judge, hey, these are not actual earnings. This is a disability payment because I was unable to work for this period of time. So it may show up on earnings as credits, but then we have to be able to discuss that with the judge. If the judge would try to say, oh, well, you've been working, so why should I award you disability? So we have to make that distinction.
Excellent.
Okay. The next question here is, can I get extra Social Security benefits after being diagnosed with SBS?
So there really isn't an extra or an additional Social Security benefit. That's another misconception that we hear a lot as well. So Social Security is a long-term program based upon what you have paid into the system. So your rate of pay is based upon your earnings history. So everyone's rate is individually determined based on your earnings history. So they look at 5 out of the last 10 years of your work history prior to when you became disabled to determine what that rate of pay is going to be. So there won't be any increase in your benefit due to a new diagnosis.
Excellent.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
We have a question here. Can you file for a Social Security disability even though I reside in Germany?
That's a very good question.
Great question.
Yep. We just had a client from Guam that we were able to award benefits to because he was on base. So yes, it is possible. We'd have to look at your individual situation. There's some reciprocity with different countries as well. So I have never had a client in Germany, so I'd have to do a little research on that. But I know it is possible to apply when you're living in other countries, especially if you're in the military.
Excellent.
So I want to get into TDIU and SSDI. And I know this is a question that you probably get often. How does TDIU affect SSDI, or how does SSDI, Radar, and Natural affect TDIU? We can get into that as well.
Right. No, that's a really good question, because a lot of people assume that once they've been found TDIU or they have 100% rating, that they're automatically going to get their award from Social Security. But again, that's not true. Social Security regulations state that they are not bound by any decision of another agency, whether it's VA, whether it's workers' comp, or another agency's disability decision. They make their own independent decision. So getting evidence of that status is definitely vital importance and very good evidence to support a claim. But again, that's not going to guarantee that you're going to get an award.
Excellent.
Wow. Radar and Natural, did you want to chime in on how SSDI affects TDIU, if at any it does?
Okay. It has a synergistic relationship.
Okay.
So what happens for development purposes, if there are any kind of Social Security determinations, there are medical examinations that are utilized in the pursuit of that. So what happens is VSRs will try to track down that information. They'll do a SSI, SSDI type review. It's in VBMS to where they can pull the records to see if they find that the veteran has SSI or SSDI. They will reach out to the Social Security Administration and try to get those records, so that way they can be part of the overall, because the medical examinations that are done by Social Security, they are more comprehensive to deciding the outcome. So they're more probative. So they're often utilized in the decision making quite a bit.
Wow. Thank you for that.
Very good.
Anything
Excellent.
natural, or we could just move on?
I think we had something.
Okay.
Grace says,
Okay.
I thought workman's comp is not taxable.
Taxable. Good question.
I don't know if it is or not. Okay, Liz, can you answer that? I know that's maybe outside of your preview.
Yeah, that's a bit outside my wheelhouse, but
Yeah.
yeah, for the most part, it's not. But it does get reported if the employer is paying that employee and it's showing up on their earnings. It will show up on their IRS report to the Social Security Administration. So that's where we have to get evidence to confirm that it is a workers' comp benefit, not
Yeah.
a wage that's been paid.
Yeah, I think it falls in a different category, Liz, if I'm not mistaken. And it could be considered taxable income or not, depending on the nature of the workman's comp file of claims.
Right. And same with Social Security. The whole tax issue with that, we always refer out to accountants because the IRS rules on that change and could be taxable. Most people, there is not a taxable issue, but we always refer out due to the constant changing landscape on that.
Very good.
One of the questions that I want to get into is the 100% permanent in total. Does that give a veteran any leadway when applying for SSDI? A lot of veterans think because the VA has given me this 100% P&T, my claims are static, that plays a huge role when it comes to SSDI. Can you explain in detail if it does, if it doesn't, and how it works?
Sure. Yeah, I just talked with an individual who called me this last week with that very situation. They're 100% rated, but they're still working full time. So on Social Security side, there's a 5-step sequential process that they use to determine someone's disability. The first step they're going to look at before they even get to the medical side is the substantial gainful activity piece, which is this person working and what are their earnings? So if they're making too much money, Social Security won't even consider an application and not even get to the fact that they have a 100% rating or any other medical condition because they're making too much money. So if you're working while you're 100% disabled under VA, that's going to be a difficult conversation. We'll have to delve into things a little bit more in detail. Are you taking FMLA? Are you taking time off? I mean, how are your wages truly impacted by your impairments? And is it going to be a stumbling block for you or not?
Very good.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask Miss Liz a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Go for it, Natural.
Miss Liz, could you explain to the audience that if you are IU and you're in receipt of IU from the VA, how, if they go back to work and they make over the poverty threshold, how Social Security notifies the VBA and how it affects their IU? Because we get that a lot on her Vets channel.
That's an excellent question.
I'll be trying to explain to them that entities talk, right? You can't think that we're not going to find out that you went and made $80,000 and not get back to the VA and you keep IU. So I'm glad that you're on here so that they can hear it from a Social Security standpoint versus a VBA standpoint, because we can tell them all day, but they still go out and do it. Thank you.
No, that's a great question. And it's a huge issue for a lot of people. You don't want to ever get in an overpayment situation with Social Security. So if you've been awarded benefits, Social Security has a program where you can go back to work. It's called Ticket to Work. Once you've been on benefits for 12 months, they assign you a ticket number, and that basically protects you. You're allowed to return to work to test the waters, see how you can tolerate that work activity, being that you still have your impairments while you're still receiving your benefits and your Medicare. Those things can remain in place for you. If you're going back to work and you're not under the Ticket to Work program, then you're walking a really difficult line, because if you are making earnings over what they consider to be substantial gainful activity, then you're going to get into an overpayment situation. So right now for 2026, they allow you to make $1,690 gross pay before any deductions, before you'll have any kind of impact on your claim. So that's not a lot of money. Very part-time.
Wow.
We have a couple of questions here, Dwayne, in the chat.
Really
for-
good questions too, especially the
Yeah.
VRND one.
Yeah. How can VNRE, which is vocational rehab, work either positive or negative in when filing an SSDI claim?
That is a great question.
It's a really good
Vocational
question.
rehab, is an excellent resource for someone who's wanting to file for Social Security because it can work either way in your benefit. So if you're getting assistance from Voc Rehab, they're assisting you, they find you a job, you go out and try to do that work. If you're not able to maintain that work activity for 3 months, even up to 6 months, and you cannot continue and you have to stop due to your conditions, then Voc Rehab is going to be able to show, hey, they made a good faith effort. We found them work. They were not able to tolerate it because of their impairments. We get those reports from the case managers and submit them as really strong evidence to Social Security, showing the good faith of the individual trying to go back to work, getting the resources that they can access. If they're not going to be employable, then of course the case manager will write that as well. If they've been assessed, they're not able to locate any work, then they're going to write up a report that says, no, this individual is not employable, not able to find any substantial gainful activity for them. And we submit that as evidence as well. So it can work either way to your benefit with Voc Rehab. It's a great resource.
So Liz, just a quick follow-up question for that one. So I know that when Voc Rehab rehabilitation counselors assess for granting vocational rehabilitation compensation, they often look at like what is a severe employment handicap versus what may not be as severe. That's generally depending on what type of rating you receive or what type of conditions persist. Does the Social Security Administration have that same sort of tiered level where, okay, this is a severe employment handicap to where, like, this might be looked at in perhaps even in a more predominant way than maybe perhaps some other conditions?
They do. They have what are called the listings. You may have heard that under the Social Security regulations. So the 5-step process I mentioned, the 3rd step are reviewing the listings.
Excellent.
So every body system has a list of different impairments where if your condition is so severe that you meet the criteria for those listings, Social Security will award you benefits right there and not even get into the vocational aspect at all. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Listen, guys, Liz is dropping some nuggets, so I hope you guys are picking this up. But I do want to say that we will, in post-production products, have all of this information available. We'll have Liz's contact information available. That will be a resource for all of you veterans who are joining us. We appreciate you joining us. All of you who have just come in just for station identification break, we love to have you on this panel with us. This is what we're for. We're here for you. And so get these nuggets from Miss Liz while she's here, so that you can get that SSDI claim as well. Go ahead.
So I'm now 67. I filed for Social Security at 62. I'm not 100% yet. Can I file for SSDI? Correction, I will be 67 in October this year.
All right, so that's your full retirement age.
Yeah.
So that's a tricky question. Yes, if you're drawing your early retirement from Social Security, you're going to want to do a check with the My Social Security account that you can set up on the socialsecurity.gov website and determine what would your disability monthly rate be as compared to that early retirement rate that you're already drawing, because you're going to want to see what the significant difference would be between those two rates of pay. For most people, a disability rate is going to be higher than a retirement rate because of how Social Security calculates those different benefits. So if there is a significant difference in the rates, it would definitely be worth considering pursuit of a disability claim, even though you're receiving early retirement. What they would do is if they determine you to be disabled prior to reaching age 67, your full retirement age, then you will continue to receive that higher benefit over the course of time because you were deemed disabled prior to retiring.
And we know that you only have a very short time here with us, Liz. So I want to get into what are some of the biggest myths that you hear or you deal with when it comes to SSDI.
This is a big one.
That is a big one. Yeah, some of them we've already talked about.
Yes.
But one of the big ones that I get a lot with people, especially when I see their records, is that you don't really understand what your doctor, your medical provider is recording in your actual record until you look at it. It is so important that you confirm with them that they are recording everything you're telling them about how you're feeling, about your symptoms, about what's happening, side effects of medications. all of those types of things that you talk about with them may not make it into the actual record. So when Social Security sees the record, they're going to see what was typed in. Oh, this person came in for a follow-up. They said they were feeling better today, but they don't have any discussion in there about the symptoms that you're actually experiencing. Because what is feel better? And that's going to be very subjective for everyone, right? So we see so much that it's being missed by the providers because they're so rushed right now. Everything else is on their plates. They're not including really vital material that needs to be in the actual record. So my recommendation to a lot of people is talk to your provider. You can even ask when you go in, hey, can I see the notes from my last visit? Just so I can get a copy of it, and then you can read through it. And if they didn't talk about what you told them last time, make sure they put it in there at this visit so that it's recorded in the actual record. Because objective medical evidence and these reports and follow-up visits from the providers is key with Social Security.
Liz, I think you just broke open something for VA claims too. I mean, that what you just said is what we've been trying to beat in veterans' heads for so long. But the beatings will continue, Liz, until morale increases. That's continue to happen.
Now, Liz, you did say go to the Social Security's website. Can you give that website?
Oh, sure.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's www.ssa.gov. So
now
it's
you also
ssa.gov.
Okay. So thank you. So you also talked about you could go there and get your retirement age. So I know when we did our video, I went immediately there and it told me exactly. I had to log in. I had to reset my password. Now, in order to get that retirement age, do you have to create an account and log in and give them your specific information for the Social Security? It's like, okay, here's your retirement age, and give you all that information.
Right. They have calculators online where you can plug in your birth date and get your retirement age calculated. But if you want to know your specific benefit amount, you have to create that account online. And basically, that account will show you what they used to mail to us in those statements every couple of years. All of that now is available online.
Yep, because I sure checked mine last week.
Yep.
Yeah. I did the same, right?
So in the middle of the year and then at the end of the year, right? So I was talking to somebody, I was like, oh, I got all these credits. I could definitely go down to the people and get going, right? But then when you look at it and it gives you, it's very detailed, guys. It is very detailed. It now gives you where you're at what age you're at, if you're married, when you become 62, when you become 67, if you work till you're 70, it gives you all the details. So Liz, I want to, this is a question that's not even on my notes. I keep hearing people say, hey, you're going to get an extra $200 in Social Security disability or whatever because you were deployed to wherever location you went. So can you debunk this? Because a lot of people be in the comments, oh, you can get an extra $200 because you was in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Let's talk about that a little bit before
no pressure, Liz.
You're going to say, I wasn't there, but my cousin, third time removed, was there. Can I still get it?
Right.
on my mother's side.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's true. Like I said before, there are no extra benefit payments for different scenarios like that. There is a special program for wounded warriors called compassionate allowances, where there are certain criteria. If you meet them, your case is supposed to be quote unquote expedited through the process, according to Social Security's definition of expedited. So certain military criteria would qualify for that type of assessment, but it's not going to give you any additional benefit.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. So there is one other myth I want to talk about real quick that I do hear a lot. A lot of people say, oh, I have to be off work for a whole year before I apply for benefits. So everybody hears that 12-month criteria. What that 12-month criteria means is that your condition has to be expected to last for 12 months and functionally impair you from being able to perform work activity. So you can file for benefits before that 12 months has expired, because especially in light of the fact that their processing times are extremely backlogged right now, you're not even going to get an initial decision from Social Security for 9 to 12 months after you file. In most jurisdictions, they're very backed up. So it's not that you have to be out 12 months to wait to file, but your condition has to be expected to last for 12 months and be functionally limiting. So it's a little distinction there that does, I think, need to be made.
Thank you. Is there anything that you want to share? Because I know that your time is very limited here with us. Is there anything that you want to go into before you leave us today? Or
I just really appreciate being part of this, and all the work that y'all are doing is just amazing. I'm glad to help. We've talked about most of the things I had in my notes to just touch on with Treetop today, but I'm available. I think my contact info is probably in the information there, but definitely email me, call me if you have questions. I'm happy to address anything that y'all have questions about.
And Liz, I just posted a link for Sage Disability in the chat for everyone to see. We really appreciate you joining us. Guys, go to that website. Oftentimes you'll find that if you just look at the website that, you know, folks have, you can get a lot of your questions answered from some of the FAQs they have on there, some of the tools that they have on there. From this live, Miss Liz has already answered a lot of questions that I know veterans have about Social Security disability benefits. So we appreciate you being with us today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. So, Dwayne, do we have a station break, or we have somebody else coming in?
Oh, no station break.
No break. Listen, no break.
And the reason why I wanted, because I wanted Raider to tune in before we get into the next segment, the TDIU segment and SS and going over the amount of money, right? So I wanted Raider to just give us a few pointers on that, and then we can get into Mr. Davis.
Okay. And I know, real quick, Raider, I know you were not scheduled to be here today, so we definitely want to respect
and Raider. Yeah, and Raider, we know you're going live tonight. We don't want to coincide with that. So if you need rest or whatever before that, we want to be respectful of it.
No, I push that to tomorrow.
Oh,
okay. I have a conflict. I have a conflict today. So I can't
but before you leave, just don't leave, because you know what you got to give us before
you got to give us before you leave.
Right. So don't think you're just gonna skip out and just.
There's a toll.
All right. Did you have a question for Raider, or did?
Yeah, I wanted him to touch on the TDIU, because we get a lot of people when it comes to the TDIU, and can I work for Uber? Can I deliver groceries over here? And then they make too much money, and then it's a problem, because we know Natural and I talk about it all the time. Let them hear from Raider where how his perspective comes into this.
Okay, so first thing I'm going to say is that this is a hot button topic. Like, people get very, very upset whenever you have any kind of opinion on TDIU. And it stems from fear. And I get that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of individuals who this is a form of an ancillary benefit. TDIU is not a disability. So it does not share the same protections like the 10-year, the 20-year rule as a disability does, because it's not a disability. It's a benefit that's awarded if you continue to meet criteria year after year after year. The moment that you make more money than the poverty level for a single person, that's whenever you run into a problem. Propose to reduce? Yeah. Will you get a hearing? Sure. Will they still take the action because mathematically you made more money than you should have? Yes.
Yeah.
Is the hearing ceremonial in nature? Yes. Unless you can prove that, hey, look, I didn't make that money. I don't know what's going on. Like I didn't work a day last year at all. Like those things happen, right? So whenever it comes to like TDIU, my philosophy, and this might rub some people the wrong way, but you have medically certified that you cannot work.
I agree.
Have medically certified that. Okay. It's not a choice at this point in time. You medically cannot work. Now, if you want to try to work for your sanity, I get that. I get that 110%. I'm a person that's stuck in my house. So I'm working right now just to keep myself from being, not bored. But, you have to be, if you want to work, you've got to be able to be an honest participant in this process. If you can work more than the amount, should you maybe try to get to a natural 100%? Maybe, if that's on the cards, right? I would much rather, have you do that than, because you can work. If you become a natural 100%, go ahead.
You mean just a scheduler 100% Raider, like where those are your conditions, instead of trying to pursue TDIU?
Or if you're on TDIU, you can still pursue claims after being on TDIU to transition over to the higher benefit is what I would consider it, because you can work and get the 100%. That can happen, like that can can totally happen. I get the fear behind TDIU. I mean, the current climate does not appear to favor TDIU.
No.
And that's as far as I'll go on that. But for me, it's that you've medically been certified that your disabilities prevent you from working your previous job. That's the classification. Now, can you do part-time work in a job that's completely different than your other job? Sure.
Yeah.
But once you show that you meet criteria and you go over the monetary value, the poverty level for a single person, it's hard to get it back. I'll be honest with you. You don't want to put yourself in that position because trying to get it proven again, you have so much evidence at that point in time weighing against you that you're fine.
Yeah.
I believe that. That's not my personal belief, but that's the way the VA looks at it is,
Sure.
if you make over the poverty level, you are fine. And that's a horrible place to be in.
Yeah. I don't know those that would quibble with what you're saying. I think it's consistent with how the M21-1 and even some places in the 38 CFR define unemployability, because it's a pretty high bar to get TDIU in a lot of cases. And I don't think veterans understand some of the statements that you just rendered with regard to unemployability. It really, when you really think about it, this whole process, this compensation process was kind of designed based off of workability. If the veteran was really able to work or they're not able to work post-service. So I think it's really important to understand some of those nuances.
All right. Thank you. I think Mr. Davis has stepped away for a minute. But I want to share a scenario because a veteran challenged me on this and I didn't think he had a case. So I want to get Naturals and Raiders choice feedback on this real quick while Mr. Davis comes back. Had a veteran, he contacted me. He said, hey, Dewayne, VA is proposing to sever individual unemployability. I'm like, well, did you go back to work? He was like, yeah, I went back to work, not once, but twice, and made over the poverty threshold. Now, he said he reached out to a law firm, and they told him, oh, you got a case. I'm just like, man, based on what he told me, I was like, I don't see it, because he was like, oh, I've had individual unemployability for 20 years. And the VA sent me the proposal to reduce like November, 30 days before he hit this 20-year protection rule. And he said they shouldn't be able to do it because they didn't schedule the hearing until this past June. And so now I'm thinking, what does 20 years have to do with that and them scheduling the hearing in June and not in December? So he was thinking, oh, well, I'm protected by the 20-year rule because they should have scheduled that that RVSR hearing in December and not June. And that's all he gave me, but he was just really stuck on that. And I didn't see a path. I was like, you got caught with your hand in the cookie jar. Why even go back to work based on just what you just said, Raider? What do you say about that, Natural and Raider? And that's all the information that he gave me, so I know it's kind of slim.
Okay, well, I mean, for me, it's not a disability. So the 10-year rule, the 20-year rule, the 5-year rule, those are for disabilities, like factual, actual disabilities. There is no diagnostic code for TDIU, right? It's not a disability. It doesn't share those protections. I see what Jim put in there, that it shall not be discontinued without determination that the veteran has actually secured and maintained gainful employment. Yeah, and that's a math problem. Did you make more than this monetary amount within a calendar year? That's it.
And he did.
And he did. Yeah. And what happens is that I want to say the SSA, Social Security Administration, generates the end product. Like VA raters don't just go, hey, let's assess this claim. That comes from down high. Like it is something that comes through. Now, does the veteran get a hearing in which they get to discuss? Sure.
Yeah.
But if the math is there, it's like, hey, look, in that situation, you are guilty until you are proven innocent. And I hate that. It's not my personal belief system. It's just the facts. An end product is here because you broke something. Prove you didn't. And it sucks. And if people follow the guidelines, make sure that you don't make over a certain amount, then you have nothing to fear.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
If you're somebody that hasn't worked a day in your life after that, then you're fine.
And he was like, oh, well, they should take in consideration. I tried to at least go back. I say, but at the time back in like, I think early 2000, you said you couldn't. So as a rater, that's what, we agreed, you were granted that.
Mhm.
They're not looking at what you tried to do 10 or 15 years later, if that makes sense. But like I said, I just couldn't see a path forward. I was just only giving the information that was given to me. And I was just like, why go back? If they granted IU, why go back? Why not pursue, like you said, Raider, to get that 100% permanent total, and then it's moot at that point. But I just thought I'd bring that up before we bring our next guest on. He is in the waiting room, is ready. Are we ready to move forward?
Yeah,
Tosh, Craig, does anyone have
absolutely.
anything else?
Yeah, I think we're ready.
for the next segment. Yeah.
Okay, I got it cut off. All right, Jim, you say you got cut off. Oh, wait a minute, I got cut
Over
off.
12 consecutive
12
months.
consecutive months. I think
All
he
right,
was
okay.
responding
To his
yeah,
previous.
to
Okay, all right, okay, cool.
over 12
All right,
consecutive months. Yeah.
we're gonna bring in our next guest here, and we have Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, thank you and welcome for joining us today. Can you hear us just fine, Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. So go ahead and tell everybody who you are, what you do, and why you do it.
No, fantastic. Hello, everyone. My name is Kenneth Davis, CEO of Veterans for Veterans, Veteran Advocacy Group, where we serve our veterans in obviously VA benefits, entrepreneurship, and also real estate. So we're able to kind of try to cover a wide range of information for our veterans, and just make sure that we're advocating to the top of the hopefully the hill, so we can get policies passed.
Okay, and I believe you wanted to serve in the Army, but you served in a different branch, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, I just didn't meet the qualifications, so I went to the Navy's door. They graciously accepted me.
Wait, be careful, Mr. Davis. Be very, very careful.
We got nothing like that.
Yes. I was in the Navy. During Operation Iraqi Freedom. During Freedom, there were multiple deployments on the USS Ronald Reagan, and had the pleasure to just serve with those brothers and sisters in arms, and it was a great time. And during that time, I was able to meet so many great people, but at the end of the day, was able to really join the veteran community once exiting.
Okay, Ms. Davis, can you tell everyone what you used to do for the Department of Veterans Affairs?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was a VA raider, working my way up all the way from obviously a claims assistant all the way to DSR, so on and so forth. So I worked my way through the ranks, being able to serve at the Washington, D.C. Appeals Management Office over time. Was able to travel to multiple different locations, whether it's San Diego, Milwaukee, Washington, D.C., and in Las Vegas, Nevada, where I had the pleasure to work for the Department of Veterans Affairs for many years.
All right. So I'll turn it over to Tasha to go ahead and let's get some Q&A going. If you need me to pull in questions,
how are you?
From the chat,
I have created the most complex questions for you here today. So
no pressure, Mr.
No
Davis.
pressure.
Well, excited to answer. Excited.
So you have some camaraderies here with you. Natural is a raider. Raider HQ is the next raider, and Dewayne. So you really are surrounded with
You're in good company.
a lot to help you with these questions. So I a veteran, as you know, and I'm an advocate for women. So let's get into the VA claims process. Do you feel like it is too complex right now for veterans to navigate alone? If it before compared to before and now, do you think it has become more complex for veterans to navigate alone? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll say this. I think the VA has made many strides to try to simplify the process, giving access to certain things that did not have access before. VA.gov has come a long way versus e-benefits, right? E-benefits, that was it was a mission to be able to get to what you needed to.
Yeah.
But however, I will say the complexity of regulation, whether if it's in the Warrants Manual, M21, or the CFR, it's just a difficult process to understand. I think even behind that, understanding how policy works to be able to route through the process of getting a bill passed to be able to apply to VA benefits, right? I think there's a lot of hot take buttons that people press, and then those regulations or understandings then put veterans at an uproar. And then when that happens, it creates emotional turmoil. And then next thing you know, the VA is repealing some information that they shouldn't put out anyway, right? So I do think that that the system has become a little bit more simplistic in regards to access, but not processes and systems, right? So that has been the challenge, I believe.
So with that, do you feel like the claims industry has become better or worse in the last 10 years based on when you rated compared to what you see now?
I think Mr. Kimble probably put you up to these questions, huh?
He did not. He did
Listen,
not.
we can neither confirm nor deny. Listen,
did
Mr. Davis. What we need to do now is just use our Navy intelligence. Okay, like, use our Navy intelligence to get through this, like we always do.
Well, I would say this. I think it's fabulous that the veterans are getting the help that they deserve, right? And get access to the benefits that they earn. However, I do believe that the industry has become oversaturated with some who may or may not know what is necessary and what they are doing. And it's so important that we really focus on the actual expertise of it, right? It is a challenge to become a rater. It's a challenge to serve veterans, and it's an honor to be able to do so. So when you take the route of not serving a veteran correctly, the industry just becomes overly saturated with those who should have provided themselves the information to serve. However, it's such a delicate honor to do so that I think we have taken away that portion of it, of understanding that we're serving a community who's underserved and a voice of voiceless.
Tasha, I have a sort of a sub question to that one, and I really want all the raters to chime in on this one. Radio HQ, Natural, and Dewayne, and Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, the responsibility, what do you think the responsibility is for the rater to educate the veteran in their correspondence back to them? Here's what I'm saying. We've heard rater and Natural say, and Dewayne, and I'm sure you as well, you guys are very detailed in your responses to veterans. You give them, what they need to do if they want higher percentages. In your narrative that you write, it's pretty much a detailed long form narrative. But what do you think the responsibility is of the VA to make sure that raters educate veterans along the process, and letting them know, hey, listen, like, we are on your side to get to where you need to go if you have a qualifying disability? Should that be a higher level responsibility on raters, or do you think that that's something that the veterans should shoulder much more?
Great question, because being on both sides, right? You understand the rater, and then you also understand the recipient. Veteran, there is a host of information that you have to go through, and I can tell you, it's overwhelming. It is just you can't even understand it. The lingo is just out of control, right? Let's pull back the veil and really understand what they're saying. But now, also, I think the VA misses that majority of their organization are ran by veterans. So now we have to understand that they're veterans as well. So if you're a Department of Veterans Affairs, there's a certain tact that you must have to be able to treat the veteran and also treat the veteran who is serving the other veteran. So being on the production standard the way they do, it could become overwhelming, and they may be able to miss detailed information that they could provide to the veteran, so they can really understand that navigational pathway. However, I just really would be remiss to say, and put all the responsibility hosted on the VA or in the rater, because it is just the information, though complex, that information could be information that could change your life.
Wow.
So there is a responsibility to go ahead and try to figure that out. And if you're not, that's why we're here, right? Advocates can be able to service you.
Sure. That you brought up an interesting thought about the production standard that raters have. I don't know, Raider, Natural, Dwayne, does having that production standard does it put more pressure on you to kind of get stuff done quicker? I would just like to know y'all's perspective on that.
We haven't heard from Natural in a minute. Natural, you want to take a shot at that? If you don't,
Hey, I'm letting everybody else get their say and just listening.
Okay.
I would agree with Mr. Davis. I think that across the board that as a raider, I think that everyone, should I say this? Listen, I think that a lot of raiders do the same, but I think a lot of them do not. If that makes sense without me saying everything. Even though we're held by the same manual, the same guidance, everybody doesn't follow what they should. And I think that it comes from a lack of the education on the processes of rating, and it comes down to your interpretation of the manual. Because I have a lot of disagreements with co-workers, and I finally tell them like, hey, well, you're the decision maker. You have to make that decision. I can't make the decision for you. But if I'm telling you what I see, and I'm telling you what manual reference back up what I see, then you're the decision maker. But when you make that error, don't come back to me and try to help you fight the error. So I think that it is just across the board. I think there needs to be more outreaches to educate the veterans. And I think that we do have annual training, but do I agree with the annual training all the time? No, because the processes, what I don't like is when a law changes, the manual gets updated and we take a TMS course. Come on. And then we're applying rules and laws when we haven't been like educated on how to apply this law. We may get an email that says, hey, this has been updated. You know what I mean? And now you expect us to apply this to the claim process and understand it. And I think that's where it's a lot. Everybody is focusing on bringing down the backlog and bringing down, and keeping claims under 125 days and all this stuff. My thought process is if you educate the workforce that you have processing these claims correctly, that will cut down on a lot of these supplementals and DTA errors and BVA decisions. If you start at the lowest level of educating from the claims assistant, VSR to the RVSR, even droves make mistakes. And so that's just my thought process of me being here for a while. And there's a disconnect because some ROs do stuff.
Okay.
And then other ROs do. And I'll be like, what's the difference? We're all under the same umbrella. We all have the same manual, but it's like there's a disconnect somewhere. And the consistency across the board is not there. And I think that's why we have ongoing repeat cases. Some of it is the VBA and some of it is the lack of knowledge on the veteran side. People think, oh, I got diagnosed at the VA hospital. It's service connected to the military. And that's not always true. And so I think veterans have to understand that when we go to the VA, if they give me a diagnosis of diabetes, and I know I've been sitting at this table eating up all this stuff and doing all this, and I'm obese, that has nothing to do with me. Now I have sleep apnea, or I have, back problems because my BMI is now 38 point whatever. That has nothing to do with me being in the service. But a lot of people think, oh, I'm at the VA and they diagnosed me with this. It's service related. And that's just not true. So I think if we start educating everybody, and it's not pointing the fingers at anyone, it's just my personal opinion, because I'm a veteran myself and I'm also a raider. So I understand from both sides. But as a veteran, I had no idea about the benefit side when I got out of the military. Until I started working for the VA, I learned about the VBA. And then I got the job at the VBA and I understand the claim process now. But a lot of people do not. So that's just my take on it.
Sorry, may I really quick to add a little bit of context?
Please do, sir.
I cannot agree more. It is the consistency and continuity of the training and development program for Raiders or VSR, just going through the pathway, right, is so very inconsistent and also difficult. So when the context I want to add is this: I traveled to many regional offices, went through training on different sides. Every regional office had the same standard on paper, but the different expectation when executed. There was many times I've seen good raiders actually transfer, retire, or get fired because of the inconsistency of the training and also the interpretation of the law. The regulation is the regulation. However, when the claim comes in, however, it is not that clear, cut, and dry. And a lot of times there's no grace or leniency on the difficulty of the nature of application to regulations. So
Excuse me, real quick, Mr. Davis.
Because as she said, many people aren't going to take a TMS.
Excuse me, real quick, Mr. Davis.
Oh, yes.
If you have two separate laptops, it seems like we're getting some feedback. So if you're looking at two different screens open, I think we're getting a little bit of feedback. If you can cut the volume down.
Gotcha.
On the second one.
Understood.
I think you were discussing the knowledge gap with regard to raiders and some of the consequences that come from that. Some raiders getting fired or not making certain decisions. Go on, Mr. Davis.
Yes. The primary context I was just trying to hit home is, understandably, there's so many laws and regulation changes that raiders can't even keep up. So what do you think the veteran is doing? And unfortunately, the application, it is not a fluid process, and I can understand the difficulty and nature of it. However, we just have to find something a little bit better that is that's useful for both. And that's why being on both sides of it, I do feel for the raiders, right? I think the position and occupation is a great occupation. It's such a technical skill. You have to be very skilled to be a raider, at least a good raider, right? Every raider is not equal. But I'll tell you this, those courses that you take in TMS, most people are just clicking through them. I can attest to that. And it is not until you get an error until it's a wake-up call.
Oh, yeah.
So if we can just fix the training program, processes, expectations, and fluidly give feedback on any type of error or in application to a very grayish area law or regulation, that will be very much helpful for the raider and also the veteran.
I want to hear Raiders' opinion on the training for Raiders. What is
I was just thinking the same thing.
I want to hear him on this. Yeah, go ahead, Raider.
Hi, how's it going? Nice to meet you, Mr. Davis. I've never met you before, but
if you want to show him, let him hear your, feel free. You don't have to. But
Oh wait,
What are you talking about? It's too easy. Why are you making me do this? I'm not some kind of monkey that you can make perform. What, you want, I hate this.
no, sorry. All right. So the training, I would say that before COVID-19 happened and they shut down like Denver and they shut down Baltimore for the training sites, physical training made the difference between what you've seen beforehand, which might not have been the best in the world, but it is light years better than what it is now. The training, they shortened the training after COVID hit. I don't even know if they've restarted in-person training, but there was a specific facet to it. You lived, breathed, and ate it. You were away from your family. You were put in a hotel for weeks at a time.
Wow.
You were given a food stipend. You were not like, you were isolated like it was boot camp, basic training, whatever you want to call it. You know, like you were isolated, and that's all you did from sunup to sundown. They bust you to the agency. You went to the RO that was hosting it. They had training individuals. They had actual people in the know. They had raiders that they flew in, and they had them there to help you. And you were able to ask questions in real time, right? That training was the foundation.
Wow.
But part of the problem is that level of diligence on the training evaporates once you get back to your RO. And honestly, like if I could wave a magic wand, there's a couple of things that I would do. Reinstate the training back to physical training. Make it to where the way that you train the staff originally, in-person training, that's how the training gets continued. A all hands meeting where somebody just goes, oh yeah, we got this new law here and it's really great. And just, do this TMS that's outdated, that doesn't even talk about anything that's currently relevant, you know, because they contract out for TMS courses. So sometimes they have to refurbish them and do different things. And I'm not trying to stick it to the VA or anything like that. They're doing their best. But if they could up their training, that would be great. But one of the fundamental problems, in my opinion, is that for there to be a problem, everyone has to agree that there is a problem. Leadership is so disconnected from the process, even at the coach level. I mean, I'm just talking at the coach level. You've got somebody that doesn't understand even an ounce of what you're doing. They have no way, shape, or form to understand.
You get past the collection plate on that one.
You're getting hyped. You got hyped there.
So when this stuff goes up, that like when you submit your complaint and it goes up the chain of command, guess what? They don't know what you're talking about.
Not
that's how you
bit.
can. That's how you can have congressional meetings in which somebody spews some stuff that's you're like, wait, what? The VA, the VBA, right? You're talking about claims process in the VBA, not in Switzerland, in America's VBA, right? Like that's how you can have those disconnects because leadership does not think there's a problem. They think numbers. Oh, we've got 10 less claims than we did beforehand. Everything is fine. This is fine. And the empathy has left the building. If I could wave another magic wand, retrain staff that there's a human being on the other side of every single claim. That there is a human being that resides, that waits for that outcome. That
now you're talking.
That whether or not you do a good job or a bad job, that lives are on the line. You might not think it. You might downplay it.
It's so true.
Oh man, it's just 10%. But this, like every single proposal to reduce, you better be sure there's a human being on the other side of that. There's emotions, there's feelings, there's families, there's everything.
I preach it every week. every week.
Yeah, no, I just channeled my Hervet's voice right there. I did that.
you sure did. You
I'm
channeled
on
your
Dougie
you channeled
like
your
white
inner
on
HBG.
rice. I'm on Douglas Collins like white on rice. And I know that somewhere along the line, somebody's going to say, there's this girl on YouTube, Dougie. She is on.
Do you owe her money? What's going on?
Your neck.
Now, Raider, we thought for a second that someone would reach out to Doug Collins so he could join us on our live stream today, but we haven't got word back from the secretary's office.
He's not going to come here. You know why he's not going to come here? Because we are too real for him. He wants people to paddle him.
Not all of our cameras are on.
Yeah,
the man will run at any camera, but all of our cameras aren't on. So unfortunately, we don't have the power, the bandwidth to pull him into our sphere.
Yeah.
So that's
By the way, everyone, before we move on, Raider, actually, I don't know how much he does it anymore, but he used to have a segment, Doug Collins Fixed This, just a little quick
That ain't
segment.
happening. Don't bother. It ain't happening.
You can learn a lot from just those little tidbit segments, those rants that he has. But Tasha, I want you to continue with your questions with Mr. Davis because he's giving us some great information.
He's touring right now. Okay, you have to open up a Steak and Shake franchise and get a little discount. You know, don't crack my motor right now, Craig. And Mr. Davis, if you don't know, I'm on Dougie's neck. Okay.
I think you read the same article, so it tickled me as well.
You know, real quick before you get in that next question. I'm gonna take it a step a little bit further. I promise I'll be quick.
Okay.
I'll be very quick. This is gonna make some veterans upset to hear. So we talked about, I don't want to say placing the blame or what the VA could do better.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we have to think about what veterans can do better. And one thing that I always preach is education.
Mm-hmm.
You have to invest the time to understanding this. And Natural stated earlier, stop running to the VA and get the diagnosis. That falls under VHA.
She sure did.
Not VBA. And thinking you can go to VBA and stop thinking just because I wore this uniform, you're entitled to something. No, there is a process. So I would say to veterans, there is some accountability on the veterans side because there's more channels out there that, some that, just probably a little bit of propaganda, just giving misinformation. But the majority of these channels out here are giving you the basics. Start with the basics. Different ways of different ways of service connection. Start there, but invest the time. And second, on the VA side, I think there's more accountability there. When I rated, I volunteered to work at an FDC clinic, fully developed claim clinic, and guess what? Veterans could actually come in and talk to me. They could bring their 526EZ, their DBQ for increase, their DBQ and nexus statement if it was for secondary. I can look at it. Yes, it's good to go. Establish an EP or take it back to the regional office, have a VSR to establish an EP because I couldn't do it because I never was a VSR. And I could rate that claim before I went home for the day. Guess what the St. Petersburg regional office did? They closed the office. Okay. And what I like what the VA is doing, is having these clinics. And veterans, if you got a clinic that's within an hour of a Veterans Fest, within an hour of your home, you have a car, you have the funds to drive there, you might want to show up.
Yeah, these are Dwayne's talking about VA claim clinics. We'll have a link in the description of our channels of the next VA claim clinics and the dates and times and locations so that you can go to one near you. They're very helpful, extremely helpful. And when if you feel like you might be stuck in your VA claim and you want an in-person individual other than one of us, you want an in-person individual, you can definitely stop by VA claim clinic and they will do you well.
And real quick, I promise, Craig, I'll be done after I promise. What Raider said. You all see this? This is a VA rating schedule. When I went through training, when I hired in month of June, I did not touch an actual rating till the end of October.
Wow.
In between that time, we went to Baltimore. And they were going through this in Baltimore and back at our home station. And when you go through the rating schedule, they went line by line by line. So if you go to neurological and you look at diagnostic code 8045, they went line by line through all the facets. So like Raider said, they got to get back to that. If they don't get back to that, they just sit here and because this was training that well before COVID and before I left, and if they don't go back to that and they just using TMS to do this training, then there's no way that backlog has reduced that Mr. Collins talked about. Because how are you doing that when you don't have your people trained up to that certain level where they can adjudicate these claims? I yield my time.
He has yielded his time to you, Mr. Davis.
I see. No,
the gentleman from Florida has yielded his time.
Madam Chairman, I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
There's so much to discuss here, but I have a question that I wanted to ask you, Mr. Davis. What is one piece of advice that you strongly disagree with when it comes to veterans and what they commonly hear online? What is one piece of advice that you have seen commonly online given to veterans that you know for a fact that you strongly disagree against?
The notion of keep filing and you're gonna get it.
Oh my God, you hit the nail on the head.
Wow. Spaghetti at the wall, Mr. Davis.
If we can go away with anything, we can. It's just I want to always step in to serve, but it is so hard to pull that veteran away from that scuttlebutt talk that goes on and that rumor mill. We have, I mean, Mr. Dewayne Kimble giving straight knowledge out to M21 every day. And for some reason, they still rather go speak with that E5 who barely got their benefits that unfortunately is spewing information that, hey, you know what? You can get 100% on the right knee. And it runs rampant. It just runs rampant, and if we can be able to shrink that line of communication and tell the truth, that's going to be tremendous. And why I say that is because just like you guys, the sentiments that you guys expressed, there's already enough bad information floating around here. I hop on YouTube, I hop on these Reddit posts, I hop on the social media, and I am shocked at some of the information that is being spewed. But everyone is believing it.
They make Raider cuss so bad.
Yeah. And I think definitely the ones who went through that rigorous training, Raider HQ, it was such a rigorous process. You literally was back in boot camp. You literally were back in college. I mean, they shut the world off and say, hey, this is all you're going to do here for months and months and months. But then you get back to the regional office. I had a phenomenal leader during that time frame where you didn't even touch the floor until 6 months without a second sign. At least. Because most Raiders don't even know what they're doing until you're 2-3 years in the process. And now you want them to pop open a TMS to be able to understand this new update in relation to DIC. I've never even seen a DIC claim. Only thing I've done was rate back, So, but that's one of the biggest things I think that will be a wide kind of spread a thing that we can go away with. I really just disagree with it.
Ready? You wanna answer?
you want to go on one of your members only rants?
I want to get you fired up today.
No, you don't.
I
get noise complaints from my neighbors. They're like, "What are you doing?"
Strongly disagree with in the veteran community online.
I gotta watch how I say this. So, to be honest with you, it just has to come down to the chess versus checkers. VBA process is the VBA process. The Board of Veterans Appeals is the Board of Veterans Appeals. You might not agree with how the VBA process works, but your feelings stop at the tip of your nose. Wow. You cannot influence anything beyond your feelings. Sometimes you have to adapt to a bad process. Woo! When I provide individuals with education, I'm doing so based upon the current trends that I'm seeing. It doesn't mean I endorse them. I don't. I really wish that the system would change. But do you wish to have a favorable outcome? Then sometimes you have to play by the rules. Right. And you might not agree with them. And that's the only thing that I say, because the rules change on a daily basis. And if you don't adapt to them, if you retain that rigidity, you will break. They will break you. The VA does it quite well. It will force you to try to quit. And I mean, I don't want to say that that's by intention, but there's a lot of missed opportunities by the VA to, number one, train veterans on how to file their claims, train staff on how to do the right thing each and every time. That same diligence that Mr. Davis was talking about with the with going to challenge and learning this, there was a diligence there, wasn't there? There was a seriousness about it. And then it seems to evaporate when it's time to start pushing them their numbers, you know, and I get really sick of that personally. Well, I don't want people to be a number. I want them to be honored, cherished. They're a veteran. I take this seriously.
So, Natural and Raider, I've been the CO for Central Training. So after COVID, they don't do that anymore. They just leave it up to the regional office to train the VSRs in Raiders now. There's no, do they even lease? Because I know when I went through it, you could only go to Baltimore. And right when I left, I think the last 2 years, they were sending people to Denver and or Baltimore. So they don't bring in those, what they call them, master trainers or trainers to the local office and do that same training they do at CO. They just cut all that out.
It's digital.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it was back in my time. Yeah. I don't know if they've changed it since.
At my RO, they do training, but they use the QRs.
Yeah. So QRT, who, you know, I question whether or not they can read at any given time. Okay. I'm not playing. Like I don't know how they feed themselves.
You've got some QRT rants on your channel too, Raider.
Yeah. I'm trying to keep it in check. I literally am. But what happens is they shortened the amount of time that VSRs had challenge. It used to be like 6 weeks or something like that. They reduced it down to 4. Less time in the training doesn't make a better person. Online training doesn't necessarily get you can't. Who are you asking your questions to? It's a one-way transmission a lot of the time. It's not a two-way communication. There's no growth. There's no education. And then you have an echo chamber of the same people that have bad habits within your RO. Guess what? You get to learn that. They're not official trainers.
Yeah.
QRT are not official trainers. Like the people that they bring into Baltimore and to Denver, they are formal trainers. They're not raiders. They're people that train on the material. Then they have subject matter experts that go there and they kind of go, okay, this is how you apply what he just said. So you'd have raiders and VSRs and all that stuff. But no, this is where, if you look at this, we're going really fast with the claims with the least amount of knowledge that we've had since before 2019. And that's a little concerning to me.
Yeah. Wow. And to add to that just a bit, you know, I again, seeing this article when they say the backlog has been reduced since, you know, at the lowest point since 2020, I really, really, really would love to see what the decisions look like in accordance to that.
You better cue the music. Because that has been I've been beating the dead parts for the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Well, you know how they did it? They used that VSR up in Philly. That's how they do it.
Yeah.
They created a special project. They created a special project, and they had that VSR to lead it, and then they said, "Hey, look, we reduced the backlog."
Oh, wow! And then on top of that, mandatory overtime. to now you apply mandatory overtime to it, you know, and when you talk about a rater's position is a decision maker. There becomes fatigue in great decisions.
Yes.
So if you're a great decision maker, which most people with the lack of information are not. So now you add fatigue to that, you add pressure, you add stress, and you add the lack of empathy. What do you expect the outcome to be?
Yeah.
You know?
Wow.
Yeah, Mr. Davis, I was explaining to Hervet's Voice sometime last week that on USA Jobs, for the first time, I saw an opening for a DRO, for a VSR, and for a RVSR, and I've never seen all of three of those openings at the same time.
Dro?
Yeah. Normally,
Yes.
they do
A
that
DRO,
internally.
that's an
I was so
in-house,
shocked.
you know, open and close.
Yeah.
You never
But-
see them posted on USA Jobs. It was
I've
very
never seen
shocking.
posting for a
Yeah.
DRO there.
But
And
people,
I think that lends to the idea of what you guys are talking about. Like some of the internal training processes could really improve with respect to kind of from an internal perspective, you know, making sure that good training, you know, the training like what you raters received, or even the OJT, and so the mentoring and guiding and making sure people understand the process and some of the ins and outs, and even some of the unspoken rules that's in the rater community, that seems to have kind of gone out the window. And then you add, like you said, fatigue, exhaustion from so many cases in the queue. A lot of people are just saying, you know what, it's time for me to punch my ticket. And we're losing that experience. We're losing the knowledge. We're losing the wisdom, and veterans are actually paying the price for that when it comes to having their claims rated appropriately, or as I say on my channel, in a current, accurate, and complete way. Whereas, you know, there's a lot of veterans who do, you know, purport their evidence and so on and so forth. And we just try to tell them, you know, Tasha and I just try to tell them to be patient with the process, because you're not gonna, you may not get the same official every single time, right? Like, so you just got to wait until someone sees, oh, you know, this is actually legitimate. They've gone through the review processes, you know, they actually know what their conditions are, and they know what they're trying to claim, and they've done their research. So let's make sure we give them a fair shake.
and a lot of you probably didn't catch it. Raider put something in the chat early on, and he had let me know Natural and Raider, Mr. Davis, so I get these right. AVSCM's Assistant Veteran Service Center Manager and Veteran Service Center Manager.
Veteran Service Center Manager.
Wow.
So pushing quantity over quality,
Yeah.
they would do that. And I talked about this, and let me know, Mr. Davis, Raider, and Natural, if you all ever had this. And I'm open where I worked at, and I know some of you can't, you know, say it. I understand, but I worked out of St. Petersburg regional office, and a lot of times the coach would say, "Hey, the front office wants this rating." I'm like, "Hey, I can make a decision, but it's a denial. But we need this, so I'm not going to put my name on the dotted line until I have this." I get to work the next day. That claim is no longer in my queue, but I still, because I would keep a spreadsheet of all the claims I worked on, right? And I would go in the VBMSR, put that social security number in, and they would always give it to another rater, and that rater was known for always either denying, lowballing a veteran, and ensuring that they had a routine future exam when they didn't have to. Have you all ever encountered that throughout your rating career? Minus the regional office that you worked at.
Yes.
Wow.
Because sometimes raters are asked to do, I don't want to say, I want to say questionable things. Like, hey, look, can you review this particular rating because of so-and-so? And I'm like, why? What's the mechanism that you're giving me this rating? Did they file an 0996 and 0995? What's the mechanism that I am legally allowed to touch this rating? They're like, no, it's just the VSO kind of contacted me, shot me an email. I'm like, so we're just making this up? They're like, no, we have a handshake agreement. I'm like, okay, but if I get audited, right? If OIG wants to know why I'm touching this claim, what do I tell them?
Wow.
So, and I'm because this was during the period of time whenever there was a lot of that, Puerto Rico, assigning work to yourself type thing. And I don't know, but yeah, you had people that would just say yes, because I don't know if it was for personal gain, if it was to try to get a promotion. They want to be, we called them pets. Like certain coaches had pets, and people would just they'd say yes to anything. They'd do anything, and they'd get in trouble for it. Like it would come around. I held my ground. Integrity is a big deal for me, so I held my ground on that.
Mr. Davis or Natural, either you encounter that?
Yeah. There's been multiple occasions where integrity had to be questioned, and now at the end of the day, as going through this process, I had some phenomenal leaders that were able to present me and put me in a position of hosting integrity in everything I do, right? With the claims, because it does become and feel like a number, and it's a revolving door. However, I think I had the honor to really go into these hearings and speak with the veteran. And when you're able to do that, all the questionable things that you would add, that again others would ask, whether if it's coach, whether if it's assistant coach, or whether if it's getting your claim slipped out of your queue because you let them know that you probably wouldn't be able to finish it accurately and with a good rating, right? So now it was to the point where it had to be, you had to be around good people, and that was the really biggest point of it. It's those people around you that you surrounded yourself with really kept you on the straight and narrow, because you would compromise literally your judgment and what you know is right and what you know is wrong. So that moral compass had to fluctuate. There's been many times where I've actually dealt with, having to question a judge, and now when you're questioning a VA judge on if it's right or wrong, because when it goes to that level, BVA, you can do what you want, which many people don't know.
Wow.
Regulations can color outside the lines very easily and very fast when you have the stroke of a pen and have the title of a judge, right? So there's been many occasions where you've been asked to do things that's on a remand that you know for sure it's against the regulation. It doesn't matter. The judge said do it, push it.
Wow.
So, I mean, when we talk about questionable things, I want to, push that all the way to the top and see if they're doing questionable things. And then when they're doing questionable things, let's see how it rolls downhill.
Wow. That is a lot. That is so much to take in. So
Very
much.
good.
Yeah, well said.
Good information though, for sure.
Whew.
All right. So we do have Mr. Tillman. I'm trying to look at the
Michael.
We have about, I know he was in the previous
He's
segment.
in the 2 o'clock he's in the 2 o'clock segment, so we're doing okay.
Okay. All right. Okay.
We got some time.
We got about
I had him in both. So okay. All right. We're fine. We're good.
So before we let you go, Mr. Davis, I heard you speak a little bit about being on the entrepreneur side. I feel like veterans need to be educated when it comes to being an entrepreneur. A lot of veterans, there are aspects of their life that they can evolve in, establishing businesses, etc. And I think veterans are bored, right? Because when you're bored, you bully online, you talk crazy, you act crazy, you send them emails, you do all those types of things. So let's talk about them making more useful of their time, right? So when you go in Ray's comments, or my comments, or Dewayne comments, or whatever, and you start going off the deep end, let's talk about them using their time a lot more valuable. Let's get to the entrepreneur side. What are some businesses that they can establish, or where they can get some education as far as going on that route before I let you go?
Oh, fantastic. Great question. Veterans, There are so many different places that you have the opportunity to actually get free education, free mentorship, free coaching and development. There's so many different resources out there. Again, going to a phenomenal conference like the Veterans Edge that's set up every single year by the Syracuse University in being able to get free resources, having the option to be able to go to strict entrepreneurial courses within Harvard or in any online programs that can really serve the veteran. There are many programs that are out there that really can fill that gap. Going to the SBA. The SBA is a wealth of knowledge, and a lot of veterans can get help, but they don't know that these places want to help. They want to help. They want veterans. But unfortunately, I think this narrative has been created that they don't. And unfortunately, this is pushed down to the veteran. And now, because once we're told no once, we know what goes on there, right? We're probably never coming back.
Are you back?
But I'll tell you this.
No.
There are the platforms that I have been a part of, to include our platform of Prepare to Compete. There are so many different programs, entrepreneurship, lending, to be able to support business out here that is going to create vibing and supportive veterans through that entrepreneurship program. Okay. When we talk about, again, I spoke about Veterans Edge, but then you have Vet the CEO. That was a phenomenal informational program. And they're bringing on some of the top CEOs across the country to really provide you mentorship, education and understanding, and also the coaching and development that's needed. We have many resources that we can be able to provide. And again, I would love to go ahead and push it out to be able to support any veteran who's trying to get an entrepreneurship, depending on what you're trying to do. Because again, entrepreneurship it's a lonely journey, right? It's a lonely journey. You don't need to do it on your own. You have brothers and sisters in arms who's been there, done that, and could really support you and pull you up, definitely if you're taking the right path. But when we talk about entrepreneurship, I think it's one of those ones where the veterans and also active duty military who are transitioning have every skill to be able to be a successful entrepreneur and business owner. Every single skill.
I'm sorry, Ms. Davis.
But it is
go
unknown because you have to pull it out of you, because you don't know that if the skills that you learned in service are going to translate to the civilian sector. And many times initially they don't, right? Because you have not removed the cloudiness of what your skills are when you're getting out. What is that fuels person? How are they going to understand and get clarity on their real hard skill sets? They don't.
Yeah.
So now you become a everyday worker or Uber driver or what have you. And again, no disrespect to Uber drivers. I love Uber drivers. But that becomes a primary job that you cannot work your way out of, because you don't have clarity on how educated you are, how skilled you are, and the things that you really can do. But we have so many resources on our site, but also beyond on our site. Again, the Prepare to Compete channel that we provide our veterans in regards to resources for entrepreneurship, because veterans, you guys are entrepreneurs. I don't know if you know it, but you are.
Mr. Davis, that's a really good segue. And Tasha, I don't know if you were going this way, but I want you to tell everybody where they can reach you here in just a moment.
Yeah.
But before I do that, I saw something in the comments. I want to show some love to the Air Force on September 18th. They will be having their 79th birthday. So
yeah,
the Air Force, we want to show some love to you guys. Air Force Bubba's in the chat. I know we do a lot of Army, Navy, Marine Corps talk around here, but I want to show some love to the Air Force and to the Coast Guard as well.
Craig, we are going to show some love also to our Air Force sisters in the chat.
Yeah, we will show our Air Force sisters as well, right? to our Coast Guardsmen and Coast Guardswomen as well. We want to show love to all of our service members. Thank you for your service. We really appreciate you. It is all friendly banter, but we all know who the best services are. So, we don't have to take that. We can take that into consideration. We can have this friendly banter. Mr. Davis, why don't you tell everybody where they can reach you? They will be in the post-production video description of these lives as well, but go ahead and tell everybody where they can reach you and how they can find out more about entrepreneurship and all of the things that you can do.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So you definitely can reach us at, again, info@vetsforvetsconsulting.com. We'll be able to support you. You can also see us on our website, vetsforvetsconsulting.com as well. But now also you can be able to watch and be able to enjoy all the information in relation to VA benefits, real estate, and entrepreneurship on our channel at Prepare to Compete. That is, again, our primary source of education, where you can really get all the garnishment of information to include accessing our community. Because, again, we want to support not only publicly, but also privately, because that private conversation is much more than you're going to get here publicly, because we want to support and we want to advocate. So, again, if you guys can be able to reach out, we would love to be able to support you. But before we close out, go Navy.
Hey, go Navy. Beat Army.
Yeah, right. Tasha and Craig, do y'all mind if Mr. Davis sticks around? I know we're going to get into the live Q&A. If you have time,
as long as you like. Yeah.
If you have time, Mr. Davis, I know you're a very busy man, but you're more than welcome to stay on for a little bit if you like.
Oh, no, it's an honor, please.
Okay.
All right.
We know we got tell K1 I said hi. I know he's probably behind the scenes there doing some stuff. Yeah. All right, so let me know, Tasha. I'll turn it back over to
Let's
you.
go with Mr. Tallman, Michael.
Okay.
And he has a presentation, so I have to share my screen here.
Okay, hold on. While you're doing that, I'll add him. I think
Okay.
it's good to go. Okay, there he is.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tallman.
How are you?
All right. Let me make sure. Okay.
Army's in the house.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
that's what I'm talking
Another
about.
one.
That's what I'm talking about.
But going back to what you were saying about the Coast Guard, my best friend growing up is a retired Coast Guard captain. So I am throwing shade at him all the time.
That's right.
Yeah.
Nothing but love to all the services.
Oh yeah.
So before we pull up the your presentation there, Mr. How you pronounce it? Tallman? Tall man. Tell us a little bit about yourself, what it is you do, and why you do it.
Retired Army colonel. I retired in 2015. I enlisted as military police back in 1982. And I transitioned to Medical Service Corps right around Desert Shield, Desert Storm. So back in 1990, I spent 25 years as a MS officer, finishing out my career as a patient admin officer. So I was dealing predominantly with medical records, HIPAA, anything that the clinicians didn't want to have to do, acting IG, which was a very good benefit for me. I spent 33 years in Army National Guard between the New York, Connecticut, and Massachusetts Guard. What else? Yeah, I think that surmises. The second slide in my presentation has all that in bullets. But the biggest thing when I was patient admin was when I was part of the community-based warrior transition unit program up here in Massachusetts as the PEBLO. I was a physical evaluation board liaison officer for 7 years. Then after I retired, I was an Army Wounded Warrior Program advocate for 3 years. And as part of that, one of the biggest things that I was doing was CRSC applications, so combat related special compensation. And I've been doing that for over a decade now. And it's become my passion. We all need a passion to keep on going. I retired officially from everything last year because the first of the month is good.
Oh,
So-
that phrase, Mr. Tallman, retired from everything, just sounds so sweet to me. I don't know that I will experience it for a while. But.
Well, considering what I'm doing on a daily basis, it's easily 3 to 4 hours a day doing CRSC related stuff.
Excellent.
I have over 10,000 members in my Facebook group.
Wow.
I started it in 2022, May of 2022. So 4 years. It's got, after the first year or so, which was slow growth, it exploded.
Very good.
And we could go from there.
All right.
Awesome.
Are you ready for me to show the presentation, Tasha?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. There it is.
So luckily for me, Army Human Resources Command, HRC, had put together this presentation. I've edited it a little bit, putting in my own stuff. This is the basic when it comes down to CRSC stuff. So in order for someone to successfully submit their claim, they don't have to get wrapped around the axles when it comes to doing CRSC. It is not as bad as people initially see it as. So it is definitely something that can be a bit overwhelming. But so the person needs to just take a step back. Yes, G. Smitty, I did say CRSC. So you can hit the next slide. I think I hit everything on there, and we'll get really right into the meat of this. A lot of this will be read it on your own kind of things. Because there is a ton of information here, and certainly once this is put out after post-production, you folks will be able to go slowly through it. I want to be able to answer questions more so than anything, but I'm going to hit the high. To qualify for CRSC, you have to be entitled to and or receive a military retired pay. Now, that doesn't just mean a 20-year retiree. That includes your Chapter 61 disability retirees. That also includes your reservists that are at age eligible for retirement. So either 60 or earlier if eligible for early reserve retirement. You might not be seeing any retirement pay if you're Chapter 61 because most or all of their retirement pay is being offset by the VA. So that includes the reservist who may have been retired for under Chapter 61, who has a 20-year letter, and they will be able to still apply if they are a Chapter 61 retiree. Elephant in the house. I was Army Reserve National Guard for 33 years. I did my last 9.5 years on Title 10, and I was retired under Chapter 61. So I started with my retirement pay right at the time, but the VA offset a big old chunk of it. It is what it is, but the nice thing about CRSC, it can help the veteran get back some of that money. Rated at least 10% by the VA, and that could be anything. The key is to be able to make the causal relationship between the condition and a combat-related event. And how you prove that is once we get further into the you'll be able to see it. Waive your VA pay for your or waive your the way this line here is actually backwards. You're going to waive your retired pay for your VA pay. So that's where the offset comes in.
Okay.
And file your application. DD Form 2860, same across the board. That's why I help everyone. I might not know the nuances when it comes to the Air Force and Navy, which includes the USMC, or the Coast Guard and U.S. Public Health Service. All those folks are eligible to apply for CRSC. And then the disabilities must be either armed conflict, hazardous duty, instrumentality of war, simulated war. I know a few Vietnam veterans who have Agent Orange conditions, the cancers that are related with it, who are rated for CRSC. Obviously, Purple Heart. And then Gulf War presumptives, those are the things like PACT Act. And then finally, radiation exposure, if you're clank on a tank, where you're working with depleted uranium, then that is also going to give you something that you can apply for.
Excuse me, Mr. Tallman. If Dwayne, if you can go back to that one slide.
Sure.
Are you saying that? Okay, so it's supposed to be waive your retired pay.
Right. I didn't
pay, right?
waive your retired pay. So someone who is a 20-year retiree won't typically do that because CRDP will fall into place first. Got it. And it's automatic.
That's what I was thinking. CRDP when you said that. Okay, got it.
Yep. So and we'll get into that a little bit more, but I'll give you the nutshell. You still would have to file the waiver of retired pay for your VA compensation. It's not going to change anything if you don't opt to go with CRSC, but it has to be on file.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's all I wanted. Thank you, sir. You go ahead, Dwayne, with the next slide.
No worries. Armed conflict. You have to be engaged with the enemy. You have to go pew pew. You must be either affected by direct or indirect fire. All those things that come with, as we have over the last 25 years, going to the sandbox. Next. Simulating war, jumping out of perfectly good airframes, doing actual going to NTC or JRTC, naval exercises where you're doing, high op tempo kind of things where the individuals are, doing what they're supposed to be doing based on, the exercise that they are, that they're going through. So you have to, the key here is the documentation needs to show that, what you were doing when you were injured. Those are the two key things. It needs to be saying that you were doing X, Y, and Z when you got injured. And that's where one of the biggest sticking points that we have for veterans being able to get a successful claim in. The doc or the PA or the medic will just say service member presented because of back pain. That doesn't help the claim at all. And of course, it's long after the fact when this stuff happens where the individual, is now needing the information. Okay, it's great that it was documented. It helps for a VA claim, but it doesn't help. See, next. Hazardous service, EOD, dive masters, again, jumping out of perfectly good airplanes. Certainly a lot more than I ever did or was willing to do, although I almost jumped out of the plane at one point. Next. instrumentality of war. This takes up a larger scope of everything else. You know, who has the song of our people ringing in their ears 24/7? Just about all of us have tinnitus. Well, tinnitus is caused by an instrumentality of war. Burn pit exposure is an instrumentality of war. It is something that occurs because you are engaged in military operations somewhere forward deployed, and you're going to have to burn everything that you have on site. And that is, you know, because of the fact that that is something that is done as part of your day-to-day routine, that is considered an instrumentality of war. Obviously, Purple Heart. You get shot, you get shrapnel, you get blast exposures from a VBIED. Those are going to be conditions that are so, you know, it's an easy sell. You have a Purple Heart, getting CRC approved is, you know, a drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
So go for illness presumptive. Now, this is a little bit different than the you know, such as the PACT Act. However, it's go for illness is stuff that occurs during the, you know, Desert Shield, Desert Storm, where a lot of veterans were complaining of a very, you know, a wide variety of illnesses that became encompassed under go for illness. That also added over time your burn pit exposures under the PACT Act. So you would have to be in this general area to include, as it says, the waters of the Persian Gulf and around the Middle East in order to be eligible for this to be approved. The nice thing is that the documentation for this is the easiest. So any of your PACT Act, Gulf War presumptives, et cetera, all you have to do is A, show that you're rated for it, and B, show you were in the geographic region. And once you have that, then that is the easy, again, and another easy one to get approved for CRSC. But it is, thank goodness the PACT Act got passed. And it got all these burn pits, and there's a lot of things that, you know, people can apply for. In my Facebook group, in my file section, I have the whole list of the Gulf War, or I should say the VA presumptives. It's an automatic. You don't have to go digging when you were first diagnosed. Now, one exception. Unfortunately, the Air Force, and I'm going to have to bring some hate down on the Air Force. Sorry.
No problem with me there.
Yeah,
Mr. Tallman, proceed, sir.
So the Air Force, one of the things for under the PACT Act is that asthma has to be diagnosed after leaving service. Now, many veterans went from you know, doing their day-to-day to going through the integrated disability evaluation system. Unfortunately, a lot of these veterans get diagnosed with asthma during this time frame. That means it was diagnosed during service, not after service. The Army will approve it 24/7. The Air Force will deny it if you were diagnosed as part of the IDES process, which is totally ridiculous. I mean, come on, let's use common sense here. How to fix that? I don't know. I really don't know. Somebody has to, get it through their thick skulls that this is something that will be diagnosed in a lot of cases during service. But I could go into a rabbit hole on that. So that is one thing to be aware of, that if you have asthma, then you could entirely be denied for it by the Air Force. Army, like I said, they're spot on. They'll actually, a lot of cases you could put in your claim for the Army and they will approve things that you did not even apply for, because they're going to look at your rating to see what you were rated for. And if you have any PACT Act related stuff, they're going to go ahead and approve it right off the back. Same for tinnitus, because tinnitus is not even within a Gulf War or something.
Mr. Tallman, quick question, and I don't know if you have a slide on this, but is what you're talking about as part of the IDES? Oh, wait, I don't want to just use acronyms. The Integrated Disability Evaluation System, like is that woven within there? Like all of the stuff that you're in the Army and you have certain boots on the ground type of experience, like. Is that within IDES? And I know IDES has to do with DoD disability too. I don't know if you have a slide on that either. But can you talk a little bit, like, is this some of these presumptive conditions, right? Would that be under the IDES program?
That would be when an individual gets, goes through the MEB process.
The med board process. Okay.
Yep. The med board process. And everyone still calls it the MEB, even though it's technically IDES. The going through the process, they're going to develop up a list of their conditions.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be some that do not meet retention standards and have to be forwarded to the physical evaluation board for determination if the person is fit or unfit for duty. So the VA is going to go through, they're going to do their comp and pens, get everything taken care of. Hopefully, sometimes you have examiners that couldn't, tell their ass from a hole in the ground. Unfortunately, that it does happen, but work closely with your physical evaluation board liaison officer. If the examiner is dismissive, if they are not, covering, the concerns that you have, medically for yourself, that needs to be brought up with your PEBLO. And hopefully you don't have a PEBLO that, couldn't tell their ass from a hole in the ground either, because they are unfortunately out there. So, yeah. It is, so there, in that particular case, if a 20-year retiree who does a benefits delivery discharge gets out and goes ahead and does their VA claim, all their ducks will be in a row, per se, when it comes to things like this, because
that's the question I was going to pose to the raters that we have on the panel. To prevent rework for the veteran, does natural rater is that sufficient to your med board stuff, your IDES stuff, all of the things that Mr. Thomas is talking about? Is that sufficient, or would you think that there would be other things that you might need as far as evidentiary support is concerned?
That's a form of pre-discharge claim. It's woven into the VA. It's a transitional program that's meant to hand off directly to the VA. So everything that's done, the problem that Mr. Tallman's talking about is the chronological order of things. Because the exams are done while the veteran's still in service, that's where the hang-up happens. And that's why the presumptive conditions cannot be applied, which would kind of rule this in. So
Wow.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Mhm.
And that goes along with, conditions being rated as secondary. If a person goes through the IDES process, it's all going to show up as being incurred, whereas those going through either BDD or their claim after the service, they will have those conditions, whether it be incurred, secondary, tertiary, in some cases, or might be listed as presumptive. So some of the new conditions, this is under precursor to the PACT Act, because this was in April of 2022. A lot of breathing related conditions that were cancerous. So they've been adding on these conditions, and again, this is the VA doing this, making it that these conditions are presumed service connected, which makes it easier to prove that the condition is combat related.
Want me to go through the back, or you want me to
So
keep
here-
writing, or go ahead?
Oh, what was that?
You want me to keep going?
Well, we'll just touch on these a little bit.
Okay.
So here's the big old list from the PACT Act. This is where people who have the chronic sinusitis, chronic rhinitis. Now, I have chronic rhinitis. However, I didn't deploy. So I was not in the sandbox at all. Therefore, I'm not eligible for CRSC or VA presumptive for the rhinitis. So it's just, again, that's how you make that connection that you were, eligible for presumptive condition for CRSC because of the fact that you were deployed into the sandbox.
Got it.
I think that's that slide, and we will certainly make sure it's available for veterans post production. But that slide is so valuable, Mr. Tallman, for veterans who are really trying to think through, even combat veterans who are trying to think through, man, like what are secondary service connections, like I think that's an obstacle that a lot of veterans face. Man, I don't exactly know secondary. You mentioned tertiary conditions as well. I think that would be that's a good starting point for veterans to kind of think through what their conditions are. So thank you.
Right. So what is not combat related? People say, well, I hurt my back while, playing some hoop. Well, unfortunately, while in, Iraq or Afghanistan, doesn't cut it. Now, if there was incoming rounds, that's a different story, because now you're talking armed conflict. So the second bullet here is crucial. Wear and tear over the course of a military career. Those airborne rangers that are, jumping out of perfectly good aircraft, that, my back, my knees, my hips, all hurt because it's this progressive, is not awarded CRSC. There has to be an injury associated with the condition. So keep that in mind. Just because you are doing something day after day after day, and it's going to be more intensive, especially, for the folks that are jumping out of planes, or aviators. If you're flying a helicopter, and it's not really nice on one's body, and you don't have anything such as a hard landing to show that you had an injury to, a sprained back, it's not going to be awarded.
Gotcha. Wow. All right.
Wow.
So filling it out. I'm not trying to be condescending when I come, when I state it's easy to fill it out. The problem is that middle bullet there, 13 Juliet, is the one that people get wrapped around the axle with. Explain in your own words how you got injured and what you were doing at the time. Now, this does not automatically mean it's the actual instrument of the causal relationship. It is just a vehicle for showing the board member what you were doing. For example, while patrolling outside the fob, received incoming fire, reacted, was assigned a combat action badge or combat action ribbon for the Navy folks, or something such as, or if they got any award with the V appurtenance, which is for valor. That shows that you were engaged with the enemy one way or the other. So you could say that while on patrol, you were ambushed and you were awarded, was it Purple Heart? Was it a combat action badge, a combat infantry badge? Any of those combat related awards, Silver Star, Bronze Star, if it has a V appurtenance, because the Bronze Star can be given for a multitude of things, not just things that are due to combat. So, just look through your, now in the upper left-hand corner there, that is actually what was pulled from the VA code sheet. The only way you can get your VA code sheet is by doing a forward request to the VA, and it can take 6 months to a year to get it. People don't want to wait. Don't blame them. So if you don't have exactly the information as to what you were rated then compared to now, you can request a disability breakdown letter. And I should have added this onto the slide. So you call up the 800 number for the VA, request a disability breakdown letter, and it's going to give you your ratings for your conditions along with the code which is the item number 3 or C, I'm sorry, where it has the 5237. That's if known. You don't have to have your code. It just helps the examiner or the analyst when they're doing making sure that, okay, it does meet the connect the dots. You can also go into your VBA side of va.gov and look at your documents and be able to pull down your ratings from that, your decision memos from there as well. So if you don't have it, you can go right to the VA site and pull that down. So just to step back for one quick second here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. This is where I was talking about secondary conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So the lumbar strain and compression fractured during a bad parachute landing fall, along with an associated condition such as radiculopathy, that would go down into the bottom box. So if the upper box is approved, anything that is secondary is automatically approved.
Wow.
That's why people going through the IDES process are screwed over, plain and simple.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. I did not know that.
Wow. That's good to know.
The more you know, my friend. That's why. So PTSD is a hard one. You can't just get buddy statements. Are not permitted. It has to be there's several different ways you can get PTSD approved. However, sometimes, especially if you were in Iraq in 2005, 2006, a lot of these things didn't occur because you had a command staff that was not given awards, even combat action badges, for people that, were just doing their normal jobs, and they might have gone out of the wire. But they, are, went above and beyond. They were engaged with the enemy in one way, shape, or form, but they still, did, the command, no one in the battalion or below is going to get a combat action badge. Well, that's just not taking care of your troops. So for PTSD, it can't be that, the VA rated you for PTSD and, it's documented as part of the MEB that you have PTSD. It has to have concrete supporting evidence to show that you were engaged. So that can also, apply to your awards write-ups, your NCOERs, your OERs, anything that shows exposure. And the last item in that bottom paragraph, a wartime chain of command, I have seen them approved so many times that it is something that is an alternative. But a lot of times, people are years, remote from, their, wartime chain of command and have no way of getting a hold of them. If they have a name like John Smith, it's going to be hard to find John Smith, whether it be in LinkedIn, Facebook, or Together We Served.
Wow.
So the wartime chain of command is something that works. I always recommend, and I give individuals who are trying to get it done the requirements for a combat action badge straight from the Army regulation. If the letter that individual provides meets the requirements for a combat action badge, 99% of the time it will be approved. The key is that they will look up the individual's information, call them, and verify that individual was in your wartime chain of command. So they're definitely gatekeeping here, but in the way that they should.
Wow.
So, an example from an NCOER that, definitely will go the distance. If you don't have anything else, that would pull it off.
It Mike, real quick, can you explain which branch uses the NCOER?
Army uses the NCOER and the OER. I mean, people have to understand that other services actually follow how the Army does their CRSC claims to a degree. So a lot of the information that, even though that it looks like it's strictly for Army, it is applicable across the board. So, when they had this, put together, I'm like, well, I'm stealing this. And they said I could, so I have that. So this goes into more detail what the chain of command letter is supposed to look like. So physical evaluation board results, middle bullet is the most important. Even though the board says that it was combat related, the board's findings have nothing to do with CRSC. The board's findings do have everything to do with non-taxable income. So it also helps when an individual is a civil servant and into the federal employment retirement system, FERS, so it doesn't keep them from losing out on their CRSC. So they're has to be combat related on the retirement orders. So this is what the PEB determines. It does not determine anything having to do with CRSC. So keep that in mind. Well, the PEB says that it was combat related. Doesn't matter. Well, the PEB says it was not combat related. Doesn't matter. See? So it's what the VA rated. That's the important thing. So just reiterating the same thing. It's just something that you still have to submit the evidence that proves, because with the VA, you can use buddy statements. Well, your buddy's going to write you a positive statement. At least you hope so.
Hope.
Worse, do me a solid. And I'll
If he doesn't, he's not much of a buddy.
Well, that's why.
Or she.
Yep, that's why it's a buddy statement. Wet signature, but then it can be scanned in. It cannot be a digitally signed unless the individual is a DoD civilian, so that they're going to have a CAC to be able to digitally sign it, and they can be looked up in the system. Other than that, digitally signed, any additional documents such as the letter has to have the individual's contact information on it. Do not submit your complete medical record. Just the conditions at the time of injury, or first, that you went to sick call to get it looked at, is all you need to have in there.
Mr. Tallman, say that one more time for the benefit, not only of the veterans, but for our raiders here, to make them feel good. Say that one more time, what you just said.
Make sure you don't send in all your documentation. I have 6 volumes from my 33 years. It's just from when you were injured and what you were doing at the time. It can't be years after the fact, because memories changed. It needs to have. It needs to be as close as possible. That's the same as line of duties for the reserve components. The line of duties can't be done years after the fact. It has to be. Well, at least for the Army, they've been telling me that, long after the fact, it's kind of hard, to justify that it is actually something that. That they can approve based on that. I don't agree with that. But echelons above colonel, EAC, that's above my pay grade. So, and I've told them, but it doesn't make any difference. But see what else we got here.
Next one. Okay.
Denials, most common reason is the lack of evidence.
Same thing as the VA.
Yep, exactly. Next. How you can get your medical records if you don't have them. You can, it's the VA. It's a full request. They request your full C file, which includes both your DoD records and your VA records, and it will take upwards of 12 to 18 months to get. So, retro pay. If you are less than 20 years and you applied for CRSC, you originally capped for 6 years under a barring statute, which basically says if you do not file within your 6 years of getting out, you will be limited to 6 years. Well, the U.S. Supreme Court threw that out actually remanded it back to the lower courts, and DOD came out with a interim guidance in August of last year saying, okay, your claims, your retro pay will be only back to the date of receipt by the service. Now, and that's been rescinded. That was rescinded at the end of May. Retro pay will now be done either to the date of the VA rating, the date of retirement, because you have reservists that can have VA ratings before they're actually out of the service, or it's signing into law, such as the PACT Act. So the retro, the retro pay will go back fully instead of being limited to a certain time period. And Army alone has at least 20,000 claims or the approval memos to review. So it's going to take time.
All right, next slide. You want me to go to the next one?
Go to the next one. This is for the Army folks, so you can skip that. I put up these are all the links that specifically for going, to the claim for the, the DD form 2860, which is on the executive services side of the White House website for all the DD forms. And then a variety of links. I made these as bit.ly links because if you had to try to type in the Coast Guard link, yeah, you'll be doing that for like 2 to 3 days. It is ridiculously long, no lie. So I made all these, and of course, these are the groups that the PEB Forum, the Veterans Benefit Network, and of course, Facebook and Reddit are the ones where I'm heavily active.
I think that's the last slide.
That is the last slide.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Mr. Tallman, I have one question for you that I was thinking through.
Only one?
Well, one for now, at least.
Disappointed.
And again, this is another one that the Raiders can chime in on. But I have a couple of friends they were Air Force active duty, and they did obviously combat related activities. I don't want to get too much into that, but they did combat related activities that did not involve them physically, as you were talking about earlier, like boots on the ground, pium pium pium.
Right, UAV type.
What they're thinking, but they have certainly mental health concerns as a result of the duties that they had to perform. So, are they eligible for combat related special compensation, or are they not?
They're going to be eligible. The thing is that apply. Let those SMEs, when it comes to the Air Force related stuff, or even Army with some of the UAVs that they have, let them make the decision. I'm not going to say one way or the other, yes or no. There is a direct correlation, but you're not directly engaged. So it's a hard one, and I'm not going to say yes or no. I'm just going to say apply and let them sort it out.
And thank you for that answer. And then this is for Dewayne and Mr. Davis and Raider and Natural. Those same types of veterans who have these certain types of clearances, a lot of them are not eager to submit VA claims for the types of things that they did over there, because they think that if they talk about their experiences, talk about their stories, talk about what they went through, that they would somehow be violating their top secret security clearance. Some of their records are sealed. How is that looked at as a Raider with regard to combat VA claims and those kinds of things? If you guys could talk a little bit about that.
I never had to deal with CRSC like in any capacity. That wasn't something that I did, but whenever we're talking about like top secret clearance, there's a records research request in which you just check a box to say that the individual had top secret related stuff, and then those with clearance do look, and then all they kind of do is they just give a thumbs up, or they kind of say yes or no. They don't elaborate because it won't allow them to, but yeah, that's about what that is.
Okay.
The Air Force Historical Office is very helpful when it comes to the Air Force folks and CRSC claims for that reason.
Awesome.
That's something that I do have posted in my Facebook group, the email to their central mailbox.
Yeah, if you can make that available to us, Mr. Tallman, we will make that available for in our post-production products, and your slide as well. I think will be great.
Hold on, Keith. I would say I think what I run into a lot of, not so much the security clearance, is more of the actual job that the veteran holds. When it comes to like when it comes to mental health, I've had several cases where the veteran asks for a increase or to be service connected for mental, only to go to the exam and then write us back and say they want to withdraw the claim because of whatever position that they've held. And this is why I tell veterans, it's no one's business on if you're service connected or not. So many veterans want to tell everybody their personal business when it comes to their service connection. And I think that's probably why some of them, kind of teeter on that. Should I file a mental? Now, a lot of mine were like, like FBI or, police or something like that. And a lot of those were withdrawn because of that specific job. So I think that I know that when we we do the background checks, and if there's some type of, with those jobs, mental plays a major factor in those. So I can kind of see that. But I think also that does hinder the veteran, especially if they're having issues in that particular area.
Got it. Thank you so much, Natra. I appreciate that. Tasha, did you have some questions for Mr.
No,
Mr. Davis? Did you have something to add to that? So I know you came
I did. Because I would be remiss if we don't add that, many veterans, I think we miss understanding what it is to be a veteran. You go through the transitional component of actually transitioning from active duty and being reacclimated into civilian life. Once you transition out of the military, you are an everyday civilian. And understanding that, I think the veterans wash away their service time and not understanding. And when they wash away their active duty service time, they never assume the jacket of a veteran. So now you don't even understand or feel that you have the option to garner the benefits or even speak to the issues that you're dealing with because they're so taboo in the civilian sector.
Awesome.
So with that being said, it really can hinder many veterans from feeling comfortable about unlocking and divulging some information that could really help the raider or their CSRC claim or any type of claim that you can actually garner benefits for them. If that transitional gap, there was some assistance there. So I just wanted to add that there.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Davis. Tasha, if you had some more questions for Mr. Tallman.
No, I wanted to keep this very specific for just the CRSD segment. And I want to bring Mr. Tallman back for all the questions that we have in the comments specific, so that way we can narrow those down so it doesn't get, caught into the middle of everything else here, because CRSC is really outside of the VA. And so that needs to be more, a conversation by itself. So I wanted to
Sounds good.
And,
So,
Can I bring
Michael,
up
we would definitely be in touch. Thank you for joining us. Are there any
Awesome.
things you want to give us today, Michael, before you leave? And I'll be definitely sure to put this in the description and have this presentation available for all veterans.
I can go on for a long time. I don't think folks, the old man, as they say, he can keep talking, and when he's done, he's done. And
Yes, that's right.
you certainly fit the bill there. But you know what? I love doing this. It's 100% voluntary, and so I cannot accept or request payment of any sort. So, and this just my way of being able to pay back. And the more people know, the better. So this is
That's
definitely
true.
something, I'll on whatever vehicle it takes, because allegedly by the Office of the Actuary, there's approximately 59,000 veterans receiving some sort of CRSC. I think that is woefully inadequate numbers. It's more, I would say, easily tack on another 75 to 100,000 veterans that should be getting it.
Wow.
And that's legit because they got denied and didn't know what to do, or they don't know about it. That's, you don't know what you don't know. Or
Brandon, did you have something you wanted to share or say?
Yeah, so there was a slide that was specifically shown that listed off the new PACT Act presumptive conditions like reproductive cancers, things like that. There's actually a VA policy letter 20-24-06, and it specifically lists all like disabilities under those categories that qualify.
Okay.
You should probably check
Can
it
you
out.
put that in the chat for me, please? And I'll definitely put it in the description.
Yeah, I'm on
Okay.
it. I'm on it, Tasha.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Raider, because they need it. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just going to try to put it in your chat if it will.
Okay.
Yeah, I threw it in there, Raider. Let me see if it comes
Oh,
through.
cool. Okay.
Just the link for it.
That's the link right there.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you, Michael. It's definitely been a pleasure to have you here, and I will definitely be in touch once we get concluded with this, and that way we can have a more centered conversation to include TCAVA and MRSA, which is the Major Registrar Act, right? So there's so much that we can get into, but we don't have enough time. The
right, yeah.
time. So definitely, it's definitely been a pleasure. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for dedicating
You're
your
very
time
welcome.
this weekend, and I'll definitely be in touch.
So
It's been a pleasure.
Somebody said they work with you, Michael.
Yeah, I see that here.
Annette Baker. I worked when I was probably from the time when, I wasn't actually at HRC, but I was part of the community-based warrior transition unit, and I went wherever I needed to go to get the word out as to what we were doing, helping, reservists when it came to getting their care after they've deployed. But that's the only way, as a medical service corps officer, we, had our conferences and all. So could very well have been during that time frame. The name rings a bell. I just can't remember where.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Tom. And you've been a phenomenal resource for us today, and we look forward to the future lives. I think me and Hervet's Voice and Dewayne are talking about possibly around Veterans Day doing something like this again for another one throughout the year. So we'll look at the schedule and see what's going on. So, all right, thank you so much, sir.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Tasha, we do have a couple of people that donated. Want to get to
Go
a
ahead.
shout out and quick question. Annette Baker, she's been a long time.
Yes.
Long time.
Subscriber to the
Yes.
channel. back when I used to do the free town hall meetings. I was like, man, so she's been around for a while. So thank you, Ms. Baker, for all the support. And here's a question from Donald. I applied for increase for migraines, but proposed for reduction from 30 to 0 with work loss seen by VA neurologists taking meds from a claim granted in 2024. I guess my quick response to this is, did you understand the diagnostic code criteria for the 50% criteria? Did you reasonably articulate that to the CMP examiner when you went? But most importantly, did you have the evidence to match the 50%? That's my take on it. I'll give that question back to the panel.
If they are,
go ahead, Natural.
if they're proposing to take it from 30 to 0, it's probably because the examiner checked less frequent. And that would, but you also have to take into consideration if the person is losing work, how much work have they lost in a 12-month period? What else is going on? Are they is it interfering with their daily activities? Are they how many migraines? Those are things when the migraine law comes into play that the veteran should submit. Anytime you're doing an increase, always submit evidence that's going to ensure that that increase or your current rating stays in place. That's one of the biggest things I could tell people. Don't automatically assume that you're going to put in an increase and you're going to get granted an increase. Because, and don't think that you don't have to submit any type of medical documentation that shows, hey, they switched my medication 4 or 5 times. They've went up on the dosage. I now go see a neurologist. I go see a pain specialist. Those things, you still have to prove that that condition is worsening and it is impacting you daily. So don't just stop once you get service connected thinking that you don't have to submit evidence that is going to support an increase for you.
Raider, anything to add on that, or the retired Raider Dewayne or Mr. Davis?
No, perfectly said.
All right.
I think Raider trying to get them points for the day.
Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis.
Oh, they're working.
Yeah, I think he is.
They got him on production.
He's on production.
Mr. Davis, you want to take that, or
Oh no, I was just going to add possibly being able to make sure that the journal entries are a really, really big help. I think a lot of people miss that easy access point of frequency, right? Frequency and duration. That's such a really big standpoint where you provide context to the physician and rater very easy.
Yeah, prostrating attacks, those kinds of things. Everything that's in that 38 CFR reference for migraine headaches, I think is helpful and useful.
The links is going to be in the description. We're going to make sure we put all the links after today in the description.
Absolutely.
Definitely. We will make sure that they are there. Wow. We are 4 minutes away from 6 hours in.
Listen. We said we were probably going to keep going, right? And so like this is
a little bit.
A little. Dewayne says a little bit.
Wow.
I got that fool calling my name.
We have been here since 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it is the weekend, so I really don't want to take away a lot. But I want to say this. If your question has not been answered, we will definitely create a space. I want to get a verbal commitment from everyone that we can come back to this space and have a dialogue here in a few weeks so we can get these questions answered. Are you guys open to having?
Put a 1 in the chat if you're open. Put a 1 in the chat if you're open.
Raider, Natural, Mr. Davis, FF was here earlier. So that way we can get some of these questions answered and veterans can get it from a different perspective, you know. So let me know if you guys are open to that, I've gotten a couple of emails so far that saying that this has been phenomenal. This has been great, discussing everything. And I know that they're going to put ones in the chat. Look, the ones are already coming.
Put a one in the chat if you want to see this again, maybe even sooner than Veterans Day.
Yeah. I want to say this. When I brought this to Dewayne, he welcomed it, and also Craig, with open arms. There's never been a moment where we for once took, the time that you guys are going to take for granted of coming to this. Yes, there was a lot of planning behind the scenes, and yes, we met for hours behind the scenes trying to put this together. But I want to say that this brings me joy to see, even to have Raider here, to have Mr. Davis, to have Mike, to have Brianna, to have, even Carrie here. This just shows that this can be a very solid community. We can differ in opinion because we know that we all differ when it comes to certain things, right? But the way that we came together today speaks volumes. So this right here debunks the myths of all outside of the social media. Yes, we're not going to talk about COLA 2027 because it's not important.
Raider, are you sure you don't want to talk about the 2068 COLA today?
I mean, it is pressing. It's on like the tip of my tongue to discuss it. Well, you just got my trigger word and you're just hugging it. You're hugging the hell out of my trigger words. Okay, fine.
This has been a great collaboration. But before I know we have a lot of questions, and I want to reassure you guys that your questions are going to be answered. Now, I don't know what the schedule is for Mr. Davis and Raider and and everyone, but we are definitely we definitely need to come back together to answer these questions because they're questions that need to be answered. Yeah. So with all that being said, I'm going to give the floor to you guys to say something before we go. And Mr. Davis, we would love to hear from you along with you, Raider and Natural. And Mike, if you want to tune in to say something, and Craig, before we go.
Real quick, Tasha, was FF coming back? She popped in the waiting room. Then she
I didn't know FF was
she popped right back out.
She says we have more than enough here. So when we are ready to come back for the next one, she'll be definitely. She's actually doing her PhD. So she used Saturday for her homework days. So I know that it would be a little iffy for her to come today. But guys, FF is another Raider that we team up with Natural and I on our channel, and we just go about it.
Tell her, come on, get some of the smoke. Okay, we got more than enough.
And listen, Natural and FF are two Raiders, but they're so different. And so we love it when they come together as a team.
Absolutely love it.
Yeah. Don't like something and the other one likes it, but we balance, the opinions and how they feel, and we all get along well. I can say that I'm teamed with two most amazing Raiders, and I appreciate my channel. I do.
Good. Awesome.
Go ahead, Dewayne.
Oh, I was just like, thank everybody on the panel. Thanks, Raider. I know you came in a little bit later and just stayed the rest of the time. So thank you. Thank you, Her Best Voice and Royal Rock Wellness. We're going to be doing some other stuff. Mr. Davis and I, we collaborate every month as well. Mr. Tallman, excellent presentation on CRSC. A lot of veterans would ask me, and I'm like, it's not my area of expertise. Natural, thank you for coming on as well. I know, I don't know how I could do it on a treadmill. My knees and ankles definitely would not agree with me, but more power to you on that. But just thank I would like to thank all the veterans. Like I said, I've been on YouTube for over 6 years, and just reaching out to smaller channels like Mr. Davis, Her Best Voice, Royal Rock Wellness. I know Ray and I did a live back in January, just coming together and just show veterans that there isn't any animosity between us, because the goal is the same, to give you the right information. Even though we may differ, that's okay, to give you the right information to not only get the benefits that you deserve, but also keep in mind you get to a certain level, then your family are entitled to some benefits as well. So just thank you for supporting all of us, because trust me, these videos that we put out, people, it is not easy. I got a team behind me. It's just not me, and I'm just sitting here. It was at first. It is a lot of work. So thank you. for staying the 6 hours, and just the support over the years. And make sure you subscribe to everyone's channel. Thank you.
Awesome. Let me just, unless Mr. Davis or some of the other panelists have some words, I want to kind of just give some final words. Thank you to all the veterans who have joined us today. This has been a phenomenal event. I think it's even much more than what we had originally thought it would be. It's been a pleasure to team with Dewayne and with Hervette's Voice. And, a lot of these people on the panel really don't need much introduction. Raider, thanks for joining us, hopping on the stream. I echo the sentiments about Natural and FF just being really good resources in the community. I want to let veterans know that I know sometimes it can be triggering to think about your claim. It can be triggering sometimes to see content creation on YouTube and other places. And there's a lot of information flowing back and forth. What I want to encourage you to do is I want you to be encouraged that there are people on here. There are people on the internet, people on YouTube, content creators who really want you to thrive. We really want you to submit claims. But the message I want to send today is that it's much more than about just your VA claim. It's about your mental, emotional, physical health, right? It's about your families. It's about your dreams, your goals, your visions, and what you want to accomplish post military service. And so what we try to do as content creators, yes, we're going to make sure we have all the information so that you can submit your claim in a current, accurate, and complete way. But we want to make sure you got the resources that you need to live the life that you want to live. Oftentimes, as you can see from a lot of the congressional hearings that Hervette's Voice does, and a lot of the stories that Dewayne tells, and a lot of the things that some of the questions that Raider gets, you can tell oftentimes that there's not a lot of love for veterans out here these days, right? So what we want to try to do is build a community. We want you to make sure you feel safe. We want to make sure you feel loved and affirmed in this community where you can ask a question. You don't have to worry about anybody thinking that you're asking too many questions. We are here to help. Most of us do this for very little, if any, kind of anything, because it's a labor of love for us veterans to help you guys and to make sure you have all the information that you need. And as I say, listen, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, no matter what you're going through, no matter where you find yourself, I want you to live royally and I want you to live well, because that's the goal. That's what we're aiming for. And please understand that you can reach out to us for whatever you need. Let me do some housekeeping as well. Some sort of post housekeeping, everything that's from this channel, right? Dewayne and Tasha and myself, we're going to go back into the lab and we're going to create a bunch of post-production products for you guys. We got collaborations, as Dewayne mentioned, in the future. All of the guests on the panel, they are all open for our future collaborations on this particular project. But then I'm quite sure we will link up for collaborations 2x2, 3x3 in other areas. And I want you to listen. I'm not just saying this because we want more views or clicks. None of us are worried about that. We want you to subscribe to our channel so that you can have the resources, the accurate qualifying resources, and the resources that are true that you need, right? Listen, we're gonna have resources for everybody. Born accredited claims, Berry Law firm who wasn't able to join us today, Hill and Ponton, their YouTube channel, Prepare to Compete, Mr. Davis, Mr. Tallman. We'll have everybody's information. Brianna's information will all be out there. Liz's information from SSDI. We thank her for joining us. All of this information will be available to you guys free 99. And if you're from the hood, you know what that means. Free 99. None of this information will be charged for you. All we ask of you is just to support our channels. We want to get the word out to as many veterans as possible. Everybody's not like Dewayne. They ain't got like umpteen thousand million subscribers. Everybody's not like Dewayne, right? So
that's true. That's true.
The corners of the earth.
Some of us have to work for a living. I'm joking.
The corners of the earth that he has not reached, though they may be small, we would love to reach them.
So remember, I want to say this, that my channel is called Hervette's Voice, and I want women veterans to know before I leave here, I want to let you know that you are seen, you are heard, and you are capable. Anything women veterans, you can find it on my page. I sit down, I have 2 Raiders who are women, and we talk about all things women. Now, women, I want you to know that you are seen, you are heard, you are understood. What you're feeling in your body, even though the VA does not fully accept it, we understand. So I want you to know that I created a space called Her Vet's Voice because I felt like women needed their unique voice when it comes to veterans. I'm tired of somebody asking me about my husband's social and I don't even have a husband, right? So I totally get it. I want you guys to know and understand that you are seen, you're a woman. Go to the VA boldly, hold your head up, and talk about the things that's not usually talked about. And that's what I do. So we created a space called Her Vet's Voice because women need a voice. Okay. And I want you to know that your voice is being heard and seen. And if there's anything that I can do to help you, send me an email at hervetsvoice@gmail.com.
Awesome. So thanks everybody. We really appreciate you coming on. If
we got FF there, so we got to give her a couple of questions.
Oh, FF has joined us.
She said she wanted.
Hey, FF.
She need a break from that.
Listen,
Hi everyone.
So FF is a raider as well. And for you guys, I know you're probably kind of questioning why you're not seeing their faces. We are just going by the ethics with the VA. We make sure that they are protected, the work that they do, the time that they spend. This is time that they're taking off of their free time to assist veterans. And so we are going to respect their work, their careers, their lives. And we prefer to keep things at what it is. So don't ask me about sharing their faces. Don't ask me about their names. Their names are FF and Natural, and that's all you need. That's it.
Well, I'll kick it off real quick. FF, somebody said earlier that they would like they got 200 active claims, maybe a 020 that they need to be directed straight to you.
Straight to you, FF.
Straight to you. Yeah. and all of them above, each one of them have 1,000 pages. And
they're all
and you got to get them done. It's going to go against your production. So
yeah, I'll do what I can. And, if I have to solicit a few claims that's what I'll do, but I'll do everything I can to get it done in your favor.
Is that like break a knee? Break somebody's knee? Is that soliciting a claim?
Soliciting claim.
So, FF, if you can you tell us a little bit about you as being a raider, not going into your personal thing, but just tell us how long you've been doing this, and so the community can know and what to know a little bit about FF.
It's been, thank you so much. Yes, as you saw in the comment, working on my PhD. Yes. So I have a proposal that I'm going to initially submit, of course, towards the end regarding veterans and their presumptives. My capstone is going to present that instead of the veteran filling out for the information, because we have the locations, the diagnosis, we're running through the system, of course, get, HIPAA approval, those sort of things, but it's to make the process transparent and easier for the veteran for things that we're going to concede. That way, they'll have better access to programs. They'll have, additional compensation. Maybe that's the reason, we're seeing veterans that are homeless, but this is to help the veteran population. Aside from that, I've been doing this for a few years. Initially, I thought it was a scam, and I was like, how did I get here? But after I graduated from law school, they had a posting, and I was like, why not? Because of course, after you get out of law school, nobody's paying you any money. So I was like, why not? So I tried it. Here I am, and I like it. It's a demanding job. I won't say it's easy. You have to take your time and review all the evidence that you have. But I do that with every case that comes across my desk because every veteran is different. And all raters, rate differently. My view is from the law forward because I don't want the veteran to have to take additional steps, going to the BVA, things like that. I think it's unnecessary. But at the end of it, I'm definitely here to help veterans with Her Vet Voice. I'm on her channel most of the time. I've been slipping a little here lately, but I am here for you all.
Well,
Amazing.
thank
Thank you.
FF, for what you do, and I definitely I could concur with that. It's not it's not easy some days, and I felt myself, especially those first 6-7 months going through my initial training. I was mentally drained. I was physically tired from being mentally drained with all this information being thrown at me, and then just the training every month going through. It took me about 24 months to get comfortable. I was on, even though I was on single signature, 24 months just to get like a little bit comfortable. So even I know Mr. Davis, Raider, Natural, and yourself is Natural and yourself are still doing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, just thank you for what you're doing, and
Oh, absolutely. I'm here to help. Me and my partner, Natural, we're kind of yin and yang of each other, but we have a good balance, I'll say. But we're definitely here to help. So just feel free, to come with your questions or concerns so that we can make sure you get properly rated.
I'm glad you said that, FF, because we have amassed about 10 pages worth of questions. So yeah, get ready.
Natural, Raider, do you guys want to say anything before we go? Mr. Davis?
I know Raider does.
Yeah, Raider has something to say for sure.
I will give Raider the Natural. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I appreciate you guys for allowing us to be a part of the panel. It's definitely a blessing to be able to be heard and everyone come on with their different perspective, but still have the same goal in mind. The respect on this panel is outstanding. And I look forward to have more of these panels to come on and help veterans. And definitely FF is the nice one. I'm the grumpy.
Oh, we know that.
I'm gonna tell it like this.
We love you for it.
But I mean well. I don't try to disrespect anyone.
Right.
My main goal is to help the veteran and help them understand. And sometimes, it's like when you were younger and you had the old big mamas, not the new big mamas, the old big mamas, I'm that. I'm the old big mamas. The new big mamas, they questionable. The old big mamas, they tell I'm that. I'm gonna spare you up, but then I'm gonna love on you and tell you why.
That's right.
So I just really am so blessed to have come upon her vets, and then it just blossomed into all this. It's just outstanding. Thank y'all.
Mr. Davis? You're on mute. Oh, there we
Yes, there we are. Well, I just want to kind of lead in to say, it's definitely an honor to be here with all of these great minds. I can't thank you guys enough for the work you do, because advocacy is not an easy job. So what I will say is that, veterans, we are all here to serve you. So understanding that, please understand that we are here with open hearts, open minds, and also opening that M21, right? So at the end of the day, we're all here with the same mission, and collectively coming together, you have the opportunity to hear and also ask questions to some of the people across the land to really get your questions answered. That really, really is some of the most complex items that, some people will never be able to see. So ask the questions, come on the channels, and really get the advocacy you deserve, because you serve, and now it's time to really access your benefits. So I really appreciate everyone here, and also appreciate every veteran across the land.
Raider?
And the reason why I like Raider's impression, I listened to Godfrey and other people do Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he is by far the best
Nothing
one.
compared to what he's
Yeah,
about to do.
I heard Godfrey does it, but his is like spot on. So that's why I always
Oh
like,
boy.
Yeah.
You're going to make me blush. It's just too amazing. Come on, sit in here. I have amazing people. As the governor of California, I never had it so well. I mean, I count to 5 and then I get dizzy and then no. I like I'm happy to come on. Like, see, for me, like the thing that matters is education, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm down with anything that's due with educating veterans and not like, and this is just my own personal thing, is everybody kind of has their own thing that they're doing. That's fine as long as the veteran is the first thing in your mind. Doing right by the veteran is the first thing in your mind. And that's why I'm comfortable coming on here, is because I feel like that's the case. And it's not like some kind of, veteran money pinata that people are trying to hit, like, no, I mean that though.
Yeah.
I mean that because like there's a difference with maybe FF and Natural. Being a raider, you didn't really notice, in my perspective, you didn't really notice the veteran experience, even though I'm a veteran myself, I didn't, my understanding of what the landscape was for education on the veteran side was woefully underrepresented as to what it really is. It is not like the VA is doing the veteran community a disservice by not teaching them things that they should already know. So every time that I see like a group of people come out and they put the veteran first, right? They want to answer the questions, and there's no like, hey, look, yeah, give me $400 and I'll answer that one question for you, type thing. And that's what I like about this, is because it's more education than it's not. And that's what I'm about. So
awesome. Yeah, we're so happy to have you, Raider. Glad to have you come up and join us. You have been burning up these YouTube streets, and we all love and appreciate the work that you do and the hours that you put in. And just to that note, there's a lot of information out here, veterans. Do yourself a favor and take care of yourself. Because all of us deal with anxiety, PTSD, depression, all of those things, right? So take care of yourself when it comes to what you consume in the VA claims content space, because you can go down rabbit holes that you'll find yourself not being able to get out of if you're not careful. So take care of your mental health, take care of your physical health, take care of your families, and listen, be grateful and be proud about the service that you've done, and don't let your VA claim define who you are. You're much, much more than whatever compensation level that they put on you. That's not your value. Your value is much more, and your worth and your dignity and your honor and respect is much more than that.
All right, Dewayne, it's on you. Let's close this chapter out, guys.
Let's get this chopper out of here, Dewayne.
As we plan the next one, please keep your eye out for the emails. We are going to start brainstorming the next one so it can be much more developed, and it'll probably be all day because Dewayne got the nuggets. He got the nuggets.
It'll probably be it may be 8 hours. If it's Veterans Day, y'all don't have to go to work, so we'll just.
But they trying to go eat the free food, so we might.
Yeah. Oh no, we don't want to stop that. We don't want to stop y'all from getting the free food. Just don't go to Golden Corral. It's too many hands in that buffet. Don't go to Golden Corral.
Go to Sizzlers.
So we'll be planning the next one here, brainstorming it for closer to the end of the year. So keep your eye on your email, and it's up to you, Dewayne. You close it out.
All right, I'm going to hit the end stream.
Take care, guys.
Take care, everybody.
All right.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thanks, guys.